Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
In the dark sky, the bright red moon, the shadows of the trees tend to it. The main character says his name is Zai-Yu. The guy explains that when he was born, he received blessings and protection from 1,000 evil spirits. Spirits of different appearance and shape with wings, many eyes and skulls, as well as creatures similar to dragons. The main character is sure that this is not a reason for joy, because the blessing of the heavenly lords is like a taboo and it is difficult for them to harm themselves. The face of a large spirit with a wide smile, red eyes, and a huge mustache. The protagonist says that if a person worships the god of wealth, then his blessing is a more prosperous income. Two spirits with red eyes and faces of different shapes and appearances look down. In their clawed paws, illuminated by light, lies a baby and a pile of paper fusee talismans. The guy explains that otherwise, that is, the god of poverty, no one worships, because his blessing makes a person poor and brings him misfortune. And even more terrible is the blessing of evil spirits, since because of it the main character almost died prematurely, and even his parents, who were not around him for a long time, were involved in this terrible blessing. An elderly man in a black, long-sleeved shirt, with a mustache and beard, bowed his head down. Thanks to the glow of the candle standing on the table near him, he looks at the baby holding in his hands. For the above reasons, the main character never saw his parents and lived with his grandfather since birth, and the reason why he survived also lies in him. The baby's face is visible through the cloth in which he is wrapped, and he has white hair and eyes from blindness. The main character says that he has wanted to die many times because the blessing has left him unable to see, touch, taste, or smell for as long as he can remember. A huge black eye with fire flickering in the pupil. The main character says that, in addition to the ability to hear and speak, he lost all other senses and even lost sensation in one leg, which is why he limped when walking, and no one in the village had a high opinion of him, and his peers constantly mocked him. In the pupil of the eye there is a path along which a guy with a lame leg, leaning on a cane, goes to the center towards the light. Peers called the guy blind, crippled, and weak-minded. The main character, standing with his back, gets hit in the head by a huge stone and, hitting it, flies away from her. 8-year-old boys stand on a huge rock, slightly at a height, and swing all sorts of rubbish at the boy standing with his back in front. They point a finger at him mockingly, calling him disabled, and demand that he return home. One of the boys says that his mother told about the curse and that the main character was born this way, and his parents don't want to see him anymore. The boy's eyes are hidden under his bangs, blood flows from one of them and falls to the ground. With his back to the bullies, he listens as his peers demand death for him. Not paying attention, the main character moves his legs forward. Drops of his blood form a puddle on the ground. A dark spirit emerges from the boy's blood, a clot of enormous black energy with several eyes. He looms over the boy, whose back is to his offenders. The spirit in an ominous voice calls the boys little people and says that they are stupid and dirty and not understanding. Blindly cripple non-standard ones, and since the main character is a pet of spirits, the little people have no right to mock him. The shadow of the spirit permeates the boys' bodies, and they are frightened by the sight of a huge red eye. He says that if the boy wants and tells him, they will all die. The shadow of the spirit encircles the body of the protagonist with a blindfold and a cane in his hands. The spirit says that he knows that the boy can hear him, and if he wants, then he should not restrain himself. Dark energy is pierced with lightning speed by a light beam right in front of the main character. The spirit says that his pet should be the most respected, but does not have time to say everything he wanted. Holding their heads, the boys run away in horror along the village road. They shout that they should run away because the devil has come to the rescue. A girl with a stone in her hand appears in front of the blind boy. She shouts to the boys running away that it is time for them to remember that they should not bully her friend, and that if anyone dares to do this, he will be beaten so that his own mother will not recognize. The friend grabs the boy by the neck, hugging him. He says thank you to her in a trembling voice. A gust of wind leaves sheets flying over the rock. With her head down, the girl looks at the ground. She says she needs to leave. The main character with a blindfold stands silently opposite, shadow with glimpses of light rays. The girl says that she will leave, but will definitely return soon. The shadow of the protagonist's girlfriend appears in the darkness. She says her friend is the kindest person she has ever met. The light image of the girl turns around. She continues to say that her mother said that girls should not be like her, and when they meet again, the friend will become as kind as the main character, and only then will she be able to become his. A huge window from which light illuminates the entire room. In the middle of the huge bed, a young guy without outerwear and in shorts lies under a blanket. With one hand he holds the waistband of his underwear and the other on his forehead. The remains of his clothes are lying on the floor. The guy does not open his eyes from sleep. He doesn't understand how quickly morning came and who the girl was in his dream. The main character abruptly rises from the bed from the screams ahead. Grandfather shouts to him that the guy slept through everything. A framed photograph of a little boy wearing a headband and a smiling grandfather placing his hand on his head. The guy shouts that he is already getting up. The guy tilted his head down, and to his left was the shadow of his grandfather sitting on a chair with a diary and pieces of paper filled with hieroglyphs. He tells the parent that he got up too early, and there is no one who gets up that early to tell fortunes and practice feng shui, and if there was someone, he would not do such things. The man looks furiously at his grandson and makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He rudely replies that he shouldn't look down on their profession, and if it weren't for his abilities, the boy would have died long ago. Clear blue sky with white clouds, a guy opens the door from his brick house and looks at the area around him. The main character answers the parent that he knows that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be here, and the guy is ready to help the grandfather wash and get dressed, and later the grandson would like to take a walk with him. The man stops his child and says that he would like to tell him something. The guy turns to his grandfather with a smile. Anticipating his grandfather's answer, the guy asks that perhaps he would like to send a love letter to Grandma Wang, or maybe have his grandson plan a dance with Grandma Zhao. The guy says they're so poor they can't afford him to run around, and Grandpa shouldn't make it so that when he brings his wife home, Grandpa tells him she's related to his mistress or something like that. The grandfather stands with his back to his grandson. He tells him that he should put on a headband and take a cane in his hand. Because of these two simple things he almost lost his life, and he has already reminded the guy about this 800 times, but he still cannot remember it. He says that the grandson should not let others know that he has been cured. Without turning to his grandfather, the guy looks away. He calmly closes his eyes. The main character says that he understood his grandfather and next time he will definitely be more attentive. He asks who, besides Gran is, will visit their store. A huge oak tree, a bird flies in the sky near it. The grandson says the sling and cane are difficult to use. The guy puts on a blindfold. Behind him, his grandfather talks about how he will die soon. Holding a blindfold in his hands, the guy turns around and sees the shadow of his parent rising from the chair, his body too thin. The grandson asks what the grandfather said. An elderly man with an abnormally thin face and ribs protruding from under his skin frowns and makes a serious expression. He again repeats to his grandson that he will die soon. The grandson looks at his grandfather in bewilderment. He asks not to joke with him like that, and if the parent has any special wishes, then he just needs to ask and not scare him so much. An exhausted man stretches his hand forward. He says that he would not joke about such a thing, and since he taught his grandson to predict, then let him be convinced of the veracity of his grandfather's words. The guy puts 2 fingers on the old man's wrist. Having understood the situation, the main character sits down on the bed in front of his relative's chair and lowers his head down. He asks why his parent didn't tell him about everything earlier. The man replies that he had long known that this day would come, but did not know when exactly, and if he had told him earlier, his grandson would have cried every day. Grandfather closes his eyes and makes a downcast expression on his face. The old man says that his grandson does not need to make a sad expression on his face because he is still alive and therefore will give him a couple of instructions. The man reminds that when his grandson was born, thousands of evil spirits blessed him and wanted to drag him away immediately after his birth. Sitting on the bed in front of his grandfather, the guy with his head bowed holds his hands on the knees of his legs. He says that he remembers that the old man helped him conclude 5 marriage contracts that were able to divide the blessing into 5 parts, and despite the fact that he was disabled, he was able to survive in the end. The grandson looks at his grandfather's shadow on the floor. Grandfather says that the guy does not know everything, and that those 5 girls originally had the fate of Yang Sha. The huge red moon is eclipsed by a black spot. Under it there are 5 girls who are completely different from each other, 3 with long multicolored hair and 2 in white suits with short ones. Grandfather gets up and goes outside the room into the yard. He explains that thanks to the blessing of the evil spirits, yin and yang were reconciled and they were able to become dragons and phoenixes, and now they live well. But now that the grandson has matured, he must choose one of them as a wife, otherwise his fake disability may become real. The boy glances at his grandfather in bewilderment. He asks about the need for marriage, because, in his opinion, after the conclusion of the marriage contract, everything should have been decided. The man responds with a dissatisfied look at the boy's words. He says that the others do not know about this, but he was sure that his grandson would guess because he communicated with the spirits, and if the marriage contracts are not fulfilled, then they will not give their blessing. The grandson rises from the bed, and his body glows with white light. He makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The guy is outraged why his grandfather wants him to continue pretending to be disabled. The grandson suggests that this is to deceive the demons into thinking that he cannot bear the blessings any longer. A grandfather goes out into the yard with his grandson. He says that they are spread everywhere and it is impossible to hide anything from them. Besides, this is the demand of the evil spirits, because in their eyes, he saved 5 girls. Rocky terrain. In the yard, among the mountains, a grandfather stands with his back to his grandson. He explains that if it weren't for the blessing, the 5 girls would have died young, and since his grandson is their savior, if they refuse to follow the contract because of his disability, they won't be able to make a good couple. Standing in front of his grandson, the grandfather asks him why don't they just let everyone face the truth and why are they making it so difficult. The guy understands that his grandfather is specifically asking him these questions, and therefore makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He ironically repeats his questions about why they make it so difficult and could just let everyone face the truth, and then asks who could fall in love with him, because their family is poor and decides he is disabled. An elderly man walks forward through the gates of his house. He says that the boy should not let others know about his skills, otherwise in the end no one will marry him, and he will be disabled all his life before reaching the age of 30. The guy frowns with displeasure. He tells his grandfather that he understands what will happen to the other 4 if he chooses one. The old man with a calm expression turns his head towards his grandson. He says that the guy is right, because the girls live to be so old thanks to the marriage contract, and if they break it, they will have to return what they received. A giant tree with leaves flying from the wind. The guy asks his grandfather how they can marry a disabled stranger if they have never met before. The grandfather explains that this is something he should think about because they don't know anything anyway, and how the grandson decides in the end depends on him. According to the old man, his grandson should next organize his funeral, but before that he is going to give him a couple more instructions. The old man raises one finger up. He says that today he will leave, and if he does not return in the evening, then he has no need to continue the marriage, and there is no need to pretend to be disabled, and he will be able to live as he pleases. A grandson in home clothes and slippers looks at the 2 fingers that his grandfather shows. He explains that if the coffin returns in the evening, then the guy should act as usual and in 3 days someone will come to bury him, but the grandson cannot talk to him. The old man turns sharply at his grandson and points a finger at himself. Grandfather says that he can return on his own, but then the guy will have to kill him at any cost because it won't be him anymore. The grandson throws up his hands in bewilderment. He doesn't understand what grandpa means and asks what will happen if he doesn't go anywhere. The elderly man turns to the guy. He says that there are things you can't run away from, but if his grandson does what he says, then one day they will see each other again. The main character looks at his parent with a smile on his face. He says that he knew that his grandfather would not die, because, despite everything, he was the first disciple of the former heavenly master and could not die so easily. The grandfather silently looks at his grandson. He turns forward and raises his hand slightly up. Before leaving, the man asks his grandson to remember every word he said. Rain falls on the ground and fog hangs over the village. The old man tells the guy that he doesn't need to remember the following. The grandson opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He watches as the old man with his hand raised walks away from him outside the house. The last thing the grandfather says before leaving is that everything that happened to his grandson was actually his fault. A red crescent moon hangs over the road to the village. The guy walks from the gate to the house building. A black coffin meets him at the threshold. The shadow of the main character, with only his head with hair and white eyes visible. Seeing the picture taking place, the guy lowers the corners of his lips. The dark red crescent moon gives way to the bright morning sun. Local residents approach the boy's house. Near him there is a cross with 2 white rags and a hieroglyph in the center. They are surprised by old man's eyes deaf. 2 elderly neighbors stand against the backdrop of a cross, and one of them points her finger at the man's house. She says that she heard about his passing last night, and she feels very sorry for such a wonderful person. But no one can defeat old age. The boy is kneeling in front of his grandfather's memorial. One of the women says he ended up leaving the blind boy alone. The second one asks to be quiet because someone might hear about it. 2 guys in punk clothes and strange hairstyles look at the old man's house. One of the bullies says that the old guy is finally dead, to which the second responds that they only have to deal with the cripple. A car flies past them at great speed. Bully tries to say something about how they can finally get revenge on him, but is startled by a car passing nearby. The sports car abruptly stops at the gate of the protagonist's house. The bully falls to the ground in horror while his friend tries to lift him up. The neighbor opens her eyes and mouth wide in surprise and points her finger. She doesn't understand where a luxury car comes from in such a wilderness. A girl with glasses with long purple hair, a black dress and white sneakers comes out of it. The neighbors realized that this was a popular star with whom they watched dramas, but people did not understand that such a superstar had forgotten in the middle of nowhere. The girl walks forward while a guard covers her body. She demands that he give money to the poor. The man obeys the order. A girl in a chic dress stands in the doorway of a guy's house and addresses him by name. The actress looks at the poor man's back with an arrogant expression. She says she doesn't know what's on her father's mind, but he won't let her break the engagement. The girl asks the blind man to tell him her conditions because she is not going to marry him. Without turning around, the guy in the bandage sits against the wall. The blind man says that the engagement was arranged by her grandfather with her father, so she needs to deal with him and not come to the village to see him. The actress takes off her glasses arrogantly. She says that if her father had agreed to come, she would not have been there because such a cripple does not deserve her. The guy rises from his knees, leaning on a cane. He says that it is unreasonable to ask him to break off the engagement and also to ask him to talk to her father about it himself. The girl blushes and twists her face with indignation. She says that he just needs to put forward his conditions, and in any case she will not marry a cripple since his grandfather deceived her father because otherwise no one would have gotten engaged to him. The guy points his finger forward and the girl turns around, after which she opens her eyes wide in shock at what she sees. He says it's not that he doesn't want to break off the engagement. In the backyard of the house there are 5 luxury cars in a row. At the very end, among the black, purple, blue and white, there is the actress's red car. The guy goes out into the backyard with her. He explains that the reason is that she will have to stand in line to break off the engagement. A foot in black shoes appears from a white car. A girl with short white hair, wearing a white suit and blue eyes comes out of the car. She says that her name is Yu Yanren, and her father said that she received a great favor from Senior Zai back in the day and now wishes to burn incense in his memory. A girl with purple hair and a blue tight dress appears in front of a guy with a cane as his new friend walks to her grandfather's memorial. The girl asks if he is Mr. Zai. The girl approaches the guy as close as possible and makes a stupid expression on her face. She says that her name is Lin Yaju, and her old man told her everything he wanted before he died, and now she is going to bow to his old man, and later they can leisurely talk about business. A girl in a white robe, glasses and black hair comes closer to the blind man. The inscription on her name tag says that she is Bai Janren. The beggar is alerted by a familiar voice. A woman's voice calls him and calls him brother. A girl appears in front of the guy with childish features, very long brown hair with purple hair at the ends, in a short skirt with a shirt. On her feet are black shoes put on stockings. Smiling, the girl waves to the blind man and says that they have finally met again. The guy in the blindfold silently turns towards the voice. Under his blindfold, his eyes open wide in surprise. A girl with huge eyes sticks out her small tongue and blushes. The beggar realizes who this girl is. Grandfather memorial with burning incense stick. A girl with brown hair is kneeling with her hands folded in front of her. She thanks the old man and asks him to rest in peace. A girl with her head down and her eyes closed. She promised the deceased that she would take care of his grandson and be there for him. The friend opens her eyes. She assures the dead grandfather that no one can harm his grandson. A girl with pink hair looks arrogantly at what is happening. She is silent, but her face expresses dissatisfaction. 4 guests stand next to the old man's memorial. The guy approaches the actress, who is standing tightly in the doorway. He asks her if she is going to remember her grandfather. The girl turns her head away and makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She arrogantly says that she is not going to remember a complete stranger to her. The pink-haired girl continues to say that all these girls are too much for a blind man, and only the last student treats him well. He just needs to break the engagement, and she is even ready to give him money so that the guy and girl can live happily ever after. The blind man lowered his head with a smile. He says that she is really evil, and then he also decided everything, because she behaves like a typical tsundere, but the guy sees something good in her and therefore does not know what to do. The girl makes an aggressive expression on her face out of dissatisfaction. She shouts at him that this is not true. A girl in a white robe leaves home. She notifies the blind man that she is about to leave. The actress points to the departing girl with her hand. She says that they are only thinking about giving him compensation because no one takes this marriage contract seriously and no one cares about it. The guy moves from foot to foot, leaning on a cane. He says that he understands everything, because no one would want to marry a blind man. The girl opens her eyes in alarm at his words. Getting ready to leave, the guest with white hair hands the boy a piece of paper with a number. While the surprised redhead watches this, she was sure that even though the guy looked fine, no one would still want to marry him. The white-haired girl who attracts the leaf said that if something happens to the main character, he can easily call and she will find a doctor who will solve the problem about the eyes or leg. The girl stands across the blind man and the guest. She indignantly asks her to end the engagement and not act as if she is giving him alms. The guy moves his head a little to the side. He interrupts her monologue with a question about whether she recently behaved in the same way. The pink-haired girl makes an aggressive expression on her face out of anger. She screams that she deliberately pretended to be angry so that he could get her out of his head, because she is so beautiful that if he becomes interested in her, it will destroy him. A girl with white hair keeps her hands in her pockets and lowers her head. She says she has no intention of ending the marriage. The guest with a calm expression on her face looks up at the blind man. She explains that, despite the fact that she does not like her parents' decision about her marriage at all, and from the very beginning she refused, because this contract is unfair to her and to the boy. Because this is a very difficult matter, and therefore it takes time to get along and understand each other and then decide whether to terminate this contract. The guy smiled at her words. He apologized to the girl because he thought that he and the other one were the same, and that she wanted to give him something so that the guy would break the engagement. The pink-haired girl frowns in anger and points her finger at the leaving girl. Standing in the doorway, she says that if the guy considers the marriage contract to be compensation, then she can give even more than the second girl. The pink-haired girl screams in rage that she has no right to belittle her because her performance alone costs a lot. Before leaving, the girl says that she has a meeting soon, but the guy can contact her at any time. The actress keeps her hands on her hips and turns towards the blind man standing at the door. She says that the guest doesn't even want to give him money, but at the same time she wants to terminate the contract, and the girl is sure that she is very rich, so the time will come when he will be able to promote her for a large sum. The guy replies that the girl quickly changed her mask and no longer allows him to receive alms. She makes a displeased expression on her face and moves her hand forward. The girl is sure that if she spends money to solve a problem, then it's just alms, and if she doesn't, then she's just greedy. And if it's alms, then you don't need to do anything, but if it's greed, then you should squeeze out everything you have. A girl with purple hair grabs a guy's face. She addresses him as Mr. Show and says that she did not come to cancel the engagement, but on the contrary, she wants to date him with all her heart. The girl looks with loving eyes at the blind man. She says they can also get a marriage certificate right now. The guest with pink hair pushes them away from each other. She shouts to the guy that he must refuse because he definitely won't have the money for it. The girl tucks her hair behind her ear. She says that the pink-haired girl is very cute and kind, so if she is in love with Mr. Show, then she does not mind becoming related to her at all. The offended guest frowns with anger. She replies that she knows that the girl is the owner of the Moonlight Bar, and this is an indecent place, so she certainly can't be good. The girls look at each other. The guest with pink hair holds her hands on her sides and makes an indignant expression on her face. The girl with purple hair tells her that it is very difficult to divide people into good and bad, and she is just weak and defenseless, without any support, so it is not very easy for her to survive in the bar business. The guest replies displeasedly that the guy is completely blind and lame, so he cannot protect her and be near such a beautiful girl. Hearing compliments, she silently points a finger at herself with a smile. While the second one remains perplexed by what is happening, the bar owner gives a business card to the blind man. She playfully looks into the beggar's face. The girl says that this is her business card, and although he cannot see it, he will have to smell her on it. She explains that she will wait for the call, and as soon as he makes it, the girl will arrive. Roof of the blind man's house. The pink-haired girl blushed and pouted in irritation. She thought about how pretty she all looked. The guy holds out a push-button telephone in front of him. He says that he is blind, so he cannot read the business card, so he asks to write the contact directly into the phone. The girl snatches the phone from the guy's hands. She says he doesn't need to look for them and she can help him if he has any problems. The guy silently turned to the guest. With a wide smile, she hands him an open push-button telephone with a dialed number. The girl says that if he needs anything, he will have to call her. A girl with pink hair looks at the phone in a brown-haired hand. She pulls him towards Zai-Yu. The girl says that she wants to help him write it down, and at the same time she will enter her number, and it will be 17th in his contacts, so if she needs help, she can call her. The guest with pink hair makes a calm expression on her face. She says that her opponent is really good, and if they want to be together, then she can help them with it. The girl smiles meekly, but after the guest's words, her smile subsides. She turns to her rival with a terrifying look and glowing red eyes. The girl says that she doesn't need help, and they are destined to be together, so she will do without help. The guest looks at the embittered girl with horror. She asks what is wrong with her, because she just wanted to help her from the bottom of her heart. The girl stands opposite the blind man. She asks to stay with him. The sound from the phone indicates that the task has been sent. The schoolgirl grabbed the phone. She folded her hands behind her back and stood near the door, looking at the blind man. The girl apologized that she would not be able to be alone with the owner of the house because something important had arisen and she needed to go and sort it out. The guy turns around at her words. He said to go because he had already been living blind for 10 years and she shouldn't worry. The actress approaches the guy and, covering her mouth with her hand, quietly asks him questions. She asks what's wrong with her because the girl has a strange look and some kind of task. The guy leaves the guest. He replies that everyone has their secrets, and if she is so interested, then she can ask the girl personally. The actress makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that she is not going to ask her because she is a superstar and she is an ordinary schoolgirl. The grandson approaches the grandfather's coffin and puts his hand on it. The girl says that if you look from the outside, the schoolgirl is not suitable for him at all, and it would be better for him to remain a bachelor for the rest of his life, because even if she gives him money, the others will also come for it. The blind man continues to hold his hand on his grandfather's coffin. He asks the actress if she has thought about marrying him. The girl made a displeased expression on her face. She said that he shouldn't think about that, because she just said a few words to him, and if the guy weren't an orphan, then she wouldn't care about him, and the actress doesn't think anything like that about him. Standing with his back to the guest, the blind man is silent. The guy continues to stand without turning around. He says that even though she says mean things, she's actually not that bad, so he wants to give her one thing. In his hands, the guy holds in front of him a pendant with a piece of paper on which a hieroglyph is written. The blind man turns around to give it to her, but the girl looks away with displeasure. She says she doesn't want to take something ugly from his hands. Zai calmly agrees not to give it to her. The girl snatches the gift from the guy's hand and makes an irritated face. She says that he is completely stupid and does not understand people, because if you give a girl a gift, then at first she will resist, and the man must insist on giving it. The guy asks her why everything is so difficult. The girl holds an amulet in her hands and smiles with her eyes closed. She says that the guy will learn little by little, and she accepts what he gave, but he should not think that she feels something for him, because the girl takes it only because she will deal with matters instead of him, because he is blind and can't be her equal. The guy points his finger at his head. He says that she has already told him this 50 times, and the blind man has long ago recorded this thought in his subcortex, so she needn't worry. A girl stands at the exit door with a smile. She replies that he remembered everything perfectly, but he should also not forget that if something happens, he must dial her first. And also if he wants to meet other girls, he will also have to recruit the actress, otherwise it could be very difficult. Regret this choice. The girl turned around before leaving in response to the guy's response. Without turning around, he stands facing the wall. The main character tells her that he gave her a protective amulet, and she will always have to carry it with her because it is scary but useful. The girl with a dissatisfied face turned on the guy's back. The actress's red sports car. The girl gets into a car where a security guard is driving, and a girl with short hair is sitting in the front seat. She turns to the actress and asks if the blind guy is her betrothed. The girl smiles meekly. She looks at the amulet in her hands. The girl tells her sister that she can call him blind and crippled, but she is not. My sister turned around in the back seat in bewilderment. She asked if the girl didn't like the guy because she wasn't like that, and the media wouldn't have to find out about it. The actress silently fingers the pendant in her hand. She no longer holds him by the rope and lowers him down. The pendant falls to the floor of the car. After a short silence, the girl answers her sister that, in fact, no. The girl sadly lowers her head. She says that although she didn't like the guy, his family helped her family, and even after a long time passed, they didn't get any kindness in return. The red car is driving along the road, between other cars overtaking it. A woman's voice comes from the car. She says that she had no idea before, but after she learned about the life of the blind man, she realized that she was worried about him. The girl looks ahead in bewilderment. She says that the guy's life speaks of high morality, since he is in poverty and does not receive good in return, and they are base people because they did not repay his family with gratitude. And therefore the girl forbids her sister to call the beggar blind or crippled, because she is afraid that the guy will take this to heart and think that they underestimate him, and then will not allow her to help him. The girl looks at her sister with bewilderment as to why she is ashamed of herself. She replies that her sister herself began to call the guy blind and crippled. Blushing at the words of her loved one, the girl looked away to the side. She says that she deliberately treats him badly so that the blind man does not fall in love with her, because if this happens, they will not be able to be together, and she will only break his heart. The red crescent above Mr. Zai's hut. The guy is kneeling on a pillow. He folds his hands in front of him and prays with his eyes closed, without a mask covering them. He turns to his grandfather with the words that he met the girls, and they are all different, but each has pure intentions, and therefore the main character would like to save each of them. The only thing that stops him is that they are all headstrong and arrogant. The guy looks at the portrait of his deceased grandfather. He says that he cannot tell the girls the truth and therefore does not know how to save them. The calm face of the grandfather in the portrait with downturned corners of his mouth. The guy looks forward in bewilderment. Behind him he hears the trembling voice of the old man, who addresses him by the sweet form of his name. He asks to open the door for him, because he has returned. The guy turns his head in horror. He thinks about how his grandfather could return, but immediately remembers that it is no longer him, but an evil spirit. The closed door of the hut. Someone starts hitting it with force, and the handle falls off. The frightened guy looks at the door. He thinks that people knock 3 times, and spirits 4 times, but they could not open the door, and therefore he does not understand who is knocking then. In a dark room, you can see a red light coming from the door. Something behind the door asks the guy why he doesn't want to open the door, because his grandfather is there. He swallows his saliva in horror. The owner of the house reaches out to the hole in the door, which was formed by a fallen handle. He opens the door slightly and a red beam of light passes across his face. Having seen this something, the guy asks the guy to open it more so that his grandfather can give his grandson answers to all the questions. The main character looks arrogantly through the door at the monsters standing there. They say that the guy is so insignificant that any spirit, even the basest, can subjugate him. In front of the main character is a spirit with a wide smile and 2 pairs of eyes. He is several times larger and stronger than the owner of the house. Behind him are a dozen very different spirits with long legs, tentacles, animal bodies, without heads, with many eyes and different types of bodies. At the head of them all is a spirit in the form of a grandfather. He asks his grandson to come closer and talk to him because his grandfather returned for him. Crows flying near the red moon. Under the night sky stands a noble-looking building. Magic Union of Linhai, a huge luminous circle with symbols and hieroglyphs. The elderly chairman of the magical union with wrinkles on his face and a beard looks at the circle. He doesn't understand how Baegui Yesin could end up in their place. The arrow in the center of the circle points to 6. Behind the man is his ward. He calls out to the old man. The man anxiously turns to his ward. He demands to urgently convene all the dragons and investigate the traces of the Night of the Spirits. The guy looks ahead in bewilderment. He doesn't understand what Baegui Yesin is and what kind of soul he summoned. The main character stands against the background of a spirit in the form of a dragon, and an elderly man looks at him. He says that the guy should have heard from his grandfather about his arrival, but the chairman himself has nothing to do with this because someone else lured him to come. The guy replies that he wants to kill him. A dragon with a human face looks at the boy. He replies that he will not be able to kill them because he has little strength and it would be much better with his grandfather. The guy looks at the spirit with arrogance. The main character replies that if he answers the question, then their disappearance will not be painful. He asks where his grandfather went. A spirit with a bone leg and wearing his grandfather's cast-offs approaches the guy. The monster asks the main character why he is intimidating him in front of his patron. The guy does not take his arrogant gaze. The monster in the guise of a grandfather comes closer to his grandson. He asks if the guy really thinks that they will be afraid of him. The old man's face takes on the appearance of a skull and he opens his mouth wide while his eyes turn red. He tells his grandson that in the entire area there is no one stronger than him. The main character holds a cane and the power accumulates in his hands. He responds to the monster's words that he realized that there will be no answer to his question. He admits that he will not be a rival for them, but the guy is sure that even a magical union will not have the strength to destroy Baegui Yesin. The main character concentrates power in the staff, and all the spirits around him evaporate from the light that pierces them through. A huge wave of light hits the ground. The guy shouts that his spirits can defeat them. The monsters in the guy's staff are released and kill all the spirits one by one, permeating their body with black power. The monster that appears in the staff encircles all the spirits. He laughs and says he's glad the guy finally acknowledged their existence. The guy standing with his back to the carnage silently looks ahead. He says he doesn't want to listen to the demon's nonsense. A spirit with glowing legs is released from the staff. It consists entirely of light energy. With his hands folded across his chest, the monster watches the remaining spirits while the owner in front of him holds a staff in the form of human bones in his hand. The grandfather's skeleton rises from his knees. He watches his grandson and his spirit standing in front of him. The monster is asked in bewilderment how the monster could survive. He does not understand how the residents of the highest mentor can silently watch his existence. The guy's spirit looks at the enemy with a dissatisfied expression. It permeates the body of the skeleton with its energy. The monster opens its mouth wide in horror. Red crescent moon, black crows fly in the sky. The man watches the magical yellow circle and the tombstones standing nearby. He doesn't understand why he stopped. An elderly man with a beard looks at what is happening in bewilderment. He doesn't understand how the compass could break because it hasn't failed them for hundreds of years. The old man looks at the compass, which is motionless. He doesn't understand what happened because there is no mistake and Baegui Yesin couldn't stop easily, so the only explanation for this is only in the sacrament of magical power. Sunny day over a beggar's house. He sits on the threshold of his home and looks at the pillows lying nearby. The guy glances at the photo of his grandfather above the memorial. He says that everything happened as his grandfather said, which means that people will come to his burial. A beggar holds a blindfold in his hands. He says that since everything happened, then he must do as his grandfather says. He is confident that one day he will meet his grandfather. The guy is trying to pull the blindfold over his eyes. Bad guys come into a guy's house. One of them says that it is time for him to pay for protection, and he must pay for the roof he is under since his grandfather is dead. Portrait of an old man hanging on the wall. He says that after leaving, the old man left the cripple alone and now there is no one who could stand up for him. A bully with white hair sits on a chair and his friend stands next to him. He says that he is ready to live with the cripple and take care of him only if he lends him a few coins that his grandfather left. The guy becomes wary because he understands that his spirit has come. Dark energy surrounds the hooligans and the guy himself. In a trembling voice, she demands to kill them. The beggar is in the grip of dark energy. The spirit assures him that dirty people are not worthy to live on the same earth with him. The eye of dark energy watches the bullies. She is sure that no one deserves to be born on the same earth with him. The beggar grits his teeth at the monster's words. She again demands to kill them. The guys look at the owner of the house in bewilderment. They do not understand what is happening, and this makes them point the finger at themselves in order to make sure whether the words of the blind man are addressed to them. The guy shouts that the darkness should not think that he recognizes them just because he asked for help once, because before that they had never helped and simply did not want him dead. He tells them to get lost, because the guy is human and they are not. The spirit looks at the boy. A tall bully approaches the owner of the house. The guy asks the spirits to leave. The uninvited guest believes that the beggar is telling him to leave. With an angry expression on his face, he grabs the guy by the t-shirt. He says that he was too kind to the blind man and he does not dare talk to him like that. A black car appears behind the beggar's house. He tries to justify himself to the hooligans, but does not have time. One of them looks arrogantly at the cripple. He asks the blind man why he is so brave and offers him a fight because he has not received for a long time and the bully is going to beat him. The thin man's face twists. The girl running up to him makes a sharp blow to his cheek. The angry guest looks at the bad guys. She screams at them to die and not dare to touch the beggar. The second guy runs to the fallen man. He screams about his brother. The bully with a mohawk opens his mouth wide. He realizes that there is a girl in front of him. She looks at the guys with arrogance. The bully realizes that the girl in front of him looks at him like he's trash. His eyes fill with love and he blushes with emotion. The bully thought that he liked her look and was in love with her. A girl with red, angry eyes is stretching her hands. The guy calls her by name. The girl turns and waves at him, smiling widely. She asks the protagonist to wait while she cleans up the trash so they can talk. A purple car drives up to the beggar's house. The owner of the bar comes out with a huge male security guard in a white suit. She says that people came to her fiancé's house to find problems, and no one really cared about her. A complete hooligan with a mohawk on his head opens his mouth wide in horror. He replies that he didn't know that Mr. Zai was his boss's fiancé. The security guard in white looks at the guys angrily. The boss gives him the order to deal with everyone and arrange a demonstrative flogging, because she does not want to see them again and for them to disturb her young groom again. A huge bodyguard of the bar owner picks up the hooligans and drags them by force outside the territory of the beggar's house. The guys try to resist and ask to leave them because this is a mistake. The girl approaches her boyfriend and holds his hand. She calls the guy her fiancé and offers to go on a date. The girl who came to him earlier makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She looks arrogantly at her rival. The girl asks for what purpose she decided to take Zai's brother away. The bar owner calmly looks at his opponent. She says that she and him have a marriage contract, and therefore it is quite normal for her to approach him. The girl is dissatisfied and turns away from the guest's words. She says offendedly that this is not normal. The girl answers her with a sweet smile. She says that she knows that Mo also became the young master's wife and, according to her information, he has not yet chosen any of the 5 with whom he has a marriage contract. A girl with dark hair and a black jacket calmly looks at the owner of the bar. She replies that, although this is true, she did not force the beggar to choose her, and her opponent is not like the others, and she reeks of intrigue in the search for profit. A girl in white shoes stands next to a guy in sneakers and a cane. She holds his face and whispers in his ear. The owner of the bar invites him on a date, and if he is going to refuse her, he must do it in person. He turns his head so that the girl's hand is removed from his face. The guy replies that he is just a blind cripple, and therefore, naturally, he has no reason to refuse the bride's proposal. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise. Her fiancé says he would agree to go with his sister if she asked him out first. She blushed and embarrassedly covered her face with her hands. The girl says that she does not insist that the guy do anything, because this girl is not like others, although a date with her will not harm him in any way, but she asks him to be careful. Roof of a dilapidated house. The guy says thanks for the advice, but he also understands that he must make his own judgment without listening to other people's opinions. The cripple is struck on the floor with a staff. Standing in front of the girls, the guy leans on him. He says that he would like to ask how best to address his sister because he does not remember how they were friends, but he knows that since childhood they were inseparable and he has lost his memory, so she needs to tell him a lot. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise. She says that he only needs to know one thing, that he and his opponent are completely different. The girl with purple hair hangs her head down in resignation. Her rival makes an angry expression on her face. She says that she agrees to fulfill the marriage contract at any time because she has liked Brother Zai for 10 years. The guy turns to the girl and makes a calm smile. A village house on the outskirts with a huge fence and territory, it stands against the backdrop of mountains and forests. To her words, the guy replies that then they really have a lot to talk about. A purple car parked near the house. The groom gets into the car with one of his future wives, and she pulls the seat belt on him while the guy clasps his hands. She tells him that Sister Mo has a huge advantage, but it doesn't matter because she's not the kind of girl who suggests having two sisters. The beggar in the headband smiles slightly. He says that she really has an advantage, otherwise today the hero would save the beauty. But then the guy corrected himself and said that this would not be entirely true, because rather the beauty saves the hero, and Mo's sister appears to her. The girl looks down and smiles slightly. She says that she is glad that the young master is not in trouble, because it doesn't matter whether Sister Mo came or she herself came, since it is all the same. The girl glances at the disabled man. The guy looked ahead and smiled slightly. He says that he was mistaken from the start because he thought that these hooligans were just Sister Lin's people. He continued his persuasion with a calm expression on his face. The guy realized that it was not for nothing that she had successfully appeared and directly felt that Wenru had done something serious. The girl reaches out her hand to the guy. She opens her eyes wide and points the knife at the young master. The girl swings a knife at the guy. She holds the tip of the blade directly against his beard. The girl sitting on the next chair pulls the knife towards the guy's face. He asks what she is doing as he felt the wind blowing right in front of his face. The girl glances at him. She puts the knife in the glove compartment. The betrothed replies that it's nothing. She explains that she just wanted to check whether the young master really does not see, because, after all, he is too sensitive to some topics. He turned his head to the next chair. The guy says that she seems convinced and asks if their date will continue. The girl makes a calm expression on her face, holding the steering wheel with her hands. She replies that, of course, it will continue because the young master pleasantly surprised her, and she likes him even more. And the girl begins to believe more and more that her cunning old man did the right thing when he entered into a marriage contract, because otherwise there would be no point, but it means it will be beneficial for her. The beggar lowered his head. He said that perhaps her father was mistaken, because no one knows. The girl turned her head to her future husband. She replied that was why she wanted to talk to him personally and find out what kind of person was next to her. The bar owner presses on the gas with her bare foot. A purple car drives away from the yard of a village house. She continued to tell the guy that she liked him anyway. A red sports car drives up to the beggar's house. An actress in sportswear and white glasses comes out. She shouts to the blind man if he is at home, because his grandfather has been lying in a coffin for a long time, and it is time to arrange a funeral for him, and since he is blind and cannot arrange everything normally, she took pity and came to help him. The girl under the glasses opened her eyes wide in surprise. A schoolgirl stood in front of her and swept the yard near the guy's house. The actress, perplexed, asked what was happening here and where the blind man she was looking for was. The opponent looked displeasedly at the city girl. She said that while her lover was at home, she was not going to quarrel with her, but since they had already met alone, she wanted to explain to her that she should not call him blind, otherwise she would kill her. The actress responded with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She said that, as it turned out, her opponent was not such a simpleton. The girl runs up to the guest and swings her hand at her. The actress says she can't let a blind man hang around her. The schoolgirl extends her hand in front of her opponent's neck and she opens her eyes wide in horror. She asks the victim if she is in trouble. The girl removes her hand from the second one. The actress says that she decided to take care of the blind man and is not afraid of her because she is planning something bad and she does not believe that the girl can do it. The schoolgirl holds her hand near her head. She replies that if her opponent's words weren't annoying, she would consider her kind. The girl irritably folds her arms over her chest and sweats from nervousness. She shouts to the schoolgirl that she is very kind, but she is not because no one knows what she is up to. The only thing the actress needs now is to find out where the blind man is because she came for him. The schoolgirl replied that they left with the bar owner. The actress opens her eyes wide in bewilderment. She shouts that girl is completely bad and the blind man could not have been let go with her. The girl picks up a broom and stands with her back to the actress. She replies that Zayu has 5 brides and who he ultimately chooses is up to him. She cannot deprive him of the right to choose because she does not consider herself the best. The actress hangs her head in irritation. She says it's too typical and she's too lazy to bother with it, so she'll go look for it herself. The actress turns her back in her pink sneakers. A schoolgirl with a broom watches her leave. Part of the knife falls out of her sleeve, but the girl quickly puts it back into her sleeve. Leaves from the trees fly around a huge penthouse with a large area, a fountain and huge fences. A purple car drives up to the house and stops at the gate. The bar owner helps the guy out of the car. She smiles and says everyone knows about his grandfather's abilities. An elderly man lies in the hospital with IVs and a breathing mask. The owner continues to explain that the man with whom she does business has some kind of illness, but even doctors are powerless over it. The guy sadly lowers his head. He explains that he lost his sight in early childhood, and therefore his grandfather's abilities were not passed on to him. The guy apologizes and says that he cannot help. The betrothed takes the beggar's hand. She replies that if so, then it will not be a visit to a sick person, but simply a meeting with an old man. The girl brings the guy to the territory of the house, where the butler meets them. The young master tells her that if they just visit the old man, then he dare not refuse. The butler looks at the lady and smiles. He says his master will be glad to meet him. The girl looks at the butler with a calm expression. She says that she came with her fiancé and asks if Mr. Lai can receive them. The butler looks at the girl and her boyfriend in bewilderment. He says that he did not know that the mistress had a boyfriend, and he and his master always thought that these were just excuses to get rid of others. The girl smiles meekly at her subordinate's words. She says that was true, but she and Mr. Lai are her people and she wouldn't lie to them. The butler lowers the corners of his lips with displeasure. He was silent for a while and replied that since she came with her groom, then, of course, they were invited together. The guy moves from foot to foot, leaning on a crutch. As soon as the guy crossed the threshold of the gate, darkness began to surround his body. The voices in his head told him to eat their relative, because he was here. A huge dark eye looks at the penthouse building. He tells the guy that this is his food, because human food makes him weaker. With his head down, the guy makes a calm expression on his face. He shouts that they shouldn't mind their own business, because this is cannibalism and he will never become like them. Many eyes are watching the guy. The demon laughs and says that the guy finally recognized them as relatives since he calls this cannibalism. The girl turned to the guy in bewilderment. She asks if everything is okay with him, because he felt something, and she also felt that the young master became a little absent-minded. A beggar with his hair tied in a ponytail stands calmly. He answers the girl that she may have made a mistake. The building is a huge 3-story penthouse. The groom says that he doesn't know whether she believes it or not, but while they are together, he never stops thinking about her for a minute. The guests are greeted by a thin elderly man with long hair. The head of the Lai family in Linhai, Lai Tianfeng, smiles widely and asks them to come in and sit down quickly. The butler brings a tray of tea. The girl tells the owner of the house that she knows that he is sick and that's why she and her fiancé came to see him. But now the old man is so cheerful that you can't even tell he's sick. The man replies that it is just an old sore and nothing dangerous. In front of the guy sits an elderly man, but at the same time stylishly dressed and on an expensive sofa. He says that he realized that this guy is the one the girl talks about often, and he is glad that she finally decided to bring him to him. The guy with a meek smile turned his face towards the speaking old man. He replies that although he is blind, he feels that he did not really want to meet him. The man frowned with displeasure and his smile fell. The girl, in turn, began to smile maliciously. The butler, like his master, also lowered the corners of his lips. The man looks at the beggar with an arrogant expression. He replies that perhaps the guy was mistaken, but he is already saying such lofty words. Behind the blind man, a hand in a bracelet holds the sofa on which he is sitting. A young guy with short purple hair and a thin, slender body appears behind the beggar. The son of the Lai King family says that the beggar was not mistaken, because his grandfather planned to give his sister to him as his wife, but he is just some kind of blind man, and he is not her match at all. The guy approaches his grandfather sitting on the sofa. He asks his grandson not to be rude, because the girl's marriage depends only on herself, and this is not the business of the Lai family. The arrogant guy arrogantly turns to the beggar. He says that he does not understand how a blind man can be worthy of his sister. The girl raises a cup of tea. She looks arrogantly at the arrogant boy. Addressing him, the owner of the bar says that she calls Mr. Lai uncle, and they are of the same generation as his father, and therefore, in terms of seniority, the girl is old enough to be his aunt. And she will do a favor to her nephew, and today she will not make a scandal because he called her fiancé blind several times. But if next time he humiliates her boyfriend, she will regard it as humiliation for herself. The guy looks at the guest angrily. He doesn't understand how she can agree to such a marriage. Frowning his eyebrows with anger, he says that this is not real, and she probably found him by accident in order to deceive him. The rich man senses the presence of a dark spirit in the beggar. The darkness tells him that the man who sits in front of him intends to kill him, and so the spirit offers to eat him first, because a half-human of the same species should not exist next to him. The young master makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He mentally answers the darkness that he is a man, and so is his rival, and they are of the same species with him, but he is not with the spirit. The darkness is reaching out with its tentacles. She envelops the impudent guy. The spirit tells the wearer that the pathetic boy is wearing a little thing, and after his arrival it began to tremble. Darkness demands to devour the opponent. From the pressure of the dark force on the beggar, his body shakes a little. He thinks that he only lent his strength to the spirit once, so he does not understand why it then influences him so much. The girl turns to the groom in bewilderment. She turns to him to make sure the guy hears her. Darkness penetrates his body. She goes into every corner and maintains control over the guy. She whispers in his ear that the beggar did not borrow anything, because these are his powers and he must accept them, and the longer he resists, the more painful he will be. The guy's hand turns dark with a red eye in the center. He hits the table with all his might. The guy shouts that this will never happen. The beggar faints. The rich boy looks at the gentleman lying on the floor. He says that if her fiancé is already behaving like this, then he can give her happiness, and it would be better for her to terminate the contract. The girl looks at the groom who has fallen on the tile. She answers the insolent man that if his words provoked her young master, then she will personally settle scores with him. The girl turns angrily towards the rich man who is in love with her. She tells him that he will not even look at the fact that he is an unintelligent youngster. The mug breaks and falls to the floor. The disgruntled grandson of the rich man looks at what is happening. He turns to his grandfather and says that before his sister was the only one who treated him well, and only she was not against his interests, and he does not understand how everything turned out this way then. A man stands next to a puddle that has formed due to a broken mug. He reaches for one of the fragments lying on the floor. The man replies that since childhood she has been hanging around in the gray area, and since her old man died, all responsibility for the gang fell on her shoulders. Therefore, after she saved the day, the girl was able to hide and sit quietly behind the scenes, and all because she is ready to do anything. The old man appears in a puddle of tea. He explains to his grandson that the girl has no relatives and no feelings. She is guided only by how valuable the pawn is and how much it costs to invest in it. But if the pawn has no price, then she absolutely does not care about the common past. The grandson frowns with a grin. He tells his grandfather that their family supported her a lot, and he doesn't understand how they could do this to them. The man smiles slightly. His pupils change shape and become flat. The old man holds the shard in his hand. He says that all his life he has played a hawk, and another hawk will not be able to peck his eye. A city bridge with cars driving across it, and a body of water running underneath it. The guy is lying on the car seat. A girl sitting near a pond looks at the groom. She addresses him as young master, and explains that she was worried about him to death. A girl with bare feet sits on the hood of a car. He replies that she shouldn't worry, because this is an old sore. But he pays more and more attention to her cunning and thinks that his late grandfather would not have liked the girl. Sitting on the hood of a car, the owner of the bar leans on it with her hands. She replies that this is a true statement, but the girl remembers that he told her that he was going to express his own opinion. A red car pulls up behind the girl, and she is frightened by the unexpected arrival. The bar owner continues to tell the guy that his grandfather probably wouldn't have liked her, but she likes the beggar because he's young and smart. The actress appears from the car and points at them. The girl is outraged by what they are doing in the park in broad daylight. The bar owner realizes who has arrived and glances at her with displeasure. She asks whether modern celebrities really have nothing to do. 2 cars and 3 people are standing under a bridge near the water. The girl replies that modern celebrities are much busier than bar owners, but she also has time for a date with the groom. And since everyone has a marriage contract with him, the time should be distributed equally, and the sister has nothing to argue about. The owner replies that this is natural, because the young master has not made a choice and no one can take up his time. A huge truck is driving across the bridge. The driver, under dark forces, presses on the gas of the car. The actress says she is glad that her sister understands her. She turns to the guy and says that because he is blind, it is impossible to fall in love with his beauty. The truck is rushing down the road at full speed. Turning to the beggar, the pink-haired woman says that she warned him that he would not be able to afford the lifestyle of the bar owner. The main character raises his head, sensing danger. A huge truck hits the bridge fence, breaks it, and falls straight down on the standing girls. The actress, not noticing this, continues to say that a student is also not suitable for a beggar since she, like all brides, is very whimsical. The girls turn towards the danger while the guy is already running towards them. A man possessed by a demon holds the steering wheel of a truck. He falls into the water with a huge splash. The waves of the pond splash everywhere. The truck slowly sinks to the bottom. The beggar manages to catch the girls and leaves a huge mark in the form of 2 hands with 3 clawed fingers. A truck driver remains on dry land while he drowns in a body of water. Lying near the pillar holding the bridge, the guy calmly exhales and hugs the girls. He removes the blindfold. On the ground, the driver's body emits magical dark power. The guy is overcome by his spirit again. He understands that he felt this resentment in the house in which he fainted, and it haunts him. The demon inside the beggar looks around. He tells him that he feels hatred, and for him it tastes very good. The guy with a calm expression looks at the floor. He communicates with the spirit through his thoughts and tells him not to let the shadows come out until he needs them. The shadow reminds the young master of how he fell to the floor recently. In a trembling voice, she says that the guy is so weak that without their protection he would have died long ago, and for many years he has not been able to admit who he is and does not understand why the guy pretended to be unconscious. The young master is worried by the demon's words. He asks why the boy is afraid of the rich man, because he has their blessing, and why then want to look pitiful, because it is really difficult. The beggar looks arrogantly at the spirits. He demands them to shut up. The shadow looks back at him with confusion. She develops her tentacles and says that she doesn't really care about him. A huge Buddhist temple next to which talismans develop. Roof of the temple, Nail City. A voice addresses the chairman and says that recently there are many places in the city with an excessive yin, and they have sent people to study in detail. The subordinate bows his head in front of the old man. He says the union distributed the amulets along the route according to the rules and there were no deviations. An elderly man extends his hand forward. His subordinate continues to say that chairmen from other regions will arrive at the Council of the Highest Mentors in half a month, and at the moment there are no problems foreseen. The guy squeezes in front of the elder. He says that regarding the night walk of the 100 spirits, he would like to say something. The chairman looks at the subordinate and slightly raises his hand. He tells him that there is no need to investigate this matter since the compass simply did not work, and therefore the subordinate can be free. The old man turns back. He says he's really sorry. A woman with white and black strands of hair wearing a haori. The chairman apologizes and says that she was alarmed over a trifle, so the highest mentor Mo can be free. The woman makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks the elder why he is so nervous. The old man bows to the main one. He apologizes for losing his temper. The woman looks arrogantly at the chairman. A huge luminous compass with hieroglyphs and numbers. The teacher says that it's okay, because although the night walk appears once every few hundred years, this is not the first time for them. So there is no need to panic, and for them the most important thing is the annual council of the highest mentors, which will strengthen the spirit gate in Linhai, and during this time not a single mistake should happen there. She will also find out about the whereabouts of the mentor brother whom the woman asked to find. The old man raises his head upward with a calm expression on his face. He replies that the highest mentor has been hiding for several decades and is quite difficult to find, but recently there have been rumors that he has passed away. A woman is standing on a balcony near the window. She doesn't understand how he could die. Holding her hands on her back, the girl watches what is happening on the street. She says that this is a great grief for people, and at one time the glory of the mentor brother was limitless, and he was the best suited to be the next highest person. The old man watches the woman looking out the window. She explains that after the death of the teacher, the mentor brother suddenly left them alone without saying goodbye, and even now the place on the council of the highest mentors is empty. A red crescent moon rises above the dark, misty forest. A woman with a calm expression looks forward. She says she hopes the rumors are true, but it doesn't really matter. The teacher looks at the red crescent. She asks the old man if the girl is okay. The roof of the temple building and part of the empty forests. The man replies that she doesn't have to worry because she strictly follows her instructions and completes every task perfectly without leaving a single trace. A huge hole in the ground. The old man continued to say that the girl also provided great assistance in conducting the council of the highest mentors. Darkness in a huge abyss. The woman smiles slightly. She tells the man that this is great. The old man calmly looks at the main one. She asks him to give the order. Golden talismans fly around the cave with sharp stones sticking out. The woman tells the man that in half a month the council of the highest mentors will be officially held. Turquoise spirits emerge from the depths of the cave, trying to touch the talismans flying around them. The fog dissipates around the forest and cliff. Daylight pours into the huge penthouse. Inside it, a young guy opens his mouth wide and holds a microphone near it. He sits on a chair in his studio and records a cover of a song. The guy looks doomedly at the microphone. He kicks the speaker next to him. The rich man shouts that his old man is a cheapskate and doesn't want to buy him a new one, even though this one keeps breaking down. He leaves his studio with a microphone and accidentally overhears a conversation between his grandfather and the butler, in which the man tells the owner that the bar owner's fiancée has come to visit them. The owner of the house demands to let him in. The guy turns to his grandfather. He asks why the blind man came to them. The man with an angry expression on his face does not answer his question. A cup of tea stands on a saucer, which is located on an expensive marble table. The head of the house sits opposite the guy on a leather sofa and extends his hand forward, and next to him is his grandson with a red microphone in his hands and a butler with a white handbrake on his forearm. The old man asks what brought the young master back to him. The guy replies that he was sick last time and apologizes for the fact that he had to postpone the matter, so the sister asked him to definitely come to them again. The old man asks why his sister didn't come with him herself. The guy replies that she has work to do and that's why she left. The old man, in bewilderment, asks where she went and why she allowed the groom to come visit completely alone. The guy in the bandage points his head at the owner of the house. He makes a calm expression on his face. The beggar says that the old man seems to only care about where his sister went. The man smiles widely, closing his eyes. He starts laughing loudly and says that, after all, Lynn is his old friend, and he has a joint business with her, so it's not a sin to once again ask where she's going and what kind of business she's dealing with. The guy with a calm expression on his face is turned towards the owner of the house. The beggar replies that his fiancée is also very worried about him, and so the girl sent him to take the man's pulse and check his general well-being. The grandson, holding a microphone to his mouth and simultaneously picking his nose with his finger, together with the butler, look arrogantly at the guest. The old man shouts in bewilderment that it is really unexpected that the young master is also an expert in medicine. The butler is sweating with anger. He is tense from what is happening. The owner of the house says that he will disturb the gentleman then. He extends his right hand to him, and the guy feels his pulse with 2 fingers. The beggar sits opposite the man with his head slightly bowed down. He understands that his superficial pulse is strong and his deep pulse is weak. The first is measured when the fingers are lightly applied and become stronger with strong pressure. This indicates the superficial location of the disease. And the second is determined by heavy palpation with light finger pressure, but is easily felt with strong pressure. This indicates the location of the diseases inside the body. The man rests his hand on his face and smiles widely, making a distant expression. He says that although he has a lot of old sores, it's not so bad that the young master makes such a strange and ambiguous expression on his face. The guy brushes off the old man's words, making it clear that he didn't mean anything like that with his face. The beggar says that nothing bad will happen to the old man, at least in the near future, but the guy also managed to tell the man's fortune. In his opinion, the trigram says that the old man has an old illness, but it is not dangerous, and so far the situation is stable. The old man frowns and raises his hand to his face. The beggar says that there may be a calamity in the future. The man looks at the guy with displeasure, lowering the corners of his lips. He does not understand what kind of misfortune we are talking about. The head of the house opens his mouth wide with infectious laughter. He says that he has been in business for many years and not a single day has passed without misfortune. And the main thing for him, as an old man, is a healthy body, and if everything goes well with it, then in general he is not afraid of any misfortunes. The guy in the headband smiles slightly with his head directed at the owner of the house. He replies that if the man's words are true, then he should move less and take strengthening tonics to replenish and strengthen Kai. A huge flower bush stands next to the small penthouse window. The owner of the house says that he understood the guy and asks him to convey his huge thanks to his sister for her kindness and care. The old man orders the butler to escort the young master to the penthouse gate. A man stands next to a bedside table in a dark room. He holds his hands folded behind his back and looks at the slightly open door, from which a bright beam of light appears. It penetrates the room and illuminates the slightly dusty floor of the penthouse. The old man is shaking with anger so much that he clenches his teeth in alarm. The owner of the house makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows and lowering the corners of his lips downwards. He swears and says in few words that the spirit did not succeed. It's a sunny day, the leaves are swirling in the sky from the wind. The butler is leading the guy through the owner's territory. In his large garden there are green hedges, a fountain and many living Christmas trees and flowering plants. The beggar turns to the servant and says that the house has a nice garden and very fragrant flowers. The man replies that his owner really likes plants, and therefore he spends a lot of energy taking care of the garden and all the greenery present on the territory. The guy looks at the garden hedges, which look like a labyrinth. The beggar says that the fact is that this is the second time he has come to them, but for some reason he does not see other servants who, for example, would take care of the garden. The butler replies that his master likes silence and does not want to spend a lot on other staff. The young gentleman, leaning on a cane, calmly walks through the garden. He replies that he doesn't quite understand why, given that his owner is so rich, yet he is stingy with his staff. The man replies that his boss has his own vision, which he, like his ordinary subordinate, also does not quite understand. A beggar accidentally trips over a stone in the garden. He tries to apologize for asking what may have been a rude question, but at that moment the guy begins to fall, and the butler standing next to him somehow manages to catch him right before the ground. The guy, getting up, holds the man by the shoulder. He says thank you very much for the fact that he was carried away by the impact on the ground. The butler replies that there is no need to thank him, because the guy is blind, so it is difficult for him to move, and the man should have taken this into account and helped initially. The guy turns his head towards the butler with a smile. He says that the man is a good person, but his speech suggests that he is not from here, so the beggar asks where the man is from. The butler smiles slightly and lowers his head politely. He says that the young master is very kind and his hometown is Dianjo. The guy asks again for the name of the locality. The man realizes that the beggar's knowledge is deep and opens his eyes wide in horror. The guy standing behind him says that there are rumors that in his area there is a technique for expelling evil spirits and subjugating ordinary ones, so the beggar is wondering if the man knows this technique. He sweats anxiously and clenches his teeth. The man tries to lie, saying that he is not sure that he knows about such techniques. The beggar tries to catch him in a lie. The guy in the headband twists a gold ring on his index finger. The man turns to him and makes an angry expression on his face. He remembers how he just helped him up by hugging him. He shouts that he understands that the beggar fell specifically to take his ring. The guy throws the ring in front of him, and an invisible dark aura appears around him. It gradually falls among the shadows of people, spirits, and houses, shrouded in dark energy. The young master says that the magicians who live in the same places as the butler have knowledge of one way in which they can turn the soul of any dead person into their servant, and he, in turn, can change the fate of his master. The servant spirit drains the young energy from its owner day and night, until the owner soon turns into a walking corpse. The ring flies up in front of the butler with a sad expression on his face, holding a white handbrake on his forearm in front of him, and gradually falls down next to his feet. The guy continues to say that last time he felt the terribly disease-causing Kai from the old man, and it became clear to him that even though his owner had a serious illness, for some reason at the moment he was in good health, and along with the nature of his pulse it's clear that he's been raising spirit servants for 2 or 3 years now. Moreover, his grandson is absolutely ignorant and hot-headed, as if some spirit had put on human skin, but for some reason he was not affected in any way by being in such a malicious place. So a thing of the same origin that protects the butler from the disease-causing Kai also fills the people living in the penthouse with yin energy. As a result, the ring falls on the hand of the young master. The guy realizes that the special thing he was talking about is the gold ring currently lying in his hand. The butler trembles with anxiety and clenches his teeth, a bead of sweat running down his face from tension. The man realizes that he has been found out and tries to lie that it is just his wife's ring. The guy squeezes it forcefully in his hand, and the dark aura dissipates around. He replies that he harbors a strong resentment. The butler lowers the corners of his mouth in horror, and his face sweats with anxiety. The young master says that he killed his wife and turned her spirit into a servant who feeds on the energy of his grandson and grandfather, and he also secretly ordered the spirit to kill his eventual wife Lynn. The butler is standing next to the guy. He shouts that he did not kill his wife. The guy calmly lets go of his head. He says that the expulsion of evil and the subjugation of ordinary spirits to serve the master butler is beyond his power, and without his machinations he would not have acquired the ability to subjugate even one spirit. The man spreads his hands anxiously. He tries to justify himself to the beggar. The guy looks at the butler with a calm expression on his face. He says that his wife took care of him, worked tirelessly for many years, and after death he turned her into an evil spirit, not allowing her to be reborn. The man clenched his teeth in anger. He's trying to say he didn't do it. The guy makes a slightly malicious smile. He says the man has a hard heart and did not truly love his wife. The butler hits the guy with all his might into the green hedge. He shouts that he did not kill his wife. The man moved as close as possible to the guy's face. He said anxiously that he would not harm her because he loved her very much. The butler's eyes became huge in horror. With alarm in his voice, he says that she was killed by another, terrible person. A grown man in a suit looks at a proud boy in a similar suit. The man says that his family served as butlers for generations, and he, too, followed the example of his father from childhood. The boy bows to his master, who looks at him arrogantly. The butler says that their previous owners were kind and fair, and they were indebted to them, since his family never had to worry about food, and although the current owner is not at all like that, the man still followed his father's instructions and, no matter what, served faithfully because he laid most of his life on the altar of this house. A young guy and his bride are standing on the balcony. The man says that at some point he met great love. A couple, a woman and a man, look at the clouds together. The butler says that he fell in love with his wife very much, and they started a family, and it was the happiest moment in his life, but it did not last long. The woman leaves, and only the owner and the butler remain in the house. The man explains that 5 years ago the owner of the house was doing poorly with his business, and in order to cut costs, he kicked out the entire staff and even his wife, leaving only him, but even this did not stop their love. The young butler looks at the owner. The man says that at first the owner promised that after 1 more year of service he would allow him to retire, but he kept putting it off and putting it off, not giving him any time to meet his wife. A girl sews a t-shirt in a small closet. The butler explains that his wife lived and worked completely alone, and during her illness she had no one to take care of her. A skein of thread is on the table. The man says that his wife was very poor. A skein of thread falls from the table. The butler explains that then she became completely ill and he could not cover the medical bills, and so he went to beg the owner about it. A man with downturned corners of his mouth. The owner smiles widely. The butler explains that throughout his life, the owner did not agree to help him pay for his treatment. A huge old man with a grimace of laughter on his face takes pleasure in knocking down a chess piece in the shape of the butler's wife. The man says he still remembers his disgusting face at that moment. Lampposts illuminate a dark street. The butler explains that he had no choice but to secretly return to his wife in the evening. A man opens the door with a smile on his face. The butler says that he smiled with joy at the time because he could finally see his wife, but he could not imagine what he would see next. The corners of the man's lips are downturned. The butler's wife hangs in a noose right in front of her husband's face. The guy removes the butler's hands from his body. He responds to the man's story that he realized that in the end he turned his wife into an evil spirit and recommended her to his master. And on the outside it looked like he was helping him turn the tide of events, but in fact he wanted the spirit to deal with him. The butler clenches his teeth in irritation. He replies that the master killed his wife in cold blood, although his family has served him for centuries from the very beginning, and he wanted him to feel all the torment that his wife experienced. The guy silently turned to the butler. The wind blows the leaves around the garden. The guy replies that even if that was the plan, he could have asked 2 novices to perform a funeral service, and then she could return to the path of samsara, but instead he decided that she would recognize the master and become a pawn in the hands of people. The butler turns away from his guest in shame. He says it was a woman's idea. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks which woman the butler is talking about. The man stands in tears and looks doomedly at the ground. He says that at first he wanted to bury his wife, but suddenly an unfamiliar woman appeared and she said that his wife had grievances, and only if she turned her into a servant spirit, she could suck out the life forces of the owner and then be reborn. And just at that time the old man became seriously ill. To strengthen his body and change his fate, the butler shared with him the technique of submission. But since he has no abilities, he could not allow his wife's death to be in vain, so he decided not to allow the rich rabble to continue living in this way. A man stands, turned away, near a hedge. He says that he was confident that everything would go smoothly and his wife would be reborn, but he did not think that the rich man would order Lady Lin to be killed. The butler is crying. The guy explains that his wife's spirit will not be able to be reborn. The beggar heads towards the exit of the garden. He says that he can disperse her soul so that she will no longer suffer, because after death, people should not have too many connections with the living, and although the inhabitants of this penthouse have indeed committed many evil deeds, no matter towards whom, the world of the living is very confused, and there are morals in it, there are laws, no matter what, but people are overtaken by karma for their sins, and it is not for other people to decide. The guy turns to look at the butler before leaving. He says that he came to them to deal with the spirits, because his grandfather once told him that it is the duty of the highest mentor to deal with the spirits, and in this matter one cannot be afraid, one cannot run, and one cannot avoid. City high-rise buildings. The actress opens her eyes. She abruptly rises from the bed while her sister sits next to her. The girl, perplexed, asks what she is doing in this building. The sister replies that someone called her and said that she had an accident and was taken to the hospital. The caller said that since there were no other contacts, they called her. The actress strains her head. She tries to remember how she was in trouble with someone. The girl turns to her sister and looks at her with bewilderment. She asks where her fiancé is. The girl picks up the phone. She says that the doctor called him, but he just hung up, and since the girl is a superstar and earns her bread with her status, she should not hang out with dubious individuals. This time everything worked out as the sister gave the doctor money for non-disclosure. The actress looks at the girl in bewilderment. She doesn't understand what kind of dubious person she's talking about. The sister points her finger at the open contact of the phone. She explains that the doctor said that Zayu is in her contacts above, and this means that the girl added his number to her favorites, and the sister is not so stupid and understands everything. The actress snatches the phone from the girl's hands. She says she just feels sorry for the blind man. View of an empty hospital bed. The actress asks her sister where the girl with purple hair who was with her went. She replies that the girl woke up earlier, said that the groom was definitely in trouble, and left. The actress says she is going to follow her. The sister stops her by saying that there are 3 auditions after lunch, and if they don't leave now, they won't make it in time. View of buildings at sunset. A girl with purple hair opens the door. She asks if there is anyone in the house. The bar owner opens her eyes wide in surprise. She realizes that for the first time there is no one in this house. The girl crosses the doors of the penthouse. She says that at least someone should come to her. On the floor of the house there are pieces of paper, dishes, and the microphone of the owner's grandson. The girl, perplexed, asks where everyone went. The bar owner looks at the items lying on the floor. She doesn't understand why the house is in disarray and, in her opinion, perhaps her grandson has caused chaos again. The girl reaches for the switch. She calls Uncle Lai. The bar owner opens his eyes wide in horror. One of her eyes reflects what is happening. Ahead of the girl are the shadows of people hanging opposite the window. The owner of the house finds himself in one of the loops. The girl realizes that this is her Uncle Lee. His grandson is hanging next to him. The bar owner says the guy's name in horror. She opens her mouth wide in bewilderment. The girl does not understand what happened and why they are both dead. She accidentally trips over something. The girl turns around at the sound in bewilderment. There is a connected speaker next to it. Words are heard from the column that Mr. Zai came and said that the trigram says that the disease is not dangerous, but misfortune awaits them in the future, and this is all the hated butler and his spirit. The girl with a calm expression looks at the player. She stands directly in front of a huge window. The bar owner understands that her lover came to their home, but has no idea what death and the butler have to do with it. Burning candle. A beggar stands next to a table on which 2 candles are burning, and in the middle of them lies a talisman. The guy thinks that he hasn't entered the room for a long time after his grandfather's death. At the top, near the talisman, lies a gold ring. The guy holds the talisman with 2 fingers and, closing his eyes, meditates. He asks the progenitor of heaven and earth, the source of thousands of Kai, to eliminate millions of future troubles and prove his miracles, because the God of heaven and earth embraces and cherishes everything that is alive. The guy stands in front of the table, which is located next to the window. He continues to say that 100,000 deities worship him and will defeat their enemies with lightning, and the evil spirits will go crazy with fear. The burning candles go out. The last thing the guy says is that the demons will have to lose their form. A spirit with long hair and red eyes appears from the window above the table. The guy moves the talisman around himself while the monster tries to get closer to him. The beggar draws a magic circle with the talisman next to the spirit. He demands that he be reverent. The demon is wrapped in magical talismanic knots. The main character looks at the monster with arrogance. He says that she missed the moment when she could be reborn and, having freed herself from the human world, was able to become a servant, but she still harbors a great resentment, and therefore the guy cannot hold a memorial service for her. A spirit wrapped in magical bonds with its mouth closed. The beggar says that the only way to free her is through dispersion, and she should not yearn for the human world. The guy uses magic talismans to catch the spirit. He says that he received an order from the sky, ascending to the 9 palaces, and hundreds of gods stand at attention, lined up before the celestial. The magician uses talismans to dispel the spirit. He ends the spell by saying that the soul and tempering, the 5 internal organs are rich, and hundreds of wines pour out the incomprehensible, the 7 liquids are filled with emptiness, and the monster should be in awe. Remnants of the spirit plasma remain on the ring. The guy with his head down looks at the lying ring. He says he hopes for a favorable outcome. The beggar leaves the room, parting the fabrics. Behind the departing guy, magic emanates from the ring. When he turns, the magic dissipates. The owner of the house turns his head forward again and the magic appears again. Wary, he turns around again, but the magic is still gone. Just as he was about to turn his head again, he noticed a second of magical energy. The guy was wary of what was happening. Out of anger, he opened his mouth wide, frowned and pointed his finger at what was happening. The guy shouts to the energy in the ring that he did not learn the spell to disgrace himself, and demands an answer whether it worked or not, because she has no hope for samsara, and the best outcome is dissipation. The roof of a poor village house. The guy demands that the golden thread mantra bloom. The spirit spat the holding threads out of her mouth. She flies near a standing guy with his hands on his sides. The spirit says she cannot leave her husband. She lowers her head down in resignation. The dead spirit says that in fact she does not blame him for his poverty and for the fact that he did not return home, because when she was very sick, she only needed to see him before she died. The beggar looks at the spirit in bewilderment. He says that then hanging himself in red clothes would be strange, because only people who want to turn into an evil spirit after death do this. The butler's wife makes a blank expression on her face. She looks at the guy in bewilderment. The spirit says that she did not hang herself and did not wear red clothes. The guy glances at the spirit. He says her husband told him so. The spirit remembers how an unknown woman strangled her at home. She tells the guy that it was obviously a woman who killed her. The guy looks at the spirit with disbelief. He doesn't understand what kind of woman they are talking about. Smoldering incense. The beggar is asked who she saw and whether it could have been her enemies. The spirit looks at the guy in bewilderment. She remembers the owner Lee, the woman selling eggs, and the dog she passed by. The dead woman is sure that she does not remember what she looked like. The only enemies she can name are her owner, a neighbor who sells eggs, and a dog that she accidentally ran over on the tail. The guy replied that she might not continue. He thinks with his head down. The beggar does not understand who killed the butler's wife and for what reason. The guy stands in the room, holding his hands in his pockets. The spirit of a woman hovers over the table. He thinks that it is natural to kill a person with regret in his soul, dress him in a red dress and fake suicide. The main character looks ahead warily. He thinks that this woman also helped the butler turn his wife into a servant, and then she knows how to create evil spirits. The dead girl looks at the guy in surprise. He says that if her grievance is the old man, then she doesn't need to be stubborn as he is already dead and her husband is fine and she shouldn't worry about him. A dilapidated rustic hut with a concrete fence. The spirit thanks the guy. He replies that the service is over and now she needs to leave of her own free will. The spirit dissipates and leaves through the window. The guy pulls the mask over his eyes. He thinks that the person who creates the spirits turns them into servants, and such a clear violation of the rules, and the magical union should have already started investigating this matter, but it seems that they are not even aware. The guy does not understand how this woman can act so secretly that she can even avoid the gaze of the union. A beggar walks through the house. He thinks that something wrong is happening, because you cannot run from spirits, you cannot avoid them, and you cannot be afraid of them. The main character, blindfolded, looks wary. He understands that he will have to study this topic thoroughly. A girl in a white robe stands in the doorway of a beggar's hut. The guy tensely turns to the girl. He asks what Sister Bai is doing here. The girl is holding on to the door. She asks how the guy could see her. The beggar points his face at the girl. He says that he did not see, but felt her. The guest looks at the guy standing in the doorway. She asks him if the beggar can do magic. The guy was a little tense. He's trying to figure out if she saw what he was doing. The girl comes closer to the main character. He answers no and explains that he knows a couple of tricks that his grandfather taught him so that he could earn money for food. He says that they didn't see each other at the funeral, and why did she come here then? The guest with glasses looked arrogantly at the beggar. She replied that she wanted to ask him out. The guy turned his head at her words. He was silent for a moment and then asked if she was going to break off the engagement. The girl calmly replied that they were not going to do this. He agreed to go with her since she also entered into one of the 5 marriage contracts with him. View of a huge laboratory. The guy says that his fiancée communicates very briefly, but to the point, and he wonders why she only says 2 words. The girl replies that there is no other need. The beggar asks where they will go on a date. The professor blushed with embarrassment. She didn't answer. The main character lies on the couch, stripped to his underwear and chained with his arms, legs and neck, sensors encircling his entire body. The guy was sweating from tension. He thinks that this is some kind of new type of dating, because before this he did not know why they stripped him down to his underpants and put him on the operating table. The professor watches the groom lying on the table. She examines his readings on the device. The professor's assistant approaches the main character and smiles broadly. He says that he did not think that the young man would personally decide to help them with paranormal research. The masked young gentleman turns towards the voice. He asks again what research he is currently participating in and what paranormal phenomena have to do with it. The professor and his assistant look at each other in bewilderment. The girl gives her lover a thumbs up as a sign of approval, and her colleague, holding a folder, smiles widely. He says that his boss asked him to tell him that the guy is at a research institute, and they specialize in studying paranormal phenomena in the city. Paranormal phenomena are a phenomenon that cannot be seen, cannot be touched, and since some of them penetrated into their world, she did not believe at first, but after seeing how the guy did magic, she became very interested. And now they will conduct research on his body, and he shouldn't be afraid, because this is a minor operation, and they will cut a small piece of him and see if there is any connection with the paranormal. And after the operation is over, he will go out and eat cookies with fruit juice, which he can take himself, and if she needs a date, then next time she will find him herself. The guy shouts in alarm that they can't just conduct experiments on people, and the groom doesn't understand why the professor speaks so few words and her assistant translates so many. The laboratory smiles and shows 3 fingers. He says she can only say so many words. The professor presses the red button on the remote control. She says she is starting the operation. The guy is wary because of the sounds of saws. He turns his head forward in surprise. Hearing 4 buzzing saws, the main character opens his mouth wide in horror. The guy shouts that this is not at all called cutting off a little. The girl with a calm expression on her face watches what is happening. The main character screams that they didn't give him anesthesia and she will kill her husband. The professor calmly replies that they are not scheduled. The saw cuts through the guy's chest, and he clenches his teeth in pain. From a small drop of blood a huge dark spirit appears. With red eyes he watches what is happening. The demon smiles maliciously, looking at the guy. With a mockery, he says that he finally needed help, because he could be dismembered. The young man clenches his teeth in anger. He talks with his thoughts to the demon and thinks to him that these are human affairs, and they should not bother him. The assistant watches what is happening in bewilderment. He asks why the saws are not moving. The girl opens her eyes wide in horror. She says there is a problem with the index. The scoreboard glows red and shows 91%. The professor understands that the index has increased. The demon rises above the laboratory. He laughs at the guy's words about human affairs. The professor's scoreboard shows the index 100%. The spirit tells the young man that he will not have a chance to confess publicly. He should look around. The laboratory door is slightly open. The guy turns his head at her. The spirit tells him that since his birth there have been no ordinary people around him. Around the guy there are various types of demons in test tubes and a wide open laboratory door. The guy turns his head to the wide open door of the laboratory. Seeing the test tubes, he realizes that this is a paranormal phenomenon that the professor is studying. The girl's subordinate points his hand at her. He asks why the doors are open and demands that they close them. The door to the laboratory closes. The guy's hands are freed. The laboratory assistant approaches the beggar sitting on the couch. He asks for his forgiveness because they had a small glitch and they should stop the research. The guy lowered his head in a stupor. She remembers the faces of many monsters, seeing in front of her their long hair, big red eyes, and terrifying smiles. The main character thinks that the appearance of these paranormal phenomena is strange because they should have dissipated, and no one told him about the Institute for Research of Paranormal Phenomena, even though his grandfather was the first student of the highest mentor, which means that it turns out that the Magical Union doesn't know about it either. But there was also the creation of spirit servants through the dead, dressed in red. The beggar does not understand how the Magical Union does not know about all this. He does not know what they are doing then, despite the fact that it is also all connected with the 5 brides. First one of them led him to the house and then to the paranormal research office, and this means that they know something. The girl looks arrogantly at the sitting guy. She asks if he is okay. After thinking a little, the guy replies that everything is fine and he was just cold on the operating table. The professor looks out from under his glasses. She asks if he saw something. The guy turned towards her voice. He paused and then replied that he couldn't see anything because he was blind. The beggar squeezes the ring finger along with the thumb, lying on the arm of the couch. The young man stands up from the couch as the assistant points him forward. The lover says she wants to finish. The subordinate invites the guy to go home after he gets dressed and thanks him for his cooperation. The young man thanks in return. He looks at the door before leaving. The gentleman turns to Sister Bai. He turns to the professor with a short smile. The beggar says they had a good date and he hopes for another one and that they work together. The bride silently looked at the guy. The door to the laboratory is slightly open. The assistant looks forward, holding onto the table. He asks why the girl let him leave so calmly, because it won't be easy for them to collect the paranormal bodies that flew away from the basin, but they are very dangerous. The professor replies that he saw nothing. The ward looks at the boss in surprise. He can't believe that the girl believed his trick of feigning blindness. The professor made a calm expression on her face. She replied that she didn't believe it. The operating table, on which a drop of the young master's blood remained. The lab assistant laughs and tells the girl that, fortunately, he was still able to help them and now his trick will improve. A drop of blood emits dark energy. A guy with a cane stands at the bus stop to the village of Kaeton. The young master chews his cuticle. The main character looks at the blood coming from his finger. He thinks that, although he doesn't want this, he will play it safe, and with the help of evil spirits he can find out everything. A bus pulled up to the stop, and the guy got on it. He thinks that in a few days many problems with perfume have appeared, and if they are really connected with the 5 brides, then he should act. A young man looks at the bus driver. The man asks the guy where he is going to go. The main character says hello and says that he is going to the center of Linhai. The driver replies that the trip will cost 6 yuan by bank transfer. The beggar sweats in alarm. He asks why he can't pay in cash. The man holds his cap and makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks in bewilderment where the guy came from since he doesn't even have a map. The man examines the passenger and opens his eyes wide. He grits his teeth slightly and tries to wave the cripple off. The driver asks the guy to forget because he doesn't have far to go, so let him sit down for free. The beggar thanks the driver, while he quietly says that the boy is very poor since he is lame and blind. The young man points his face forward. In front of his face are several people sitting on chairs. Almost all of them stand up abruptly and point the guy to the empty seats. The grandmother invites the guy to sit next to her. The couple gives up their seats with a smile. The guys standing in front of the young gentleman, smiling, invite him to sit in an empty seat. The main character clenches his teeth in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why everyone was so upset. A young man walks through the salon past a tired guy with a graphics tablet in his hands. A piece of paper is attached to the cripple's back, which says that he is blind. The old lady in front of him asks him to slow down and be careful, because he might stumble. The guy thinks that he doesn't understand why everyone is so passionate and why they started giving in to him and putting pressure on him. He saw a tired guy and decided that he was a manga artist who draws something every day without sleep or rest. You can see huge multi-story buildings, a train passing over the bridge and people passing under the bridge. People in business suits walk around the building. A woman who works in the reception area is sitting at the table. She says on the phone that last time some guy ruined everything. A young man greets an employee. The beggar pointed his face at the girl looking at the laptop. The guy says he is looking for Yan Ren. The girl thinks that the blind man probably came to them to ask for alms. A female worker holds a telephone receiver in her hands. She tells her to wait because they came to her. She asks the guy if he has an appointment. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks in bewilderment what meeting she is talking about. The girl at the desk checks on the computer what the director is doing. The secretary tells the guy that he can't meet with her because she's busy and has a meeting. The guy looks at the girl while the actress comes out of the elevator behind him. The young man asks to tell the director that Zai-Yu is looking for her. The sister looks at the actress disguised in a hat, mask, and glasses. She tells her that after what happened, she needs to be more careful because the host asked very pointed questions. The sister looks at the actress's back. She replies that there were questions about the guy and perhaps the paparazzi have already found out that she is always with the beggar and just haven't photographed them yet. The actress turns her head to the left and becomes alert. The girl asks her to be careful and draw a clear line between her and her lover. The bride looks in front of her at the groom and the secretary, extending her hand forward. She asks the guy to leave, otherwise she will have to call security. The actress looks at the beggar in shock. She realizes that in front of her is Zai-Yu, whom the girl did not expect to see. A highway on which cars drive. A guy sits in the back seat of one of them. His sister turns to look at him, and next to her, in the next chair, the security guard is driving the car. In front of him, his beloved makes a dissatisfied expression on her face, looking out the window. The main character makes a slight smile. He thanks the bride for giving him a ride. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face turns to the groom. She says that there is no need to thank her for interfering with his meetings, because he wanted to meet with Yan Ran, and he is in a hurry to meet her, and since he has not run away yet, he can return to her. The guy looks at the actress in bewilderment. He makes a calm expression on his face, and his bride becomes wary. The beggar asks the girl if she is jealous. The actress impulsively replies that she is not jealous of anyone. The girl blushed with anger. She started shouting that he was a typical lout who had 5 wives, because a decent man couldn't have something like that. And last time he didn't tell her anything and just disappeared, didn't even contact the girl, and ran to the city for another one, being blind. The girl explains that the administrator tried to pester him, but he still endured in order to meet with her. The actress approaches the guy who is standing near the reception desk. The girl says that if she had not appeared, the administrator would have eaten him, and since he likes Yang Ran so much, then let him leave the car. The sister watching this in the rearview mirror looks at what is happening in bewilderment. She says that her ward is just a child. Cars are driving along the highway, and a woman's voice is heard from one of them. Sister says that the city is not like a village, and here it's every man for himself, so it's too bad that Mr. Zai doesn't see and might run into evil people. He shouldn't take it upon himself, because it's just the character of her ward, and deep down she's afraid that something might happen to him while the guy is alone, and if next time he wants to go to the city, he might call her. The guy makes a surprised face. He replies that he understood everything. The actress blushed and turned away. The main character thinks that he doesn't understand why she didn't immediately tell him about what she was experiencing, if it was true. Based on these thoughts, he concludes that girls really are strange. Dark souls hang over the city. The young man thinks that he may have imagined it, but the city is full of the kai of the souls of innocent people killed, and it is a whole city of spirits that harbors many grievances. It is clear to him that the magical union definitely knows something, but is keeping it silent, and therefore the guy needs to figure out how to protect himself and visit the magical union, but first he wants to check the people nearby. The beggar sits on the chair next to the actress. He turns to her. The guy lowers his head slightly. He asks the girl if she believes in spirits. The actress sits with a stony face, not answering anything. Then she realizes what the guy is trying to ask, and she opens her eyes wide in horror and sweats a little. The girl asks in a trembling voice if he wants to invite her to the cinema, and if so, then she is very afraid of ghosts and never watches horror films. And if he wants to invite her to the cinema, then she is very busy and he can't wait for her. But if he wants to invite her somewhere else, then she will only be happy. The guy understands that his beloved knows nothing. The beggar turns his head forward. He asks his sister if she has the amulet he gave her. The girl glances at him. She is a little silent. The actress is bagged with all sorts of small things. The girl replies that she immediately threw it away. The beloved says that he is sorry, since with this amulet it was possible to hide from the spirits. The girl screams at him not to scare her. View of huge city buildings. A girl in a suit with short white hair drinks tea while looking at the city. The secretary comes into her office. She says the company has responded to them and they agree on the price, so they can start at any time. The girl calmly looks at the boss. She says that the trend of their assets has deviated a little from their main specialization. The girl is trying to understand whether the magical union will interfere. The boss does not turn her head from the glass. She says that they will have to support their assets and they will get the money themselves. The girl looks out the window with an arrogant expression on her face while her subordinate stands behind her. She tells the boss that a man named Zayu came to meet her, but the administrator turned him down. A businesswoman turns away from the window, holding a mug. She asks if this girl is the niece of the manager from the project department. The subordinate replies that it is so. The boss turns to her subordinate. She says that they both need to be fired, and in the future, when this guy comes, they should always inform her immediately and schedule to cancel half the day since they will go together to express condolences. The subordinate looks at her with a calm expression on her face. She asks who this guy is and why he is so important to her. The girl puts the mug on the table. Holding the edge of the table with one hand and putting the other in her pocket, the girl looks at her subordinate with arrogance. She replies that he is the salvation of their company. A burning forest near a temple, two guys stand on its territory while a man watches them from above. The old man says that they have one last test left. Two guys look at the standing jug attached to them. The man says that the result of the test will depend on them. The shadow of a man on the balcony of the temple. He tells his subordinates that they will have to decide who will join the Council of the Supreme Masters and who will have the chance to compete for the 10th position of the Supreme Master. The old man holds two folded fingers in front of him. He tells the guys to remember to use only their skills, and hitting a comrade in the back is prohibited. A clawed paw emerges from the jug. The old man shouts that they can start. A huge demon with clawed hands and feet, many eyes and a wide, terrifying smile, burdened with tusks, emerges from the vessel. The man watches what is happening. He thinks about how usually the spirit idol is used, but this time the spirit is different and maybe they won't be able to pass it. One of the guys attacks while the other watches in stupor. The first shouts to his comrade that since the other is afraid, he will be the first to attack. The guy pulls out a bunch of amulets from his sleeve and bites his finger until it bleeds. He runs his bloody finger along the length of the amulet and then jumps up and hits the spirit with it. The warrior looks at what is happening in bewilderment. He does not understand how the idol of the spirit can turn into emptiness. The guy flies through the spirit's body and falls to the ground. He reaches for the blade behind his back as the spirit's clawed hand tries to catch him. The warrior takes out a sword from its sheath on which hieroglyphs are engraved. In flight, he strikes with his sword at the clawed fingers of the demon, which tried to grab him. They are cut off and fall to the floor along with the green liquid. The man looks at what is happening with a calm expression. He thinks that the guy is acting well, because there are few demons who can turn themselves and objects into the void. So without magic it is impossible to grab or injure them. But he quickly guessed and cast a spell on his peachwood sword in advance. The guy holds a sword and two folded fingers in front of him. He shouts that the title of mentor will be his. A warrior jumps on a huge monster. He opens his eyes wide. The huge fingers lying on the ground mutated into long ones and caught the warrior in their bonds. The old man looks at this with a calm expression. He thinks that the guy is too self-confident, because demons are best at attacking on the sly, and that's why he was able to lure him with a primitive throw. The second warrior watches humbly as his comrade is captured by the demon. The old man, watching the second ward, thinks that he, on the contrary, is very calm. The monster opens its huge mouth to eat the guy who is in chains. His comrade puts his hands together and fills everything around with energy. He says that heaven and earth are without boundaries and asks yin and yang to lend him strength. The warrior continues to say that he accepts the divine power bestowed from the three ancestors, and those who obey him will live, and those who rebel against him will die. A huge energy flow pierces the monster's body. The guy shouts that he would like the spell of 5 thunderclaps to be fulfilled immediately. His comrade opens his eyes in surprise and horror. The man closes his eyes in doom. The comrades quarrel among themselves, and one says that he has deeply studied the magic of submission, and the second should have thanked him for being able to take advantage of the moment that was given to him. To which the second replies that he only stole the victory, and if he had fought alone, then there would be no moment. The comrades quarrel among themselves until the spirit rises again. One of the guys says that their quarrel is empty because he will now go to confirm his place. The old man thinks that they are fools. A huge spirit appears before the warriors again. The guys turn to him in horror. One of them does not understand why his spell was useless. The old man holds out 2 fingers in front of him. He thinks about how he let the guys fight a high-level demon early. He says a spell about climbing a mountain and a cracked rock. The old man continues to speak. He has a seal on his chest, and 6 Jia protect him on the left, and 6 things protect him on the right. A male voice asks who you and to show them how to do it. The man replies that he understood the teacher. The man looks directly at the demon. The 2 guys turn around in bewilderment. The demon looks at the enemy. The large man makes a magical blow to the monster, and energy develops around him. The comrades look at what is happening in bewilderment. One of them says that he does not understand how the demon, turning into emptiness, could be dispelled with one blow. The old man watches what is happening from the balcony. He shouts to the man below that he is early. A short old man with a red mustache and beard raises his hand up, and next to him stands a huge dark guy with muscles and bangs in front of his eyes. The old man, the head of the magical union, shouts that they have not seen each other for a long time, while his subordinate Huyun stands silently nearby. Crescent moon shining over the village. An old man with red hair sits at a table. He says that wherever he comes from, he should be served a cup of tea. The head of the house at the table writes something on a piece of paper. The man replies that the spirit idol costs 5,000, the repair of the site is 35,000, and this is all the damage that his student caused. The total damage is estimated at such an amount that he will not even be able to drink the water in this temple. The old man laughs and says that he doesn't need that kind of money, but his old friend needs to be simpler. The head of the house looks arrogantly at the guest. He replies that this is not according to the rules, because there is a month left before the Council of the Highest Mentors, and he clearly came so early to retain his place. The men put their hands on the table. The guest laughs and says that no one cares about this place because he is just an old man, and this Council of the Highest Mentors meets very rarely, and he already felt that they shouldn't have come so early. Besides, if he hadn't arrived early, his students would have been smeared by the spirit idol, and he doesn't understand why it was necessary to use a demon of such a high level if it was just an exam. The huge warrior silently watches the flying fly. The owner of the house replies that it is none of his business and asks where he even got such an uncouth soldier from. The guy angrily watches a fly flying around him. The old man replies that this is not a soldier, but his favorite student, whom he carefully raised, because he will only be 8 years old, and he has already learned most of his techniques. The owner of the house asks in bewilderment how such a huge guy can be 8 years old. A piece of paper along with a writing brush lie on the table. The man tells the guest that the two of them will stay here, but they should not interfere with the tests anymore. A student tries to catch a fly with his finger. His mentor replies that what they saw can hardly be called a test. The guest looks at the old man with a calm expression. He says that with such an exam you can only lose your life, and then there will be no candidates for the Council of the Highest Mentors, because this has already been going on for 19 years, and the head of the house should have already lost hope that there will be at least some result at the council. The man looks at the guest with a calm expression on his face. He replies that it is none of his business. The guest smiles slightly at the old man's answer. He says that Mr. Zai died, and after his death there was a boy. The man looks arrogantly at the guest. He smiles widely in response to the malicious look. The man laughs and says that it seems that his old friend has already chosen someone, and this time the advice will be interesting. The owner of the house calmly lowered his head down. He answered the guest that he did not know what he was talking about. The men turn to look at the student, whose stomach is growling. Side view of the temple building and the crescent moon in the sky. The owner of the house says that the guest's disciple is as disgusting as himself, and they should already go eat, and then pay him at least a deposit for the spirit, because his disciple killed him with one blow. The mentor replied that the old man himself believed that it was worth killing the devil's curse, and therefore he would not expect anything. The car is parked next to the club building. A huge security guard carries a man outside, holding him by the neck. The man in the arms demands to be let go. The guard throws him into some dark room. The visitor shouts that he was robbed and that he must be released immediately. The guard watches him through the crack in the door. A girl sitting in the office at the table looks at the guest. She calls out to the butler. The man looks at the bar owner with bewilderment. He clenches his teeth in anger. The man understands who is in front of him. Only the shadow of the girl and her eyes are visible in the room. The man shouts Ms. Lin's name. He holds his hands on the front door. The butler says he doesn't know anything and asks them to let him go. The girl hands him a glass of red liquid. She says that since he doesn't ask anything, he knows something. The girl looks arrogantly at the man standing in the doorway. She demands that he tell her everything. The man replies that he knows nothing. Red liquid in a glass. The head of the bar holds the glass up to the butler's mouth and tilts her down. The head of the bar says that the Lee family died in their home, and that day he bought tickets to another city, and this is very natural. The woman raises her glass higher and higher so that the man begins to choke. He's trying to say he doesn't know anything. The girl looks at him in bewilderment. She replies that she does not hear his words, and it seems that the butler really wants water because he has already drunk so much. The girl tilts the glass higher and higher, and the liquid slowly pours out of the man's mouth. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The girl lets him go, and the butler falls to his knees. She demands that he tell everything he knows. The man with liquid on his face looks up at the woman. He replies that they really are dead. The girl opens her eyes wide in anger. She says that she already understood it. box with books lying on the floor. The guy says that his grandfather had a talent for throwing things around, and that's why now he can't find the book he needs. The young master holds sheets of paper in front of him and turns around. He cannot understand what kind of sheets these are and reads the headings. One of the sheets is about how to make the old lady next door fall in love with you. The second is about an arrogant grandfather who has fallen in love, and the third is a list of those registered in Let's Get Married. Someone behind calls out to Mr. Zayu. A girl in a suit appears at the door, along with her deputy. The subordinate kneels in front of the guy leaning on a cane. She apologizes for the fact that yesterday he was treated unfairly, and she did not control it. The main character looks at the guests with a calm expression. He replied that he didn't even pay attention to what was happening, so they shouldn't worry. The bride looks at the groom with a calm expression. She tells him that she was busy yesterday and therefore could not meet him on time, but she understands that he still forgave them for this. The beggar smiles slightly. He replies that, of course, he forgives them. The girl is standing in expensive shoes. She called the guy to see what was happening on the street. There are working equipment and construction workers on the territory of the house. The boss says that she wants to apologize to the guy like that. The blind man turns his head away in bewilderment. He doesn't understand what's happening. The girl glances at him. She replies that she decided to build a road from his house to make it more convenient for him to move, and then, if he needs to find her, the girl can simply send a car for him. The guy turns around in bewilderment at what is happening. He thinks that the rich think too broadly. The beggar replies that she shouldn't have worked so hard and that this work is illegal. The bucket lowers to the ground. The boss explains that she sent the building permit yesterday. People be handing out gifts to people around. The girl explains that she also greased up the people in the area and she only needs his consent and then they can start. Men in suits talk to hooligans. The bride explains that his grandfather helped her family a lot, and if it weren't for him, her family wouldn't be able to live to this day, and whether it was an apology or charity, even building a road would be too little. The beloved hands the groom a card. She says that at the funeral she had to leave too early and did not have time to give him a gift. The card she hands over says 5 million won, and although it's not much, it should be enough for the guy at first, because in any case, if it's not enough, he can tell her secretary, and she will always give him more money. A stone flies into the map. The bride and groom turn to look at the girl who has arrived. A girl in love with a guy looks angrily at her rival. She asks what the guest was going to do with Brother's Eye by bringing so many people. The guy turns to the guest in bewilderment. He calls her by name. The girl smiles widely and waves to the beggar. She says that she will instantly rescue him from the clutches of the boss. The businesswoman calmly lowers her head down. She replies that the girl was probably mistaken, because she did not come to them with malicious intent, but only wanted to apologize or rather express gratitude. A woman in love with a guy makes an angry expression on her face. She replies that she doesn't believe in her good heart. The girl turns away. She replies that the guest can think as she wants. The guy looks at the boss with a calm expression. He tells her that it doesn't matter whether she apologizes or wants to thank him, but it's not worth building a road for him alone, and if she really wants to thank him, she can answer a couple of questions. The girl glances at the beggar in bewilderment. She doesn't understand what he wants to know. Leaning on a cane, the main character comes closer. He comes close to the bride. The guy's lover watching them gets annoyed while the bully looking at her blushes with embarrassment. The guest thinks that he is coming too close to her. At that time, the bully is sure that the girl standing in front of him is a goddess. The bride and groom find themselves face to face. The guy says they want one. He moves a little further away from her and the couple ends up back to back. The girl replies that his questions can have serious consequences and he shouldn't blame her later because she warned him. A beggar stands leaning on a cane. He asks her not to worry because the guy just asked to satisfy his curiosity because he is still an ordinary blind man and will not be able to do anything. The deputy approached the boss. Roof of a dilapidated house. The subordinate asked the girl to go with her. A beggar ran into a girl who was in love with him. She asked the guy if everything was okay with him and if the guest didn't have time to do anything to him. The main character smiled slightly. He replied that he was fine, but the guy didn't understand why every time something happened, she was there. The beggar realized that the girl was secretly protecting him. The lover blushed and turned away. She replied that the guy thinks a lot, and it's just fate. A message on her phone indicates that she has been given an assignment. The guy looks at the guest with a malicious smile. He mockingly says that it seems like fate is calling her. The girl quickly runs away from the house. She waved after him and said that she had to go, but in 2 days she would come again. The beggar smiled after her. He said that when the opportunity arises, they will definitely talk about childhood. The girl looked at the guy and also smiled. Finally, she said that they would definitely do it. One of the hooligans gives the second one a ride in a wheelchair to the cripple. The disabled man says that he couldn't even think that a mole rat like Zayu had so many people who were willing to support him, and apparently he wouldn't be able to bully him anymore. The guy lowered his head down. He replied that he had no support and Wenru was the same before as she is now. The bully smiles widely. He laughs and says that he is so blind that he even confuses people. The beggar makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand what the white-haired man means. The shadow of a beggar and two hooligans opposite him. The bully replies that this girl is not the same devil who protected him in childhood. The beggar stands with a surprised face. He asks the bully what he means and why that girl is not a devil. The bully remembers how the girl hit him in the face. He replies that he's not particularly sure either, but considering how hard that girl hit him, she doesn't look at all like the devil from her childhood, only if a little on her face. His friend makes a scared expression on his face and clenches his teeth. He says that his brother got everything mixed up and she is definitely the devil from childhood. The beggar goes to his hut. He says he doesn't care about that girl. Bully replies that they were just friends growing up anyway. The cripple under the mask makes an angry expression on his face. He thinks that if the girl with brown hair is not the girl from his childhood, then who is she then and why was he so sure of this? Because the guy doesn't even remember what she looked like. The little girl holds the young gentleman by the shoulder. He remembers a girl from his childhood, a stranger with her head down. The girl glances at little Zayu. She has a smiley face on her t-shirt. The guy opens his eyes wide in horror. He falls before the bullies. They scream in horror that he won't be able to set them up, and they weren't mocking him, so he has to stand up. Kneeling, the guy looks down. He thinks that he cannot remember anything and does not understand why this is so. Dark energy hangs over the beggar. An evil shadow swirls around the kneeling guy. The energy covers the bullies sitting in front of the guy. The evil spirit tells him that the guy should give up because he didn't remember anything, and he won't easily brush aside their blessing. A huge sinister eye watches the ward. He shouts that the young master can beg them, and then they will solve all his problems. The guy makes an angry expression on his face. The bar owner stands in front of a kneeling butler. She repeats his words that the death of the family is the work of spirits. The girl, eyes wide open in surprise, looks at the man sitting on the floor. She says that they have known each other for a long time, and he knows that the girl never believed in spirits, and it turns out that he is simply mocking her. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that he is telling the truth and has seen everything with his own eyes. The man says that on the day of the murder, he thought for a long time about the words of Mr. Zayu. View of the huge penthouse, which is illuminated by the setting sun. The butler says that there was everything in life, as the young master said, because the dead do not rise, and after everything that happened, he does not think that there is any value in life, and the man was in vain holding on to it. The suitcase stands near the man's shadow. He continues to say that day he packed his suitcase and was thinking of coming to the owner to resign, and then return to his homeland and take care of the garden. The butler opens the door to the penthouse. After opening the door, the man realizes that his plans have changed. He makes huge eyes in horror. In front of the man, dark spirits catch the old man and his grandson, squeezing them in their tentacles. The owner of the house begs the butler to save him. The butler watches in horror. He says he was terribly scared at the time, but the spirit had no intention of hurting him. The man smiles widely. He explains that he suddenly fainted, and when the man woke up, they were both already dead, and, in order not to get involved in this matter, he bought a ticket back home. A huge window in the office of the bar owner. The girl calls the guard to take the butler out. The subordinate asks what to do with him. The woman turns to the wall. She says that he should just stop him from meeting Zayu again, and he can do the rest as he wants. The butler, who is pulled out by the guard, shouts after him for the lady to have mercy on him, because he told the truth and did not kill anyone. The man, on whom the light falls through the office window, lowers his head. The girl looks out into the street through the cracks in the window. She says that the most terrible creatures in the world that can stoop so low are people, not spirits. But her lover is very suspicious, and he destroyed everything that she built for 3 years, and also had a strange conversation with the butler, but still he seems to be a kind person, and therefore she does not understand why he should be killed. The man holds his hand on the table. He answers in a trembling voice that the guy is worth killing. The girl calmly turns to the man sitting behind her. She says that from childhood he taught her to kill only criminals and forgive good people. Then the girl does not understand why she should do this. A stranger sits on the sofa in the bar owner's office with his head down. He answers in a trembling voice that the beggar has crimes and there is no mistake, so he should be killed. The bar owner silently looks out the window through the cracks. She glances at the man sitting behind her. The girl replies that she heard him, but before killing the groom, she wants to ask the man if her lover has any real crimes. The man looks at her with red glowing eyes. He calmly replies that yes, that's why he should be killed. A landline telephone with the handset lying on the table. Light filters into the office through the bars on the window. The girl asks the person to help her kill Zayu, no matter how. The guy with a calm expression looks forward. He stands in deep darkness. The guy doesn't understand what he's doing there. A guy's shadow in the dark. In front of his face appears a huge demon in the form of a tree, whose sprouts sprout dark tentacles, and inside them sit others similar to him, smaller in size, and next to the spirit a white luminous evil spirit levitates with his arms folded on his chest. A spirit with a huge eye is watching the guy. In a trembling voice, he says that he is calculating and recording visitor number 164,322. The guy looks at the spirits with contempt. He asks why they called him if he won't become one of them anyway. The leader of the demons looks at the guy with anger. He replies that he is reckless because he found them himself. The glowing spirit holds his hands behind his back. He enters into a conversation and asks not to argue with the guy because he has been behaving the same way for many years. The demon smiles widely. He says that the present is different from the past, and the protagonist's grandfather is no longer in this world, but his poor grandson still has no problems with recklessness. The beggar calmly lowers his head. He says his grandfather couldn't just die. The spirit points a finger to the side. A huge creepy eye looks around everything. He says that he is searching, and grandfather does not exist, and 3 and 7 spirits are a mistake. The guy makes a calm expression on his face. He does not respond to the words of the searching spirit. The demon flies up to the beggar. He asks to join them. The guy looks at the spirit that is closest to him. He demands that the main character join them because they are the only ones close to him. The spirit smiles widely. He says that the main character will get everything he wants, including family, memories, and power. A young man extends his hand with a charged palm. He punches the spirit in the face. He flies away from the young master. The beggar takes out a staff and pulls it in front of him. He asks the evil spirits if they are tired of luring him, because despite the fact that his grandfather is not around, he is not like that and will use a staff against them that catches spirits, so they will not be able to seduce him, and since he is still acting, that means his grandfather is still alive. Light energy emanates from the staff that the beggar holds in his hands. He demands that his memories be returned to him immediately, otherwise he will use magic. The guy begins to read a spell with words about the progenitor of heaven and earth. The huge devilish eye becomes wary. The young master continues the spell and asks to eliminate millions of future troubles. Magic permeates with a bright light all the spirits standing in front of him. The guy demands that all evil spirits submit to him. The bright spirit makes a sad expression on its face. He says that they don't fall for this trick because they don't look like people and it's beneath their dignity. The spirit catches in its paws the energy column of light that their charge caused. He says that the guy's grandfather will not be reborn and all his memories will not return because this is one of the conditions of his blessing, but he can find with them everything he needs. The young master looks at the evil spirits with arrogance. He asks what they think he needs. The bright spirit turns into a huge one. He understands that the young man wants them to say this several times, and obviously what he needs most is to understand what benefit he will have. But if he really wants his memories back, then the clue lies in his 5 brides. Huge dark eyes open wide. He says there is a report that there is a huge spiritual fluctuation at the Paranormal Research Institute meetings. The guy watches what is happening in bewilderment. He realizes that something is happening to one of his brides. The building of the Institute for the Study of Paranormal Phenomena, Building L1. The girl and her assistant are standing at the control panel. The guy says that in the secret storage all the indicators are normal and the danger index is blue. The main laboratory asks him to get ready. The laboratory assistant replies that the circuit is stable and the paranormal indicators have stopped at 106. The scientist demands to switch it. A huge machine with a flask in which the dark energy of the spirit is explored. The subordinate says that for the first time he sees pure paranormal power, and this time the magical union was generous in providing it to them. He asks the main one if they said why they need it. The girl replies that they want to create a teleportation gate. The lab technician asks why they should be prepared for the meeting of the greatest mentors. He says that he wants to see the result, because if they manage to create the gate, then no one will ever say that they are doing pseudoscience. The ward turns to the girl. She demands to start. The finger presses the red button. The magical power in the flask begins to actively move and expand. A small gap appears in the shadow clot. The laboratory assistant says that all indicators are normal, stabilization was successful, and the teleportation gate is activated. The guy smiles widely, looking at the gap in the dark clot. He says that everything worked out for them. View of the young master's hut. The guy walks around the territory, leaning on a cane. He thinks that he needs to immediately go to the paranormal laboratory, because something probably happened to his fiancée, and if the spirits did not deceive him, then he needs the clue that exists in her. A man with short hair and glasses comes across a blind man. The guy thinks that it doesn't matter to him whether his memories return, but by leaving his spirit, he will at least be able to contact his girlfriend. The stranger moves away, extending his hand, while the main character turns around at his voice. The guy asks the cripple for forgiveness. He says everything is fine. The young master stops abruptly, leaning on his cane. He opens his eyes wide in horror, and a long cut appears on his neck. A huge pool of blood flows on the ground. The bleeding young gentleman sits leaning against the wall on the floor, holding his neck with one hand and holding a cane with the other. He coughs up blood and makes death sounds. The beggar, having lost his strength, faints on the ground. A huge gap appears in the world of spirits, and a bright demon looks at it. The spirit in the form of an animal with a huge yellow eye looks at its relative in bewilderment. He asks why he deceived the guy if he himself said not to do it, and this plot is not worth 8 and 9. The bright spirit stands, turning away from the second. Speaking with his back turned, he replies that he did not deceive anyone, but simply conveyed information with several inaccuracies. The spirit turns around and makes a wide smile, lowering the corners of his eyes. He chuckles and says it was funny, that's why he did it. And then he also answers with a chuckle that the plus is that he has the opportunity to take a walk for the first time in 18 years. The stranger looks at the body of a cripple lying in a pool of his own blood. He puts his hand to his ear with a surprised expression on his face. The mercenary says that his mission has been completed and people need to be sent to remove the body, blood, and other traces from the scene. The guy, in bewilderment, says into the phone that he still doesn't understand why the blind man had to be killed by the champion in murder because he is obviously completely harmless. The beggar's hand lies in a pool of blood spreading all over the ground. The killer replies that he has completed the order, so he and Mrs. Len are even. The mercenary becomes wary, removing his hand from his ear in front of him. The beggar rises from the floor and looks straight at his killer. He opens his eyes wide in horror, and sweat runs down his cheek. A car is driving along the highway, and behind it appears a crowd of demons of different types and forms, such as a beast-like, a lizard-like, a huge terrible eye, and a dark spirit in the form of a tree. The killer falls to the ground in horror and clenches his teeth. He shakes with fear. The guy tells the person on the other line that he doesn't understand what happened and what's going on. With his teeth clenched, he opens his eyes wide and his face is completely covered in sweat, even under his glasses. The mercenary begins to scream in horror that he sees monsters in front of him. A huge dark eye watches the guy and then hits the ground with his hand. The demon lifts it and a small light appears on his hand. He stretches it forward. Then the germ of fire turns into a huge light spirit. He watches the man with a malicious smile and says that the fun will begin soon. Ms. Lin screams loudly into the phone. She asks what happened to the person on the other side of the phone and why he is not answering. A security guard approaches the girl. He asks what should he do. The bar owner makes an angry expression on her face. She demands to immediately send everyone to the beggar's house because she wants to find out what happened there, and if he survives, then he will need to be killed. Magic compass. The old people watch his movement, raising their heads up. The short grandfather says that the compass is making an ominous turn. The owner of the temple makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that the compass is definitely broken. The old man is covered in sweat from fear. He says that the compass turns quickly, and if it is broken, then a man must fix it. The temple caretaker lowers his head. A crowd of men in suits runs towards the main character's house. They hide behind the hedges, watching the crowd of monsters. The men look at each other in horror. They are trying to understand what is happening there because they have never encountered anything like this and do not know how something like this can be killed. The comrade replies that he hasn't encountered anything like this either, but it doesn't matter who they die from, because if they don't complete the task, they will still die at the hands of the girl. The man points to the glowing spirit, which stands half-sided towards them. He says that this is their goal, and they need to kill at least him. The guards point their guns at the spirit. While he stands calmly in the shadows, he turns his head and makes a wide, malicious smile. Getting into the body of the spirit slightly dissipated it. One of the mercenaries receives a retaliatory wave strike. Evil spirits are calmly approaching people. The men shoot at the spirit at the same time and leave huge holes. They immediately tighten and the monster raises his hand. The men are overwhelmed by a light wave and penetrated through. The evil spirit smiles maliciously. He says it was good for a warm-up, but it wasn't much fun. A police car drives up to the building, from which an employee emerges with his mouth wide open in horror. The spirits light a huge fire. The police understand that hell has opened up before them. The man points his finger forward to his partner. He gives the order to immediately call in civil defense forces while others help evacuate civilians to avoid unnecessary deaths. An old man with red hair sits on the roof of a police car. He says that there is no time to explain, and they should just listen to his order because they will only sacrifice civil defense forces and 2 policemen will be enough to evacuate people. The old man with a calm expression on his face watches the servicemen. He says that they will have to seal off the exits to the entrance of the tunnel so that no one can enter there. The police look at the old man in bewilderment. They ask who he is to give them orders. The old man gets angry at the men until a demon appears behind him. The elderly man shouts that this is a large man in front of them, and it is not like they have never seen commanders from America at all. The servants shout to the old man that there is danger behind him. He holds out 2 fingers in front of him. The demon is surprised to see the older man jumping high. He looks at the spirit with anger. The man replies that the demon will pay for interrupting his speech. The police flee in horror from demons and fire. One of them shouts that the code is SR-340 and the entrance to the tunnel must be blocked so that no one can get out, while the second continues his words by saying that the rest will have to evacuate people. The demon looks at the old man with a malicious smile. He says they came quickly and he hasn't seen the magical union for a long time. The old man looks at the demon with a wide smile. He says that old man Zai's grandson has become very mature, but with the magical union, things are not as simple as he thinks, and even though the old man is alone, he is still very insightful. One of the demons receives a magical blow to the face. The eye demon watches in horror what is happening. The old man puts 2 fingers in front of him. He casts a spell that those who obey him will live, and those who rebel against him will die, and this must happen immediately. A column of magical energy pierces the main demon. The man uses the spell of 5 thunderclaps on him. The temple caretaker and his disciple appear in front of the old man. A short old man stands in the middle of a huge student and his longtime friend. He tells the temple caretaker that he was right about the compass not being broken. The protagonist demon watches the representatives of the magical union. The building of the Institute for the Study of Paranormal Phenomena, Building L1. Magical energy in vitro. The laboratory assistant is happy that everything worked out. He sets up a camera to record what is happening. The guy says that since this is the first teleportation gate that connects them with another world, everything needs to be captured. Light energy appears within the red demonic energy. The laboratory assistant zooms in on a clot of energy on the camera, in the middle of which a small gap appears. He's going to see what's inside, but he can't see well. A shadow of a man appears in the center of the clot. The guy realizes that a person is coming out of the portal. The main character appears from the crack. The doctor's ward realizes that it is Zai-Yu. A bright spirit levitates in front of the representatives of the union. They are surrounded by fire on all sides. The old man looks at him with a calm expression on his face. He says that he has never met such spirits, and in Linhai they deserve to hold a council of the highest mentors because they even have extraordinary evil spirits. The temple caretaker stands with a calm expression on his face and lowers his head slightly. He does not respond to the words of his longtime friend. The demon snaps the fingers of one hand. The old man with red hair becomes alert and lightning appears behind him. His longtime friend also glances at the demon, expecting something terrible. The student stands against the backdrop of a burning field with the corners of his lips downturned, his bangs falling on his face, and he does not express any special emotions. Modifications of demons appear in front of the men, many times larger than before. They are attacked by a huge half-animal, a spirit with a huge snake tail, and a wooden monster man with a sharpened weapon instead of hands. The bright spirit smiles widely, his face shimmers, resembling a flame when burning. He says that he wants to keep the gray-haired old man for himself, and the rest are rather weak, and he doesn't want to beat such people. The building of the Institute for the Study of Paranormal Phenomena, Building L1. The laboratory assistant watches what is happening in bewilderment. He clenches his teeth, and sweat runs down his face. He doesn't understand what's going on and why Mr. Zai is at the gate. The man suggests that he may already be dead. The guy comes closer to the installation with the portal and looks straight at the energy clot. The manager demands him to leave. A girl with glasses and short black hair holds in front of her with both hands a huge hose that stretches along the entire length of the laboratory. The laboratory assistant replies that she will not be able to suck in the master because he is in another world and perhaps is already dead. The girl pulls a wide pipe to the installation with a portal and turns on the pump. She shouts that her fiancé is alive. The young master puts on a calm expression while in complete darkness. He directs his gaze forward through the mask. There is a huge explosion that blows everything around. The smoke from it spreads across the ground. The old man's disciple looks at the huge demon with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He holds it with his hands in front of him, resting his feet on the ground, trying to maintain a stance for balance. The old man flies straight into the side of the student, who has a huge pink backpack hanging on his back. He finds himself far from his opponent and, at the same time, leaves a huge column of smoke after the fall. The man rises next to his ward, who looks around. He complains about his lower back and says that the perfume is really not simple. The old man makes an angry expression on his face and frowns. He says it looks like he's going to have to fight for real. The man throws his outerwear on the ground. A short old man with a lean, athletic body and many scars on it holds his hands on his sides, looking at the demon standing in front of him with arrogance. He says that he hasn't moved his bones for a long time and is already quite old. A man jumps over a huge wooden demon. He sits down on it and uses one hand to steady himself on the brute. The old man runs along his hand to his head. He jumps up and does a flying kick to the monster's face. The demon plunges his hands into the ground. Its dark roots grow underground. The old man watches what is happening in bewilderment. The demon grows in size and raises his fist up. his sword in his hand becoming even larger and sharper than it was before. The monster accumulated strength from the soil. A large student with a short teacher standing next to him watches as dark magic emanates from the demon and it rushes straight towards them. The old man reaches forward and clenches it into a fist, his veins swelling with pressure. He addresses his student. The guy stands with the corners of his lips downcast, together with his mentor, without outerwear, with a calm expression on his face. The man raises his fist up. They both watch the actions of the spirit. The teacher asks the student if he remembers how he broke the bipod for him. The guy replies that it remains in his memory. The ward makes a powerful blow with his hand in the air, and magical energy emanates from him in all directions. The old man stands in a stance with his legs spread and his arms in two directions. The energy of his ward flies into his stomach, which he collects and adds to that coming from his hands. The man creates a huge magical whirlwind and, thanks to it, rises up. The huge demon watches this with a wide smile. He says that he did not think that the demon could be attacked using taijutsu. He considered this technique to be quite good. A huge explosion occurs. The old man and his student are holding in their arms a demon in the form of a snake, which glances at them. The tattoo is in the form of a circle with a semicircle with spikes on it, and a line going down is added in the center. The old man becomes alarmed when she begins to glow on his shoulder. The man's hand gives way and changes shape, becoming more sinuous and losing control of holding the demon. The student watches in horror what is happening and opens his mouth wide at what he sees. He shouts to the teacher to warn him of the danger. A demon with a huge hand that mutates into a sharp weapon runs towards the old man. He makes a swing with the semicircular weapon and cuts off the arm of the man who is holding the demon on his shoulders. The old man spits blood from his mouth and opens his eyes wide in horror. Lightning strikes in the sky. The demon with light energy watches the temple caretaker, who stands calmly with his hands behind his back. He asks if the old man wants to tell him something, because in previous times he was never present at the Walk of the Spirits, and if there had not been such a commotion, he would not have come now. The demon lowers his head slightly to watch the man and makes a malicious smile. He asks why the magical union has weakened so much. The old man looks at the demon with a calm expression and puts two fingers together. He replies that people and dark spirits are not on the same path, and therefore they have nothing to talk about. A column of light illuminates the body of the spirit. The old man shouts a heavenly thunder spell. The spirit moves in a column of light. The monster gathers its power into a ball in its hand. He says that he is not a person or a demon because he is something in between, or rather an evil spirit. The old man's arms and legs are caught in the demon's magical bonds, and he falls to his knees. He makes an effort and breaks free from his shackles. Steam is coming from the temple caretaker, and drops of blood are flowing from his mouth. He looks at the monster with arrogance and anger. The spirit rises above the ground and levitates while the man tries to rise from his knees. He asks the old man if he has anything to say. The man looks at the ground with a calm expression. The spirit raises its hand up along with particles of energy. A clot of energy rises up, and inside it there is a formless something. The old man is thrown back by the shock wave and falls to the ground. The man lies with his head on the ground without moving. The spirit levitates above the ground, and small sparks of energy emanate from it, which develop everywhere. The monster with a dissatisfied expression on his face looks at the old man lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth are downturned, and his neck has become abnormally long. He reminds him of what he and Mentor Zai did once upon a time. The spirit asks the old man if he remembers about the first student of the highest mentors, Sehai. Spirit with downturned corners of mouth. He asks if the old man remembers what he said earlier. The man continues to lie on the ground. He says he wants to know what the monster is going to do in the end. The spirit with an embittered expression watches the lying old man. He replies that he wants him to shove this matter into his stomach and never mention it again, because from now on no one should know about it, least of all Zayu. The man rises to his knees and glances at the demon. He doesn't understand what he means. The spirit looks at the old man with displeasure. He replies that this is not discussed, and he should not force him to kill him, because the spirit promised Zayu to let the old man live. The guy looks at the demon. He asks about his fiancée. The evil spirits watch the ward with a calm expression. He says that everything is correct, and the clue the beggar needs is his girlfriend, and now he should leave. And then the main character will be able to get what he needs, but on the way he will meet a disaster that he should not resist. The young master looks at the spirit in bewilderment. He asks the demon why he should believe him. The monster makes a wide smile. He replies that the boy has no choice anyway. A butler with the spirit of his wife. The demon reminds the ward about the butler and the spirit of his wife. He says that the young master correctly understood that someone is creating evil spirits, and this person is actually connected with a magical union. A dark aura of dead, resentful people hangs over the city. The demon continues to say that he correctly sensed the human grievance that belongs to the world, and the magical union should have dealt with this, but he deliberately ignores everything. Test tubes in the laboratory filled with dark spirits. The monster says that in the laboratory of paranormal phenomena, a magical union is engaged in secret treacherous affairs. The demon makes a malicious smile looking at the guy. He says that, even though his ward found out everything, he still suffered from the fact that he could not continue his investigation into the affairs of the magical union. The monster raises his index finger up. He reminds the guy how he communicated with Yan Ran about this. The main character approaches his bride. He asks her about whether her company cooperates with the Magical Union and whether the Magical Union sponsors any scientific research, such as a paranormal laboratory. The groom turns away from the bride. He asks if she has connections so that he can enter into a magical union. She replies that this is the only thing that, unfortunately, she cannot help him with. A huge demonic eye watches what is happening around. The monster says that although the guy broke his head, he promised his grandfather that no outsider would know about his powers, and therefore he cannot use magic to investigate. The spirit spreads his hands in front of the ward standing in front of him. He says that he is ready to help him with this matter. The guy looks at the monster in disbelief. He asks why he should help. The monster makes a malicious smile. The spirit says that it cannot help him with restoring his memories, and he does not care about the magical union, but he wants to give him a sweet taste of their power so that after that he can accept them. The evil spirit reminds the guy that he himself said that when dealing with spirits, you cannot be afraid, you cannot run, and you cannot avoid. The young master opens his eyes wide. He frowns at the demon. The guy thinks silently and doesn't respond to his words. And then he says that he is ready to cooperate with them, but they will not be allowed to kill people. The spirit holds its hands on its sides, its head glows and looks like tongues of flame, with hellfire burning around them on the battlefield. The monster says that their time has come, and although it's hard for him to part with freedom, he feels good in the body of a child. A huge student sits on his knees, resting his hands on the ground, and next to him his mentor holds his shoulder without an arm. He looks at the spirit with an embittered expression on his face. The monster says that he was interested in watching their ward grow up for 18 years. A column of hellfire encircles the battlefield. The spirit explains that they, as evil spirits since ancient times, have not said this to anyone, and therefore they better fulfill the condition that he says, because otherwise they will come out again and cause a disaster. The spirit looks at the old men and the student of one of them. He demands that men accept their child as a disciple and always remember that evil spirits are watching them and see everything, including whether they have fulfilled their promise. The pipe in the laboratory lies on the floor. A subordinate and his boss are standing near a broken pipe. The guy with glasses says that Mr. Zai is missing. Yan Ran, standing nearby, remains silent in response to his words. A huge red clot of energy with a light center. A half-open eye with white eyelashes appears in the middle of it. A huge red eye opens wide, looking at the scientists. The guy, horrified by what is happening, makes a frightened expression on his face. Behind him, lightning strikes on a purple background. The scientist lifts the hose up and her lover flies out of it. The guy immediately leaves the girl while she looks after him. She asks him to wait. The girl holds the hose on her shoulders. The scientist says that she wants to give him advice about not getting involved in what he cannot control, because following goodness, in her opinion, is climbing a mountain. The girl was going to talk about the evil, but did not have time to do this because the guy was already getting ready to leave. Temple building under moonlight. The candles in the candlestick burn, illuminating the room with light. A woman with black hair and white streaks of hair holds her hands behind her back and looks out the window at what is happening on the street. She says that the case of the mentor's brother should not be investigated because the evil spirits have many demands. The mentor wonders if the man has met Zayu. Behind the woman, in a circle, several men are sitting. One of them answers her question that he has never seen him and he only knows that he is the grandson of his mentor's brother and, moreover, blind and lame, and no one knows anything about his talents. But since he is the descendant of the mentor's brother, he will surely prove himself, and he should not be Yan Zio's disciple. The woman raises her hand and shows 5 fingers. She asks if brother mentor Jin is in charge of the magical union. The mentor glances to the side and holds an open palm in front of her. She says that Zayu is not beneficial to the magical union and the council of greatest mentors. The woman asks if the man thinks that the guy can be useful to them in completing the last stage. The woman with a calm expression turns to the men. She says that since the young master is useless, he will not be able to do anything unless he is given to Yan Zio, because they, the Council of Greatest Masters, are not sure of this, and it does not matter whether they lose or win, because in any case they will have to accept any outcome. The girl explains to them that this is because the fateful day is approaching. The 3 men rise from the floor and punch their hand. They say they understood her order. The girl turns to the men and holds onto the hem of her dress. She talks about 1,000 demons in Master's eye. The guy's demon looks at him with a malicious smile, standing against the backdrop of magical talismans. The demon is perplexed why the guy usually talks a lot, but now he is silent. He stands behind the young master and turns sideways to him. The young man says that thousands of demons have their mouths full of lies, and their goal is to completely get rid of the shackles, and therefore, no matter what happens, it is not worthy of mention. The spirit looks at the guy with bewilderment and folds his arms over his chest. The bar owner looks away. The guy turns away from his evil spirit. The demon asks the young master why he leaves the girl if there is a desire in her heart to secretly kill him. The spirit smiles widely, looking at the ward. He tells him that if he decides to leave her, the demon himself will deal with her so that the guy avoids shame. With his hands in his pockets, the young gentleman approaches the temple, where he is met by a gray-haired mentor. A man with a long red beard and a smile on his face looks at his young ward. He says that the good beginnings were ruined. Holding his hands on his chest, the old man looks at the blind guy with disbelief. The man realizes that in front of him is the young grandson of Senior Zai. The old man looks at the guy with arrogance. The mentor says that he is the chairman of a magical union, and only after the last battle was he finally able to open his eyes. The young disciples of the temple watch the conversation between the newcomer and their mentor. The guy replies that an evil spirit just came to them, who was able to escape and scare everyone. A huge student of a short old man with long bangs on his head looks forward. The corners of his lips are lowered down. The old man turns to the giant. He tells the young master that since he is the grandson of Master Zai's brother, he should call him teacher by right of seniority and greet the others. Standing in the middle of the old man and his student, one of the mentors looks at the guy. He tells his old friend that he was joking, but he doesn't understand jokes, and therefore his cultivation is not high. The man directs his gaze at the young student, holding his fist behind his back. He tells him to change into the Taoist robe. The old man scratches his temple with his index finger. He tells the guy that he is his student. The young master takes off his outer clothing and then unfastens his robe. The guy spreads his arms and turns around to look at himself. He becomes wary, looking forward through his mask. A girl in a short brown skirt is hiding around the corner. The guy understands that his beloved is in front of him. One of the supreme chairmen is watching what is happening on the street. A woman holds her hands behind her back while standing on the edge of a roof. She says she only allows the student to go out in daylight for one day. The girl looks at the back of her indifferent mentor. The woman asks her to never appear in public during the daytime again. The student bows to her mentor. She replies that she remembers everything and asks if her lover will influence them. The woman moves away from her ward. She tells her that there is no need to worry because if he crosses their path, then she will resolve this issue. The Supreme Master makes an aggressive expression on her face. She continues to tell the student that she will have to kill him if something happens. The bar owner is shaking while sitting at the table in front of a piece of paper. She indignantly does not understand why everything happened this way. The woman slams her fist on the table in irritation. She shouts that all her charges are insignificant and cannot kill even one person, which means that they are of no use. The bar owner starts coughing up blood. Bald guards run into her office and see that the girl is lying on the floor next to a pile of pills, indicators on a hospital device. The girl lies under a drip with a closed mask on her face. In front of her are 3 subordinates in suits and a nurse with a tablet in her hands. She says that the girl's condition is extremely depressing, and if the treatment does not work, she will not survive the evening. A man with blonde hair and a beard looks arrogantly at a hospital bed. He says he understood the nurse's words. His charges leave to talk to the doctor while the man glances at them. He looks at the girl with a terrifying smile. The man says that she is as weak as her parents. The ward smiles widely, lifting the girl on the bed. He says that he must thank her parents because if it weren't for them, the group would not have been able to develop as it does now. And even though he killed them, he raised her for 12 years, so he believes that they are even. A girl with a mask on her face lies with her eyes closed. The gang leader sits on a chair, and his charges stand around him. The man says that 20 years ago his boss was the head of the criminal world, and he relied only on his own strength and charisma, thereby luring most of the criminals to his side. But when he heard news of impending change, he gathered all the criminals and ordered them to prepare to disband the group, and then founded a company where they, the criminals, could live with dignity. The young ward watches the boss. He says that this situation caused a lot of dissatisfaction, especially among Father Lin's most trusted confidante. A gang leader punches a man in a suit in the face. The ward continues to say that everyone followed Lin's father because they were the best at fighting and their technique was excellent. The gang leader and his ward are adjusting their suits. The man says that they all got together and, having no honest methods for survival, began to earn black money from the casino they opened. And after the group turned into a company, there was no longer any difference between them and the pretenders who walk from the office to home and back every day. The group has split up, and a group of men are looking at 3 people standing separately from them. The man explains that the group belonged to Lin's father, and he did a lot for her, and he let go of everyone who disagreed with it. Such desertion made the criminals aggressive. A crowd of men in suits looks at the leader who has fallen to the floor with red liquid pouring out of his glass. The ward explains that the murder of his boss ignited the fire. Jiang Long invited him to dinner at a cafe and killed the elder Lin. But he knew in advance that people would betray him, and even so, he did not harm a single criminal. Drops of blood flow down. Below them a woman with purple hair leads a little girl with a yellow briefcase through the turnstile. The ward explains that the boss's life was colored by misfortune, and he was able to escape but made the greatest sacrifice because then Lin and her mother were pure. And, before going to dinner, he ordered his people to be transported. A girl watches people running after them from behind the wall. The man says that Jiang Long was not as lenient and killed Lin's father and later planned to uproot the infection and therefore led people to the airport to stop his wife. Lin's mother realized there was no way out, so she hid her daughter in the closet and then diverted attention to herself. A frightened girl watches with tears in her eyes as a woman jumps from the roof. The man explains that the little girl did not listen to her mother, ran out excitedly, and then saw with her own eyes how, driven into a dead end, she threw herself from the roof. A girl walks through the forest in the rain. He says that she walked down the street in the pouring rain, and no one understood how she escaped from the people looking for her. It was also unknown how she was able to get far from the airport. Her beautiful clothes became dirty and wet, she was crushed, and there was no fire in her eyes. The baby walked like a wooden doll. The girl lies on the floor near the garbage bags while a man watches her. The ward says that she lost consciousness, and then a janitor found the girl and brought her to his home. The light of a lantern falls on a lonely little girl. The man says that she went from heaven to hell, and such a blow completely destroyed her spirit. She stopped speaking and began to be afraid of everyone around her. A man and a woman look at a little girl in beautiful clothes. The leader's ward explains that everything changed when the janitor's family did not turn away from her and accepted her into their family, because they sent her to school, saved on food, and saved up to buy her beautiful clothes. The little girl smiles widely with her hands folded in front of her. The man says that a crack appeared in the girl's tightly locked heart, and she was opened by love. The overturned car is on fire and a column of smoke is emanating from it. The ward explains that heaven did not wish happiness for the little girl, and 2 years later her adoptive parents had an accident and died. The girl remained an orphan forever. A young girl with purple hair hits a man in the face on the street. The man says that after the death of her parents, she no longer attended school, but lived on the street and participated in street fights, breaking her head bloody for money. A young girl holds a blade in front of an old man. The subordinate says that she wandered for 2 days from hunger and pointed her knife at the old man, but he was not like the others and did not mock her, despising her. The man's hand pulls money in front of him. The subordinate says that the old man seriously took money out of his wallet, gave it to the girl, and then asked her name with warmth in his voice. The future owner of the bar holds the blade in front of her without lowering it and makes a serious expression on her face. She replies that she is a thief and does not beg. The old man strokes the girl on the head, causing her to move the knife away and open her eyes wide in surprise. The man says the old man laughed and stroked her head. A girl hits an elderly man on the arm. The subordinate explains that the girl did not return his kindness, but only snorted at him. A crowd of bandits in suits watches as a girl beats up a crowd of men. The ward says that he learned about a girl who terrorized others. The man smiles widely and extends his hand forward. A girl stands next to 2 men in suits. He continues to explain that the mercenary's father took pity on the girl and made her his adopted daughter, and she ended up in their environment. The man looks at the child in bewilderment. The ward goes on to say that after getting along, her new father realized that she was Lin's daughter. The girl, standing on her hands, fights with the men around her. The wards explain that, even having realized who she was, he got rid of all the witnesses without fear, but at the same time planned to take advantage of the fact that she went out of her way for the sake of the group. She's just like her parents, great at fighting, and that's why even when she became their adopted sister, he kept quiet. 2 men are sitting at a table, one of whom is looking at the other with a smile, and a young girl is watching all this. The ward says that one day Old Man Zai appeared in the group and conferred with the girl's adoptive father for a long time, and then she found out that she now has a fiancé, and heard about it all. The man looks at the girl with hatred and lifts her couch. He says that anger, hatred, and resentment filled her heart. The girl opens her eyes and becomes alert, realizing what is happening. The man clenches his teeth together in anger. The girl is possessed by the devil. He tells her that she is disgraced and will have a miserable death. A huge eye is watching the bar owner. He asks her if she agrees to die in shame, because she can think about her dead parents, who raised her and suffered insults, despite the fact that the main culprit of her misfortune is behind her back. And to become free, she needs to kill the grandson of the dead Old Man Zai. A huge eye opens wide. The demon demands that the girl kill the guy. Long lamps in a hospital corridor. One of the wards raises his head up and looks at the ceiling. He asks the others why their boss hasn't come out yet. The guy enters the office, opening the door. He asks how long his boss will be there. The guy opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He doesn't understand what happened to his boss. A man lies on the floor with a twisted body and a neck twisted several times. His eyeballs are sticking out and black liquid is flowing on the floor near his mouth. The wards call their boss in horror. The main character, accompanied by two guys in black clothes, goes to the building. One of them tells the protagonist that since he is joining them, there is something worth mentioning. With a serious look, he informs the main character that brother mentor Juju never taught him anything, so he should show his strength. With a smile on his face, he tells another guy in black clothes that if this colleague was able to join the Magic Union, then the teacher's mind has become clouded with old age. The main character passes between them with a stern look and tells the guys to look around so that evil spirits do not break out and injure the innocent. One of the students with a smile on his face says that he bets 500 that he will run out in 5 minutes, dropping his slippers. The other guy says it's not necessary and maybe the teacher will like his simple look. He adds that he gives him 10 minutes. The main character knocks on the door. A brown-haired woman opens the door and asks who he is. The main character puts his palm to his chest and replies that he is from the Magic Union and his name is Yu. The surprised woman exclaims that the Taoist has come after all. She points to the entrance and tells the main character that he can pass through. Streams of dark red energy circulate along the stairs that lead up. The main character is silent for a while. He asks the woman to take him to his daughter's room. A woman with a frightened face puts her hand to her chest and answers with consent. The two of them walk up the stairs. The woman says that her husband is usually abroad at this time for work and now only she and her 19-year-old daughter are at home. She adds that 5 years ago her daughter became seriously ill. At first there was only a piercing cry at night, and then gradually clouding of consciousness began and, finally, drawings suddenly appeared all over the room, which showed indescribably frightening monsters. She reports that she, willy-nilly, had to find the Magic Union so that they could look at her daughter. They enter a room from which streams of dark energy emanate. The woman presses her hands to her chest and says that this is the right room. In front of them is a dark passage, which is covered with talismans. The woman says that these are protective talismans that her husband asked from the Magic Union. With a frightened look, she extends her hand forward and says that she has no choice. The main character grabs her hand. He tells her with a serious expression that he needs some space if she doesn't mind. The woman closes her eyes and tells the protagonist that she will then come down and make tea. The main character sighs with relief, looking at the woman leaving. The protagonist senses dark energy around him. He thought that the 1,000 demons in the body felt the negative chi and each of them was not calm. He adds that it's futile to even try to break the shackles, and if you don't take into account the presence of your daughter, he's afraid that everything will immediately explode. A dark red eye appears above the protagonist, telling them that their powers are their gift. He asks him how much he could use without them. The protagonist grabs the door handle. Dark red streams of energy rush past him. The main character opens the door. The walls of the room are covered with drawings of monsters. A girl with red eyes lies on the floor, drawing another monster and laughing. The dark red eye invites the protagonist to submit, and then they will give him limitless powers. He asks the main character how to control him, if not with the help of an evil spirit. The protagonist says that through primordial constancy one obtains the original nature, constant originality, constant peace, constant purity and peace. Golden rays of energy are directed towards the main character. He bit his finger until it bled. He throws out 2 talismans in front of him and shouts that he commands the spirit to perish. The talismans begin to fly forward from the protagonist. They head straight for the girl, who is enveloped in red energy. Dark red energy comes out of the girl. Red patterns appear on her and she screams loudly in pain. A dark spirit with red eyes appears above her. The spirit is directed towards the protagonist and opens its mouth. The main character jumped back and shouted that the matter was beyond his control. He puts his hands forward and talismans begin to float in front of him. He shouts that the heavens are round, the earth is square, and there are 9 chapters of laws. He adds that he writes with his hand to hide the 1,000 demons. He uses the ability secret of 10,000 swords, after which golden swords are sent towards the enemy. A lot of dark energy appears. The golden swords pierce the enemy in several places at once. The spirit screams loudly in pain. He turned his attention to the girl lying on the ground. He heads towards her and shouts to the protagonist that this is retribution for his insolence. The main character points the stick towards the enemy, after which golden energy emanates from it. A beam of golden energy hits the enemy, after which he screams loudly. The spirit, reduced to a tiny size, says that it is impossible to leave so quickly. He heads out the window, escapes through it. The main character stood quietly in place and thought that the evil spirit had been defeated by 1/10. With a serious expression, he thought that there were 2 people outside, but even a 2-headed pig could be stopped. He heard a loud noise outside the window. He looked out the window and wondered if it had really worked. He clenched his teeth in displeasure. The main character sees a spirit possessing a brown-haired woman and calls him a scoundrel. Two guys in black clothes with swords in their hands run towards the spirit and shout to him to stop. The spirit enters a woman through her mouth. A talisman is stuck to her chest. The main character puts his hand forward and a bright golden glow appears in it. The evil spirit is attracted to the talisman. The spirit is sucked into the talisman and golden particles fly around. The main character approaches two guys and a girl lying on the ground. He makes the talisman float above his left hand and asks the guys that didn't he tell them to get ready outside. He then asks them what they are doing here. The two guys look at each other. One of them, with an angry expression on his face, tells you to watch his tone because they are his mentor brothers. The guy in the white and black robe turns away from the protagonist and says that besides, he himself has no skills, so what concerns them is that he allowed the evil spirit to escape. He adds that they only came to see the main character and not to do all the work for him. The guy in the black and white robe grabs the hilt of the sword and asks the protagonist to apologize for his pride, and then adds that he did not know that he considers him his greatest mentor. The guy in the white and black robe tells the protagonist that with such a temper, it is not surprising that there was no place for his old man in the magical union. The two guys laugh after this. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the guy in a white and black robe what he just said. Both villains turn around and ask the protagonist what it was. The protagonist, near whom black particles are flying, says that he asked him what he just said. A guy in a white and black robe with a smile on his face asks, looking at his friend, what will they get from this? They approach the protagonist and a guy in a black and white robe asks the main character if he is not only blind and lame, but also deaf. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, and he repeats his words that it is not surprising that the magic union had no place for his old man. The main character swings his leg. He struck the villain in the stomach. A guy in a white and black robe with an angry expression on his face asks the protagonist how he dared to do this. The main character grabs him by the neck. He holds him above him and tells him to wash his mouth with soap. He adds that if he hears such nonsense from him again, he promises that he will not say anything more at all. The villain slaps the protagonist on his hand. The protagonist lets go of the villain's neck. He goes to the exit from the site and tells the guy who fell on the floor to remember his words. The main character shifts his gaze to the left. He looks at the bush and wonders if he was imagining it. He turned his head forward and again heard a noise from the direction of the bushes. He turns towards the bushes and tells whoever is hiding in them to come out. He adds that he speaks only once and that then he should not make a mistake in this case. When Ju crawls out of the bushes, with confusion on her face, she asks the protagonist how he found her. The main character, with a serene expression on his face, asks the girl why she is sneaking. When Ju approaches the main character and says that she is not sneaking, but just wanted to look at him and nothing more. The main character asks her what she is doing. The girl replies that the customer stopped nearby and she went to give him something. She hugs the main character's hand and calls him you. With a joyful expression on her face, she invites the protagonist to go on a date. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that girls had not been hovering around him lately. He adds that he has already forgotten about marriage contracts. He asks the girl where she wants to go. When Ju pressed her head to the main character's shoulder and then says that she can take a walk around the market because she hasn't gone there for a long time. The main character agrees and they went forward. He is watching them from around the corner. There are mountains near the temple grounds. Sihai asks the men in dark robes if you beat them. Two beaten scoundrels bow to the old man. The guy in white and black clothes answers that he does and calls the main character crazy. The guy in black and white clothes tells Sihai that the main character beat them for no reason and left without saying anything and has not returned yet. Then he asks the teacher to restore justice. The guy in white and black clothes tells the teacher that you allowed the evil spirit to escape because of his poor technique and they only tried to stop the spirit out of the kindness of their hearts. He adds that not only did the main character not thank them, but he also wounded two people. He asks how such a person can remain in the magic union. Sihai replies with a stern look that whether it is true or not, they will decide when Yu returns, but for now they should rest. The two villains look at each other. They go out, and Sihai wants to ask Yan Zhao if he has any thoughts on this matter. Standing next to him, Yan Zhao interrupts him and asks if he is really going to keep a straight face when he realizes that his students are not so cool. Sihai asks him with a dissatisfied expression why he would think so. Yan Zhao walks to the railing and tells Sihai to take a look at these two. He adds that he said one word, and he said another, and now they are like in Xiangsheng. Sihai asks him what he means. The interlocutor with a calm expression on his face replies that there are 1,000 demons in Yu's body, and his brother mentor personally trained him, so he should not be underestimated. He then says that the protagonist did a great job of controlling the spirit, something that the Sihai disciples couldn't do. He adds that moreover, if Yu had not been able to cope with the spirit, then it is not a fact that even with their help they would have been able to defeat him. Sihai closes his eyes and remains silent. They both stand silently at the railing. Yan Jiao thought that the worse Sehai's students, the better his chances on the advice of the greatest mentors. He adds that if this continues, then first place will go to people from his sect. The main character and Wenju are sitting on a bench and eating ice cream. The girl asks the main character if the ice cream is tasty. With a smile on her face, she asks the main character if she can try his ice cream. She took a bite of the main character's ice cream and says that his tastes better. The night sky rises above the city. Wenju says that it is getting late and she will go home. The main character waves his hand to the leaving girl and tells her to take care of herself. He takes off the blindfold from one eye and says the girl's name. He looks at the smiling Wenju and thought that she really doesn't look at all like the girl he remembers or that she was changed 18 years ago. He walks around saying that it's not important, so he doesn't even want to think about it. He tells Wenju that they spent the whole day together. The girl with brown hair opens her eyes wide and replies that she didn't think she liked him that much. He walks up to her with an angry expression on her face. Wenju tells her with a wary look that she has fallen so low. His eye begins to glow red, and she screams and asks Wenju why on earth she spends time near him. She then informs her that all she does is hang around with trash. Wenju takes out the talisman and tells her that she chose her path, and then asks what this has to do with her and you. It makes a jump. She attacked the girl with brown hair from the back. Magic Union. The grounds of the Magic Union building are surrounded by fog. The main character stands near the Sehai students. He is silent for a while. Yan Jiao approaches him and asks him if he has returned from his date. He raises his hand up and asks the main character if the girl was good. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks the teacher to speak closer to the point. The teacher puts his fist to his chin and says that of course he will do so, and then asks the main character if it was difficult to bind that evil spirit. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, replies that he doesn't think he can be considered very strong, but he is cunning. He adds that he did not expect this, and the enemy deceived him. Yan Jiao thought after the words of the protagonist. He scratches his beard and thinks that the main character is not arrogant, not currying favor, and impartial. He adds that many magical unions do not have such qualities, not to mention the fact that he has good abilities and powers. He tells the main character that he sent him today to look at his powers and in the end he was able to complete the task. He adds that he has already exceeded all his expectations, so he can go and rest. The main character bows a little to the teacher and agrees. The teacher leaves and tells the main character that the next time he encounters such ignorant people, he can act boldly. He adds that if there is any embarrassment, the teacher will cover for it. The main character noticed something. He sees Wenju go around the corner. He followed her. Sehai, who is standing on the roof, says that he has arrived. Standing next to him is the highest mentor Mo. Sehai bows a little to her, and she puts her hand to the side. She notices Wenju and tells her to ignore Sehai and that she can come closer. She asks the girl with brown hair if she fought. Wenju bows to Mo and replies that yes, and fortunately, it was not difficult. With a serious expression on her face, she tells her mentor that she is under arrest below. The teacher asks her if she is useful. Wenju replies that it will most likely be useful. Mo tells her that in that case she should be kept in custody. She says that under no circumstances should the student die in the Anju village at the hero's grave. She adds that the day is approaching and her strength will still be needed. Surprised, Wenju agrees, after which the mentor allows her to leave. She opens the door. In front of her are a long, purple and black staircase. Il lies unconscious on the ground. Wenju asks her if she really thinks that she can fight her for you. She walks up to the bars and with a smile on her face tells her that the others will quickly join her too. She says with a grim smile that she should thoroughly enjoy her last days. The main character lies on the bed with a naked torso and thought that he had this strange dream again. He thought with a thoughtful look that since the 1000 demons appeared, he has been immersed in the same dream realm every night. He adds that at first these were vague images, but gradually they became brighter and brighter. He recalls how two boys threw stones at the main character and shouted that he had no parents and that he was also lame and blind. A girl with brown hair appears and screams for the boys to run away. The boys run away and one of them laughs and then exclaims that the hysterical woman has come. The main character balances with bowls on his arms and legs. Juju crossed his arms and tells the main character that there are still 10 minutes left to hold on. The main character is watched by a girl with brown hair. She holds her head with her hand and smiles. The main character wrinkles his face and wonders if these are his memories. Fog hangs over a wooden house. One of Sehai's students tells the protagonist that he is early. A student in black and white clothes tells the main character that morning classes are already over, but he still came. He then tells the protagonist that he is, in fact, abnormal. The second disciple Sehai stands next to him with his arms crossed. The guy in black and white clothes thought that a blind man, without a teacher or check, just joined the Magic Union. The guy in white and black clothes with a dissatisfied expression on his face thought that there was nothing special about him. Looking at the main character, they wonder why they studied hard for so many years to become students of some unknown mentors, and you just came and has already become a student of Yan Zio. They add that, however, in the magical union, Yan Zio's status is second only to Sihai. He can rightfully be called one of the founding fathers. A guy in white and black clothes with an angry expression on his face wonders who will listen to the main character. The main character sees Wenju in front of him and wonders why she is here. With a serene expression on his face, he thought that yesterday, when he urgently had to get rid of 1,000 demons, she conveniently appeared nearby. He wonders why she is here again today, and is it a coincidence again? He heads towards her and thought it would be better to test her once. Same day, after lunch, two Sihai students look at the girl with loving glances. A guy in white and black clothes asks how such a beauty fell to such a scoundrel. A girl with brown hair holds her hand to her temple and smiles. One of Sihai's students asks if she is waiting for someone from the Magic Union. The other one teaches him why he decided that, and then asks the question if he thinks anyone in the union is worthy of her. A student in white and black clothes tells another student that if it is possible to watch, then why not? Another student agrees with him. The main character takes a step. Wenju pays attention to the main character. Two Sihai students shout the protagonist's name with anger on their faces. The main character, with surprise on his face, asks the girl why she is here. Wenju hugs the main character's hand and tells him that she missed you. A student in white and black clothes with an upset expression on his face asks why on earth she missed him. Because he is blind. A guy in black and white clothes shouts to the protagonist that he is his enemy. The main character walks with a girl in his arms and asks her if she has thought about where she wants to go. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face tells the protagonist that it was he who invited her on a date, so he must choose a place. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that he has no good places in mind, but if she doesn't mind, then they can go somewhere. He adds that it is true that this place can be a bit scary. The girl replies with a serene expression that it's okay, because with you there's no fear anywhere. The main character and a girl are standing near a dilapidated house. Wenju, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the main character why he brought her here. He approaches the house a little and tells the girl to consider that this is a house for dear guests. He adds that he wanted her to look because he has no ideas and that's why he brought her here. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, tells the protagonist that she thought that he asked her on a date because she even refused work. The main character and a girl enter the room. Wenju follows the main character and tells him that it is very cold here. The protagonist points his hand towards the floor and apologizes to the girl, and then says that he will finish soon. A dark purple spirit emerges from the ground. He moves very quickly from side to side. The spirit opens its mouth. He approaches the main character from behind. The main character moves his body to the side and the spirit misses. There is a talisman on the ground, around which a golden magic circle has formed. The main character tells the spirit to obey and purify itself. Many streams of golden energy envelop the spirit. The spirit gradually disappears. The main character shifted his gaze towards the girl who is trembling from the cold. She asks you with a flushed expression if he is finished. The main character is silent for a short time. They head towards the exit and the protagonist apologizes to the girl. He then offers her lunch. The girl agrees and then says that it's so cold here, so they should go warm up and have some hot pot. The main character accepts her proposal. A shadow covers his face. He thought that Wenju did not have any reaction, although it is possible that it was all because he turned his back to her. But if she really is from the Magic Union, then no matter what desire she has to act, I could still feel something. He wonders if he's screwing himself over. The main character and Wenju are walking along the city streets. Yu touches his forehead and thought that Wenju is not like Yanjiang and she is just a childhood friend. He wonders how she got involved with the Magic Union. The girl looks at the main character with a smile on her face. Yu thought that he almost put Wenju in danger. He stops and thinks that he should definitely repay her. There are many people standing in front of them. The main character says that they have arrived. The girl opened her eyes wide and tisked in displeasure. The main character asks her why she reacted that way. The girl walks forward with a smile on her face and replies that it's okay, and then says that there is such a big crowd here, so they should quickly go inside. Yu shifted his gaze to the side. He notices the red car and wonders if it belongs to Ling. The main character is sitting at the table, and Wenju gets up from her seat and tells the main character that she has gone to get the plates. Ling asks if it is Yu when he sees the protagonist sitting at the table. She stands behind him with a bottle of alcohol and tells him that it really is him. She then asks him how he knew that she would be here celebrating her birthday. The main character, with a worried expression on his face, replies that he did not know. The girl hugs the main character, and he asks her how much she drank. Ling replies that she only drank a little. She walks away from the protagonist, counts to 8, and then reveals that she has no idea how much she drank. Then she says that she just likes to drink. She sits down on the opposite side of the table and asks the main character if he came to her birthday. Wenju approaches them and addresses Ling. She informs her with a stern look that she took her seat. Surprised, Ling asks Wenju who she is. The girl made an angry expression on her face and tells the girl who sat in her place that she doesn't have to pretend to be stupid. Then she says that Yu is hers for today. Ling stands up from his seat with a flushed face and turns to Wenju. Immediately afterwards, she vomited rainbows. They are approached by a girl with brown hair who asks Ling why she ran away. She holds a staggering drunk girl. Wenju tells her that since she's drunk, she shouldn't be allowed to run around. The girl with brown hair takes the drunken girl away and apologizes to the protagonist and Wenju for disturbing her. The main character asks the girl with brown hair not to let her get drunk anymore and to take her home. A car is driving along the road. A girl with brown hair asks Ling if she had a good time. The girl replies okay, then asks if she just saw Yu. The brown-haired girl with a serious expression says yes, and then remarks that Ling almost vomited on him. She then asks her why she drank so much today, even though she doesn't usually get that drunk. Ling's flushed face looks a little upset. The girl with brown hair tells her that she is a star and she needs to watch her lifestyle or else she would be in the headlines tomorrow with her vomit and they would have to try to cover her up. She asks her if she can hear her. Ling agrees with a lost look. She remembers the main character and his teacher who stood next to him. She thought that this place seemed familiar to her. With a tense face, she wonders if these are her memories. The girl with brown hair calls Ling. The awakened girl opens her eyes and screams in fright. The car drives against the backdrop of the evening sky and the city. A girl with brown hair screams and asks what's going on. Ling replies that nothing is happening and she just scared her. The golden circle with symbols inside it glows brightly. A compass rotates inside it. Yan Jiao asks why evil spirits appeared in the city center. He asks if it's them again. Sihai, standing next to him, replies that no, because if it were them, then the compass of the celestial mechanism would not rotate so slowly. He adds that there should only be 1-2 forces there. Yan Jiao, with a serene expression on his face, says that it's okay, because one way or another, everyone except you in the Magic Union will be able to perform in a timely manner. Sehai asks the teacher standing next to him with a stern look who he just named and not you. Yan Jiao repeats the main character's name with worry on his face. He turns towards the entrance and tells the person standing there to immediately contact you so that he can return to the Magic Union immediately. Wenju, with a reddened face, holds his cheeks with his hands and asks the main character where they will go now at such a late time. The main character thought about it after her words. Streams of black and red energy fly past them. The girl asks the main character if he listened to her. A large dark red eye looks at the main character. He tells him that they are in his body, and he is one big bone that stinks of flesh. He adds that wherever he goes, there will always be an evil spirit watching over him. He tells the protagonist not to forget his essence, because they are the same as him. The main character thought that enough of this nonsense, and then tells the girl that he will walk her home. The two of them are standing near the building. It's dark outside now. Wenju tells the main character that she is leaving. The main character tells her to go and rest. A girl with reddened cheeks asks the main character if he really doesn't want to sit with her. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, replies that he cannot because he has business to do. Then he tells the girl that she should go quickly because it's already late. He follows the girl with his eyes and asks the spirit behind him if he really follows him all the way. He tells him to come out, after which a dark red spirit crawls out from the shadow of the main character. Wenju climbs the stairs. She climbed onto the roof of the building. She pushes off the floor with her foot. The girl makes a jump towards the neighboring building. She landed on the roof of a nearby building. She sees a dark red spirit next to her and tells him that if it weren't for them, you might have come to visit her. Dark red streams of energy are directed towards the girl from behind. A powerful explosion occurs, from which the main character jumped away. He puts his hand forward and a golden circle appears in front of him, from which swords appear and are directed at the enemy. The swords hit the evil spirit. Powerful explosion of golden energy. The main character stands among the smoke and the question arises whether this spirit fought with people. The main character approaches a dark spirit with red eyes and thought that the two breaths he felt were two spirits. He wonders why the other hasn't shown up yet, considering he's been fighting this enemy for so long. A spirit crawls out from under the ground, opens its mouth and rushes towards the main character, who jumped away from him. The main character puts his hand forward, after which golden energy emanates from it. He commands her to pacify the spirit. Golden energy binds the dark spirit. He holds the dark spirit with the help of golden energy and thought that somewhere far away he felt this familiar breath, but it was not clear where he met it. He thought with a serious expression that based on one feeling, it seemed like there would be another spirit to fight. Wenju successfully dodges the streams of dark red energy several times. She notices something. She felt that someone had come here and it must be someone from the Magical Union. She imagines 3 people dressed in black and white. The girl kicks the spirit and thought she was lucky. The spirit is pushed far back. The girl runs away from the spirit and waves her hand at him, and then says that today she is no longer interested in his life, otherwise she would have cut him off long ago. The spirit's facial expression becomes very angry. Huyuan jumped on the spirit from behind, with Yan Zhao on his shoulder. Yan Zhao calls the spirit a scoundrel, and why does he ask where he came from? Huyuan landed directly on the evil spirit. Yan Zhao jumped off his shoulder and then said that it was an abomination. He adds that he doesn't even feel sorry that he died. The main character approaches him. He drags the evil spirit along with him using golden energy and asks the teacher if this spirit has hurt him. Yan Zhao rubs his beard and tells the protagonist that this pathetic spirit is not even worth mentioning. Yan Zhao looks at the spirit bound by the protagonist and says that there are signs of fighting with people on his body, which is very interesting. The main character sees Huyuan eating a spirit and then says that he has heard of spirits eating people, but he has never heard of people eating spirits. He then asks Yan Zhao if Huyuan is afraid of getting diarrhea considering how briskly he eats. The muscular man continues to eat the spirit. Yan Zhao says that Huyuan's cultivation is different from ordinary people, so the main character shouldn't pay attention to it. A muscular man holds in his hand a yellow talisman, which was left over from an evil spirit. Yan Zhao approaches the spirit that the protagonist has tied up and says that he is apparently not so ordinary and still attracted his attention. He stuck his hand into the spirit. He takes out a yellow talisman with red symbols painted on it. He brings the talisman closer to his face and peers into it. He tells the main character that these spirits were subjugated by people. Yan Zhao tells the two Sehai students that they didn't see anything tonight. Then he asks them if everything is clear to them. Two guys in white and black clothes look at each other. With a stern look, he points his index finger at them and tells them that they know perfectly well what to say and what not to say. Yan Zhao gives the protagonist the talisman and tells him that they will not talk about this and will investigate everything secretly. He adds that he will send a person to help him. Yan Zhao touched his chin with his index finger and thought that both evil spirits had this yellow talisman in their bodies, and they both attacked you. He wonders if someone from the Magic Union wishes him harm. Yan Zhao moves away from the protagonist and then stretches his back with his hands and tells him that they have finished the job. He then tells the protagonist to go home. Everyone leaves, and Yan Zhao says that he came here in vain, and then asks if these two chickens are worth his efforts. Wenju is hiding behind a tree nearby. There is a wound on her stomach. She says that not being able to fight is really annoying. She says with concern on her face that it's good that you didn't notice anything. Magic Union, reading room. The crescent moon rises above the building. One of the students in black and white clothes asks what this blind man can see. One of them asks if he has really entered the reading room and doesn't he need someone to read aloud to him. Another disciple crossed his arms and said that all Taoists who have served here for less than 3 years are not allowed to approach the reading room even half a step. He adds that Yu is the only one who could go against this rule. The mustachioed guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that what was written on the piece of paper he brought was Yan Zhao's handwriting. Another guy with an angry expression on his face says that they worked themselves to death, fought hard for many years and barely got the right to enter the reading room and one book, but the main character is so young and already got there so easily. He adds that it is very annoying. The main character stands at the bookshelves and lists the books he sees, among which are the Mantra of Calm, the Mantra of the Fall of the Black Flag and Self-Improvement, Destruction of the Realm of the Dead and Weakening of the Spirit. He notices that these are not the books he needs. The hero with a bandage that is not on his eyes, but on his forehead, thought that he had looked through all the books of ancient spells in the reading room, but had not found one that matched the spell in his hands. He thought with worry on his face that yesterday he thought that this spell looked unfamiliar, and he thought that his knowledge was limited. But today, after looking at everything again, he can say that the spells written in these books are complete. He reaches his hand towards one of the shelves and thought that he had not imagined that the reading room had records of such spirit spells. He wonders how long he will have to search. The bright sun illuminates a tall building. The main character pulled a blindfold over his eyes and said that he had been looking at small hieroglyphs all day. He then says that it would be better if he really were blind. Sehai sees the main character coming out of the building and asks if it is you. With a serious expression on his face, he asks the main character why he is in this place. The main character bows a little to the chairman and says that he received an order from the teacher to find an ancient book in the reading room. Sehai asks the protagonist if he found this book. The main character approaches him and says that the student cannot see, so he did not find him. Sehai thought with a stern look that only smart and intelligent people know that the main character is pretending and he must understand this in his heart. He adds that now the protagonist said that he does not see and did not find, and then most likely will ask for help. He asks the main character why he didn't ask his brother's mentors for help since he is blind. The The main character, with a serene expression on his face, replies that the mentor brothers are busy with lessons and they do not have time for insignificant things. Sehai, with an unwavering gaze, replies that he understands everything and then reveals that since he was sent to find an ancient book, there must be a question that needs research. He asks the main character to tell him what kind of book this is, because who knows, maybe he can help at the same time. The main character raised his palm at face level and tells the chairman that he is uncomfortable speaking in this place. Sehai replies that everyone here is Taoist and how could there be anything that can be hidden from them. He is silent for a short time after these words. He raises his hand and asks the protagonist to follow him. He sits at the table opposite the main character and tells him that there is no one in this place so he can talk. The main character put a yellow talisman on the table. Sehai asks what it is with a surprised look. He picks up the yellow talisman and says that negative energy emanates from it, and then asks the protagonist where he got this talisman from. The main character, looking at the talisman, says that last night, when he and his friend went out into the city, they were attacked by 2 evil spirits. He adds that luckily the teacher saved them and they found this talisman. Sehai asks the main character if he really went to the reading room to find such a spell. He takes the yellow talisman in his hand. The main character agrees. Sehai closes his eyes and tells the protagonist that given his illness, he was sent to deal with such a difficult matter. The protagonist is wary and asks Sehai if he has seen such a talisman. The chairman is silent for a while. He shakes his head from side to side and then says that, unfortunately, he has never seen anything like this. The main character moves his hand to the side and asks if even the chairman really didn't see it and if this thing was really created by an evil spirit. Sehai turns to the side and replies that this is probably true. He then tells the protagonist that this is a dangerous business and he has just joined them and therefore he better not interfere, otherwise, if something happens to him, he will not be able to explain it to his brother mentor. He adds that the protagonist should leave this case and in the meantime he will send people to investigate it. The main character gets up from his seat and objects to the teacher. Sehai replies that he will talk to Yan Zio and he should rest properly. The main character reluctantly agrees. He left the building and said that since yesterday, when Yan Zio said that he was secretly investigating this matter, he realized that the Magic Union is not united at all. The teacher is from another province, so he cannot manage everything as he wants. Sehai is investigating the matter, but he threatened his subordinates not to talk about what happened last night. He adds that the fact that he asked him to conduct a secret investigation already suggests that he knows something. In the Magic Union, everyone is suspicious of each other. He shifted his gaze to the side. Then he thought that it was unacceptable for him to sacrifice the paper talisman to find out which side Sehai and his plans were on. But where else besides this place could he find out about this talisman himself? The main character opens his mouth in surprise. He thought about Jeng. He imagines her with glasses and violet eyes. He wonders if she's not always investigating the paranormal. He then wonders how he can cope without her. Sehai grabs the door handle and tells the highest mentor that you came and he brought 1 talisman with him, and also asked to look at it. He alerted his gaze. He puts the talisman on the floor and says that he will leave it here. He leaves, leaving the talisman behind him. The door opens and dark red energy seeps through the crack. A hand with long black nails grabs the talisman. The blue sky rises above the science center. Jang hands the test tube with the red liquid to the scientist and tells him to send it back for analysis. The main character, standing behind the girl, asks her if they found out anything. The girl, looking at the monitor, replies that there are no clues yet and she only knows the general purpose of this talisman. She adds that this talisman was formerly used in the Southwest Territory to control corpses and is commonly called the Corpse Control Spell Talisman. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks if he really allows corpses to be controlled. He remembers reading the book and says that last night he was in the reading room and saw similar talismans and spells for controlling corpses, but everything there was significantly different from what is written here. Jang shifts his gaze towards the protagonist and says that the art of manipulating corpses is a secret art of Hunan province in the west. She adds that many of the ones she was able to find were other spells. She took a closer look at the protagonist. She shifts her gaze back to the monitor and says she will read it. She then says that the so-called art of corpse control is a technique for controlling corpses by using a secret method to coat the entire body of a corpse and leave it for several days. She adds that this secret talisman is then pasted onto the corpse one soon below the top of the forehead. Then combined with a corpse control spell, the corpse can be made to move freely as normal. The main character, with a serene expression on his face, asks her if that's not where the center of the sky is. He then adds that, however, the amulets and those 2 evil spirits were found inside the body, and also there were quite a few wounds in their body, so he thinks that these evil spirits were fighting with other people. He asks her how this can be explained. The girl turns to the protagonist and puts her hands in her pockets, and then tells him that if he still doesn't believe it, then he'd better wait for the test results. She asks the main character if he has eaten and if they can eat together. The protagonist and Jang are sitting at the table and having a meal. The girl took a cup of hot drink in her hands and asked the main character if he had thought about getting married. The main character spits out the drink in surprise. Jang closes his eyes and says that it seems like the main character hasn't thought it through yet. She drinks the drink and says it's okay because she's not forcing him. She adds that she will respect any choice. The main character, with concern on his face, says that by choosing one, the rest will be doomed to death. He then says that it is a pity that in their time they were not allowed to have many wives. The plate contains meat with vegetables and scrambled eggs. Jang suggests changing the subject and then says that Western food is good here and it would be a shame if the protagonist didn't try it. The girl's smartphone begins to vibrate. Jang took the smartphone in her hand and, looking at its screen, said that the examination results have appeared and she will now read them out. She then reports that, as she already said, the art of manipulating corpses can only be applied to corpses, but human tissue was also found in the remainder of the talisman. She adds that it is not surprising that someone deliberately turns corpses into evil spirits and they commit crimes in freedom. She brought her head closer to the phone and says that the wounds on the body of that evil spirit can be explained in this way. The main character looked thoughtfully and thought that they control corpses, turn them into evil spirits, and then release them to harm people. He adds that the worst thing is that the wounds on these evil spirits are likely inherited from the wounds of their original owners of the body. The protagonist rests his chin on his hand. He thought that, in other words, someone is deliberately creating evil spirits, but if this is really the case, then what is his purpose? He wonders if it is the magic union or the 1,000 spirits in his body. He then thought that he needed to quickly tell Yan Xiao about this so that he could find a way to deal with it. Hair shadow covers the eye area. Protagonist. He thought that even if there was suspicion and hostility between them, in such a situation they would stick to the same opinion. The main character grabs Jang's hand. The girl is scared because of the actions of the protagonist. Yu tells her to go with him to the Magic Union because he needs the data from her phone. The girl's face turns red and she tells the protagonist to stop. The main character leads the girl behind him and says that this is true proof. When Ju is watching them from the side, she calls out the protagonist's name with a shocked expression. Two students in black and white clothes follow the protagonist with a girl and shout that two strangers have appeared here. The first one asks if you just brought another beautiful girl again. Another asks if this is not the same girl as before. The first student curses the protagonist. Jang, with a worried expression on his face, asks the main character if he can walk slower. The protagonist approaches Yan Xiao and tells him that it is his friend Jang who found out everything about those two evil spirits. The teacher, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if this is true. He reads information from a smartphone. He hands the smartphone back to the girl and tells her that nothing is clear. Jang adjusts his glasses and says that the two evil spirits they met earlier were quite possibly transformed from humans. Yan Xiao puts his palm forward in front of her. With a serious look, he asks her if they found this person. Jang opened her eyes wide. A shadow covers Yan Xiao's face. He tells the girl that she said that they were transformed from people, and then asks her if they have established the identities of these people and who is behind it. He says that in his opinion, it is wrong to come and take credit for other people's merits just because of an assumption. Jang wondered with an angry expression if he really thought she was taking credit for other people's achievements. She puts her hand forward and asks the teacher if he really means that she came to serve their magic union. The main character grabs the girl's hand. He leads her along and says that the teacher has not yet carefully thought about everything. He adds that they will leave first. Jang, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, thought that she had helped you figure out the decisive thing in this matter, but that old man not only did not thank her, but also said that she had come to take credit for someone else's merit. She was angry and thought that his impudence had reached such a high level. She wonders how you endured all this and, moreover, how he still refers to this old man as a teacher. The main character leads the girl to a blue car. She asks to let her go. Jang opens the car door. She gets behind the wheel and quickly drives away. The main character coughs because of the smoke that the car left behind. Two students dressed in black and white smile maliciously. One of them thought that this was what the protagonist needed. Another thought that fate had finally become fair and the protagonist had revealed his disguise. The main character looks after the car as it drives away. He smiles and thought he did the right thing by bringing her here. He imagines Jang holding a vial of purple liquid in her hand. He thought that it was good that thing was in Jang's hands, because it made him feel safer. Although she does not have exceptional physical strength, she has been studying evil spirits for a long time, and therefore she has some countermeasures. The most important thing is that no matter what she does, out of affection or out of responsibility or simply out of curiosity as a researcher, she will continue her research. He imagines the image of Yan Xiao. He thought that as expected, the teacher stopped him. He adds that his reaction was much stronger than he expected, and it seems that he does not want to say anything more inside the Magic Union because this is Sihai territory, so you need to remember that even the walls have ears. The main character stretches and thought that he gave this information to Yan Xiao to check his attitude towards Sihai and the others. He adds that everything is progressing quite well. Thick metal bars block the way out of the prison cell. The wounded Ya coughs. Wenju approaches Ya. She calls her a sly fox with an angry expression on her face. She kicks her and screams at her that they are all the same. Ya is shaking and coughing several times. She laughed while Wenju looked at her with a serene expression. She tells the offender that she cannot get a man and now takes it out on her. She then tells her that there is nothing interesting about her. Wenju clenched her hand into a fist, after which her hand began to tremble. Ya asks her if she should teach her a few moves. She ensures that with these techniques the man will not remain steadfast. Wenju slaps Ya in the face and yells at her to take care of herself first. She looks at her hand and says that sometimes she wonders if she's letting them live too long. She adds that if she kills everyone, then Brother Yu will follow her resolutely and unwaveringly. The shadow of the hair covers Ya's eyes. She kicks the offender. Wenju is pushed back by the blow. Ya alerted her gaze. She sees Wenju holding her stomach and asks her if she is injured. She smiles and tells her that it seems that she is also not some kind of master and can only torment her. Wenju tells the girl in front of her that he wants to thank her. His expression became serious. Wenju puts her hand to her face and says that she did not intend to take their lives, because after all, they could be you women, but this blow of hers made her realize something. She adds that they are non-entities who can only exist in this worldly bustle and they in no way deserve to be near you. She takes out a yellow talisman. She draws a symbol on the talisman with her blood. With a dark smile on her face, she asks you if she wants to know what it is. She shows the girl the talisman and says that if you stick it on her, she will give her life. She grabs you by the hair and says that even if she tells her to die, she will not hesitate to jump off the roof. She then tells her not to blame her, but to blame only herself, because she should be at enmity with her. His expression becomes fearful. She screams loudly and streams of dark red energy fly around. The main character, with an anxious expression on his face, thought that he doesn't know why, but he feels like a playboy who likes to have fun with a girl and then leave her. Wenju hugs the protagonist's hand. He thought that yesterday he got angry and left, and today he is walking with Wenju as if nothing had happened. This morning, sunlight illuminates the thatched houses. Wenju addresses the main character. With a smile on her face, she asks him if he forgot about their date yesterday. The main character got worried and thought that yesterday he only thought about Zhang's trip to the Magic Union and forgot about everything else. After that, he walks with a girl in his arms along a city street. He smells a pleasant aroma. He turns his head to the girl and asks if she has put on perfume. Wenju's face turns red and she notices what the protagonist felt. She asks the blushing protagonist if he likes the scent. The protagonist agrees. The girl closes her eyes and says that she chose him on purpose. Then she says that it is very expensive, but everything is fine if the main character likes it. The protagonist, with a pleased expression on his face, thought that perhaps this was the first time she had done something like this, so it was not surprising that the smell was so thick. The joyful Wenju says that she actually waited for the protagonist all day yesterday, so today he should make up for everything. A blue cloudy sky rises above the city buildings. Above the entrance to the premises there is a sign that says Tianqi. Wenju, with an uncomfortable expression on his face, holds hangers with 2 dresses on them. A store worker with brown hair asks her if the man sitting on the bench is her boyfriend. Wenju replies with a smile on his face that it is true, and then asks if he is really handsome. The store employee put her hand to her mouth and agreed. She became alarmed, looking at the protagonist and thought that this girl is so beautiful, but the guy is blind. Wenju alerted her gaze. She tells the worker that he will see her one day. She tosses her a pink and white dress and then asks her to pack them. A store worker with a dissatisfied expression on her face watches the protagonist and the girl go. Wenju looked at the worker with a menacing look. The main character notices Yan turns to her. She says with a smug smile that they have met again. She then asks the main character how he is doing. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He thought that this woman had previously wanted to kill him and then wonders what else she was up to. The main character moves his hand to the side in front of Wenju and then wonders if she is going to do everything herself. He moves her pupils to the side. Wenju walks forward and tells the protagonist that everything is fine with a smile on his face. She then says that she has seen you a few times and so there is no need to worry so much. She grabs her hand and asks if she has it right. Ya smiled smugly. She very quickly approached the girl in front of her. Wenju's expression looks shocked. Ya stuck a knife into her stomach. The main character opened his mouth in surprise when he saw Wenju fall to the ground. He catches her before her body can touch the floor. He took a closer look at the knife in her chest. Wenju calls out the protagonist's name with a lifeless expression. Dark red energy appears behind the main character. He calls his name. The girl spreads her arms to the sides and tells the protagonist to kill her. She says with a mocking expression that dying at the hands of the protagonist is better than dying at the hands of someone else. The angry protagonist asks her if she really thinks he wouldn't dare do this. He jumped on ya. A powerful explosion occurs to his right. Behind the hole in the wall are many dark red spirits. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that these were evil spirits and they appeared during the day. One of the spirits jumped on the main character. The protagonist's palm has turned golden and he swings it at the enemy. He struck the evil spirit's chest. There were holes in the spirit's chest after the blow. The defeated spirit fell to the floor. The rest of the spirits look at the main character. They run towards the protagonist. The main character puts his hand forward and a golden glow appears in it. Many golden swords are aimed at enemies. The swords had almost reached their targets. Swords pierce evil spirits. Wreathed in dark red energy, the protagonist stands near defeated enemies. Shocked civilians watch what is happening. The main character calls you with an angry expression on his face. He heads towards her. Yan Zhao shouts to the main character to calm down. The main character looks in the direction where the voice came from. The teacher raises 2 fingers up and tells the protagonist that there is no need to rush. He takes out a yellow amulet and shouts to the main character to calm down. Yu grabs his head and clenches his teeth. He thought with a tense expression that it would be bad if 1,000 spirits appeared here again. He adds that nothing can be done and all that remains is to do it. Yan Zhao puts his hand forward and many yellow talismans begin to float above him. He shouts to the main character that he must endure this suffering. The talismans gather at one point above the main character. They formed a golden blade. The talismans have formed into a golden sword, which is aimed at the main character. Yan Zhao commands the sword to fall. The sword quickly rushes towards the protagonist. The blade almost hit the main character. The main character lies in bed and thinks that this is really the prison of the Magic Union. Yan Zhao stands at the bars and notices that the protagonist has woken up. The main character asks with bewilderment on his face how much time has passed. He says 10 hours have passed. The main character sits on the bed and asks where Wenju is. Yang asks the main character if he is really talking about the girl who was next to him. He adds that she is in the hospital and is not seriously injured. He sighs and tells the protagonist that today he really brought attention to the Magic Union. The main character asks how they figured it out. In the corner of the room there is a spider hanging on a web. Yan Zhao replies to the protagonist that they passed off what was happening as a gas leak, as a result of which there were no casualties. The main character sits down on the pillow and asks the teacher to give him a rest. He adds that he will come out himself when he calms down. The teacher sighs again and turns his back to the protagonist. Hu Yun goes after Yan Zhao and tells him that he has been sighing heavily ever since he calmed you down. He then asks him why he does this. Yan Zhao asks Hu Yun with a serious expression if he really thinks that those talismans can handle you. The main character lies on the bed with a satisfied expression on his face. The teacher says that he cut his own consciousness so as not to get out of control. The main character is sitting at the bars. He gritted his teeth out of worry. The smiling spirit, which consists of orange energy, tells the protagonist that he is very brave, and for the sake of the woman he was even ready to say goodbye to his life by cutting his consciousness. He asks the main character if he understands what he did. With an unchanged expression on his face, he tells the protagonist that if they had not saved him in time, his corpse would have been lying here. The main character made a dissatisfied expression on his face. The spirit spreads his hands to the side and tells the protagonist that his abilities are small, but his character is still the same. He asks the protagonist not to blame him for not warning him when the time comes. He hears someone asking her to wake up. She opens her eyes wide. The girl wakes up in bed. She lifts her torso. The main character tells the girl that she has woken up. He sits at a table on which there is a mirror. He asks the main character who he is and what this place is. The girl grabs a knife that lies on the table. Yu tells the girl that her body is weak and she has suffered again, so it is better for her to rest. He raises her hand with a knife and tells the protagonist that he has not yet answered her questions. The protagonist draws symbols on the yellow talisman using a brush. He opens her eyes wide in surprise. The hands of evil spirits come out of the main character. They grab the girl by the arm and neck. Saliva flows from the girl's mouth. The hero turns his head towards the girl. Scars appeared on his face, and the teeth on the right side of his face became sharp. He asks him if he is Yu. The protagonist raises his hand and says that he is not Yu. The spirit's hand snatches the knife from the girl's hand. The main character says that if you compare him to him, who knows, maybe he is the real Yu. With a crazy smile on his face, he tells her that today she also saw who Yu chose between her and that girl. He tells her that he really wants to grind her into powder. He says that girl is beautiful, young and tender. Then he asks her if she sees how much that girl can win over men. His expression became angry. She raises her palm up and shouts to the guy not to think that since he is posing as Yu, she won't kill him. She hits the guy on the shoulder. He tells her that it doesn't hurt because he told her that she was still weak. He asks her if she herself is in pain right now. The girl looks at her hand with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She notices the talisman lying on the table. It remembers Wenju, who was holding the same talisman. The main character with a crazy smile puts his hands forward and asks the girl if she feels pain, if she hates them, and if she wants to die like this without any dignity. He then asks the girl if she wants to take revenge and plunge a knife into their hearts. Yet put her hand to her forehead and screams in pain. The main character grabs her by the shoulder. He bites the girl's shoulder with sharp teeth. She pushes the main character away. She puts her hand forward and says that she hates them, but there is one thing. She looks at the bitten shoulder and tells the protagonist that she will also not be fooled by such crazy people as him. The main character licks his thumb and tells the girl that she is character, which he really likes. The girl goes towards the door and tells the guy that he is not you and cannot be him. She calls him a crazy psycho. Streams of dark red energy emanate from the talisman, and the protagonist tells the girl to live out her last days because darkness will soon come. It opens the door. The protagonist tells the girl not to look back and calls her a lonely doll. A red crescent moon rises in the sky. The protagonist tells the girl that if she turns around, she will see a ghost, but she should not be afraid. Fangduo. He goes towards the fortress walls, behind which there is a wooden house. The main character says that this is Fangduo, and then asks who is more terrible and evil here. There are medical instruments on the table. The main character asks the doctor when Wenju will wake up. The girl lies in bed with her eyes closed. The doctor answers the protagonist that the patient has lost a lot of blood and has been unconscious for 2 days. The black-haired girl doctor holds a clipboard in her hand and tells the main character that she will wake up in a couple of days. The main character sits on a stool and thanks the doctor. The girl leaves the room, and looking at the protagonist, she thought that she worked in the hospital for a long time and saw a variety of patients and a variety of families. But for the first time she sees how a blind man came to visit a patient. The main character apologizes to Wenju, and why does he say that he didn't want to involve her in all this? He imagines tentacles grabbing Yanjun, Ling, Zhang, Ye and Wenju. He thought that he had thought about this for a long time, and in the end it was difficult for him to say what the ending was in store for their destinies. Then he thought that without the blessing of 1,000 spirits, no one knows how many of them would have died, but this blessing rotted their destinies like grapevines. He adds that if one vine is severed, it will change the fate of others. He thought with worry on his face that it seemed like this had led them all to their own fate. He thought that they were enjoying, although they should not have been, because by nature they were originally supposed to suffer from pain. He adds that this is something he cannot fix and is powerless to do. Yet it all comes down to one worthlessness, to fate. Wenju coughs 2 times. The main character bent his torso a little and asked the girls how she was feeling and whether she still had pain somewhere. An exhausted girl stretches out her hand to the protagonist and tells him that if he is nearby, then everything is fine. The main character with a smile on his face says that everything is fine. The girl also smiles and asks the main character how long he has been here and doesn't he have to work. The protagonist, with an unchanged expression on his face, replies that he does not need to work at all. Ling comes into the room with a package in his hand and calls the main character by name. The main character asks her why she is here. A girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks the main character why she can't be here. She is accompanied by a girl with brown hair. Ling, with a worried look on her face, tells Wenju that she heard that she was attacked and injured. Then she asks if it is possible to visit her. Wenju made a dissatisfied expression on her face. The main character turns his head towards her, and after that she smiles, approaches the girl and asks her where the wound was and whether the wound is serious. Wenju replies that everything is fine and the wound is not serious. Ling sighs and exclaims that she heard you did it, which is too much. She adds that they agreed to compete fairly, but she suddenly used such a cheap method. The main character asks Ling's subordinate why she had time to come here today. The brown-haired girl replies that Miss Ling cancelled all her appointments today to come here. She then reports that she has been very busy the last few days. The main character replies that she works very hard. The girl with brown hair remembers Ling getting drunk and says that's not true at all. The main character asks if she really rejected all the meetings. The main character then says that Ling, who is in the hospital today, is a little different from the one she was a few days ago. Ling takes something out of the bag. The protagonist says that she is next to Wenju's bed and does not say anything harsh. He notices that she exudes warmth and carefreeness, and then asks what kind of situation this is. The girl with brown hair is thoughtful and begins to talk about what has happened recently. She stops in the middle of her speech, raises her hand up and tells the protagonist that if he is interested in something, then he better ask her personally, and she will leave. The main character, with bewilderment on his face, says that she ran away as quickly as if she had seen a ghost. He asks Ling if she needs to go to work. She peels the apple and asks the main character why he needs this information and is he really worried about her. She hands the apple to Wenju and asks if she has eaten. The protagonist remembers a little girl with brown hair holding an apple in her hand and saying that she had plenty of them at home. Then she said that she didn't care and the main character could take it, but she would only eat the peel. The main character sees the image of a little girl with brown hair behind Ling, who says that not wasting is a great quality. She then tells the injured girl to eat. She turns the head of the main character and tells him that he is not sick, so if he wants to eat, he can clean it for himself. In the eyes of the main character, the girl seems to shine. She asks the main character if he really wants her to peel his apple. She then reveals that she will tell him again that she is a big star. She adds that she will never peel his apple. The main character's cheeks turn red and 2 hearts appear behind him. Wenju made a dissatisfied expression on her face. The main character thought it was just a coincidence. With a thoughtful look, he thought that girl could not be Ling. He notes that yes, it's definitely not her. Ling hands the main character an apple, and he waves his hand and thanks the girl and says that he doesn't need it. A pink-haired girl with reddened cheeks tells the protagonist to quickly take the apple. Then she says that she has a lot of them at home, so she doesn't want to eat them anymore. The main character took the apple and looks at it. He looks at Ling and thinks that she is the same girl from his memories. Behind her appears the image of a girl with brown hair. You thought that Ling, who is now in front of his eyes, looks different. Frightened Ling asks the main character what he is doing. Wenju is also scared. Ling's face turned red. A girl with brown hair clutches her stomach and pain can be seen on her face. Blood appeared on her stomach. Ling asks the protagonist to call a doctor. The doctor kicks the protagonist and Ling out and then yells at them to look at what they've done. A girl with pink hair asks the main character if this is how he looks after the sick. She covers her mouth and tells him that he didn't even know her wound had opened. She tells the main character with a worried look on her face that she is not intentionally implying that he is blind, and then tells him not to think too much about it. The main character looked thoughtfully and thought that it is obvious that Wenju is the girl who protected him in childhood, but for some reason the face from the memories looks more and more like Ling. He asks Ling if she still doesn't remember her childhood memories. She asks him what memories he is talking about. The girl points a finger at herself and with an embarrassed expression on her face replies that she doesn't remember anything because her memories begin only from high school and she has forgotten what happened before. The main character is silent for some time. He turns his head away and then tells the girl that he apologizes to her and then says that he acted rashly. Ling is surprised by the protagonist's words. She clenches her hand into a fist. She makes an angry expression on her face and grabs the protagonist's clothes. She tells him to go quickly to Wenju because she received a wound after all. She adds that she needs someone to take care of her and she still has things to do, so she needs to leave. The main character sees Ling leaving and says that she ran away from him in such a hurry. A doctor appears behind the main character, who tells him that the patient is fine and she just moved a lot, as a result of which the wound opened. He adds that they need to be more careful from now on. A doctor with a small beard asks the main character if he is a member of the patient's family. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, replies that one can say so. He asks what that means and then reveals that she said he was her fiancé. He asks the main character to be a responsible man, because she is a little girl and she has wounds all over her body and this knife wound is clearly a secondary injury. He adds that he must keep a close eye on her and be careful. The doctor leaves, and the main character thought that she really had wounds all over her body and the knife wound was only secondary. The main character realized something and because of this he opened his mouth. He remembered how Huyuan jumped on the evil spirit from behind. He thought that at first he believed that it was someone from the Magic Union who stopped the evil spirits, but given the current Magic Union, it was unlikely that this was the case. He adds that if Huyuan was in charge and Yan Xiao was personally in command, then in front of these two, the evil spirit would not be able to withstand 3 rounds. He wonders how he could have lasted so long. The main character enters the ward. He wonders if she did it. He notes that there are too many coincidences. He looks at the girl and thought about the appearance of evil spirits near him and their sudden attack, as well as the sudden appearance of Yan Wenju, the second of whom did not receive any damage, although the battle was very close to her. Red threads are tied around the arms and legs of the main character. He thought that he felt as if he was standing on someone's territory, being manipulated at his own discretion, like a puppet. He adds that he doesn't like this feeling at all. He presses his hand to his chest and thought that among these several brides, only Wenju is the most mysterious. Yu points out that she doesn't have a regular job, nothing is known about her past, and even when he asks about it, she simply remains silent. He wonders with concern on his face if Wenju is really the girl he grew up with. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was not enough. He adds that it's not over yet and he shouldn't give up. The main character leaves the room. He thought it would be better to go to Jiang first. Wenju's expression looks gloomy. She thought Ling was harmless, so she put her at the bottom of the list, but now she will have to put her at number 1. She gritted her teeth in anger and thought that she had brought this fate upon herself. Police and fire trucks gathered near the burning building. The main character looks at what is happening with concern on his face. He approaches the yellow tape that limits the passage and, looking at the burning building, asks if this is Zhang's laboratory. He asks the short old woman next to him what happened there. She points to the side of the flame and says there was an explosion. She spreads her arms out to the sides and says that the firemen reported that gas exploded upstairs, and that's why the whole floor is on fire. She asks the main character if he saw how they brought out a lot of people and they were all covered in blood. The surprised protagonist wonders if it was a gas explosion. He gritted his teeth with worry on his face and thought that something had definitely happened there. He shouts to the fireman in front of him and that he works in this building, so they need to go in there. The fireman puts his hands forward and tells the protagonist that the fire has not yet been completely extinguished, so he cannot enter. The main character replies that his friend is there. The fireman, with a serene expression on his face, tells him that even if his family is there, he still cannot enter there because he will be in great danger. Then he asks the main character to entrust this work to them. Two firefighters with a stretcher approach them. The front firefighter asks his colleagues at the yellow tape to step aside because they are carrying out the wounded. Firefighters clear the way for a stretcher. The main character looks at a wounded man being carried on a stretcher. He thought that it was not her either. He wonders if she really didn't come to the laboratory today. The main character opens his mouth in surprise. He sees Zhang being carried on a stretcher. He sees a stretcher with her being loaded into a car and says that he needs to go after them. He approaches the car, which is a taxi. He says they reported it was a gas explosion. He adds that these people are very good at making excuses. A fire spirit and a one-eyed wolf spirit appear behind the main character. The fire spirit selects the chin and says that girl's stomach was torn open, and now there is an explosion. The main character tells them to shut up with an angry expression. The spirit with long black hair asks the main character if he really thinks that this is really an accident. He towers over the protagonist and then asks him if he saw the talisman that he left in the laboratory. He then asks the protagonist if he now has the nerve to take his anger out on them when it was he who made a fool of himself by causing misfortune to so many people. The main character extends his hand forward and shouts to the spirit that he told them to shut up. He grabs the fire spirit by the neck and shouts that if she dies, they will all regret it. The fiery spirit smiles and tells the main character that even if he strangles him, she will not survive because he saw how badly she was wounded. He adds that even if he has medicine here, trying to save her from death is a fool's errand. The main character clenched his teeth in anger. He lets go of the spirit's neck. The fire spirit tells the main character that is expected from him. In such a short time, two people are on the verge of death because of him. A spirit with long hair and a tree at the top of his hair tells the protagonist that misfortune awaits anyone who gets close to him. He adds that with the blessing of 1,000 spirits he is forever cursed, because they and he are one. The protagonist replies that this is ridiculous. Above the double doors hangs a sign with red text. The doctor asks who the family member is. The main character raises his hand and replies that it is him. A black-haired girl doctor with a skeptical expression on her face tells the protagonist that she has lost a lot of blood and the wound is very serious. She then says that she hopes their family is ready. She adds that they are doing everything they can. The main character gives off a dark aura. The fire spirit controls the protagonist's body, asking you if he wants him to show pity and help him. He crosses his arms and tells the protagonist that only if he agrees, he will immediately save her. He adds that this is a worthless hospital, worthless doctors cannot compare with them. He asks the main character if he believes that he can save her from death with just one word. The one-eyed spirit stands behind the main character and tells him that it is very difficult to choose from 5 and maybe he should just let her die like this. He then reveals that then you will only have 3 left to choose from and he won't have to think much. He advises him to think carefully, because he himself is desperate and life is not dear to him, but they are innocent. The fiery spirit with a sly expression on his face tells the main character that even if she really dies and they help her to resurrect, she will not be the same as before. He adds that the main character must think everything through. He asks the main character if he really doesn't feel guilty, because in the end she dies because of him. Doctors performed surgery on Zhang. One of them says that the oxygen in the patient's blood is decreasing. Another reports that the pressure is decreasing. The first doctor tells the others to prepare the defibrillator. Zhang has a tense expression on her face. The spirit laughs and then says that she will die soon and asks the main character if he really hasn't decided anything yet. He puts his hand forward and tells the main character that he just needs to agree, and they will help him complete any task in this world. He asks for him why he still doubts. He smiles maliciously and says that he is the protagonist, and he is the protagonist because they are one with him. He adds that they are the most powerful evil spirits in this world. The main character screams with anger. He grits his teeth and tells the spirit to save her. The joyful spirit asks the main character what he said. Yu raises her fist in the air and asks the spirit to save her. Above the double doors hangs a green sign that reads intensive care. The fiery spirit tells the main character not to cry and go to his beloved. The main character is standing next to Zhang, who is lying on the couch. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, wonders who broke in and almost killed Zhang. He leaves the premises and thought that there is no point in lingering here, and so he will go and find out everything himself. The research center was reduced to ruins. Many students dressed in black and white remove debris from the building. A student with a dot on his forehead looks at the main character and asks him why he came. The protagonist approaches him and replies that he personally knows the owner of the Zhang laboratory, so he came to see everything for himself. The student replies that he understood everything. A lot of debris is located near them. The student informs the main character that almost everything has been destroyed, including instruments and equipment. He adds that the enemy deliberately came here to attack them. He forms dark red energy in his hand and asks the protagonist if he can feel it. He shows the energy to the protagonist and says that it is the energy of evil spirits. Streams of black and red energy appear behind the protagonist. He says that this is a pile of garbage and they are only suitable for such base vandalism. The student asks the main character what he just said. The main character has an embarrassed expression on his face and notes that he didn't say anything like that and it was all the work of an evil spirit. The student puts his hand under his clothes and says that brute forces destroyed everything here and then left. He adds that this was a very low way, which also explains their purpose. He takes out a bag with a yellow talisman and says that he thinks that they came for this. The protagonist takes the package in his hand and thinks that this is the talisman he gave to Zhang. The student puts the protagonist's hand on his shoulder and says that he is giving this thing to him. He adds that he should preserve it properly and not use it against others. The protagonist with a thoughtful look wondered if Sehai really knew that he had another talisman, but he did not reveal it, but simply waited and watched. The student with the dot on his forehead raises his hand and tells the others that they have taken everything and therefore are finishing their work. The rest of the students accept his order. The main character hears a phone ringtone. He picked up the phone and looked at its screen, wondering what it was. With a serious expression on his face, he wondered if it was Assistant Zhang. He sees a message where it is written that according to the examination data, it can be concluded that the materials used in the manufacture of the talisman were not made on Earth, and their internal structure does not obey any laws of physics and chemistry, so we can say that these materials originated from some kind of spiritual energy or another world. The protagonist thought that spiritual energy could however be interpreted as internal energy within him. He looks at the phone screen with concern on his face and thought about how to explain the words about another world. The main character became wary. He sees research that concerns the yellow talisman. He thought that these things were created in a completely reverse order of making the materials of this world. With a serene expression on his face, he thought that for him, a person who had not studied or read any books, these hieroglyphs were like an abstraction from a book. He asks whether it is possible that the enemy exists in a world completely opposite to his own and whether it is therefore possible to create something opposite to the original structure. The protagonist opens his mouth in realization and thinks that this is really the ghost town of Fengdu. The fire spirit behind the protagonist crosses his arms and tells him that he didn't expect him to be so smart. He adds that it is surprising that he knows about Fengdu City. The main character turns his head to him and asks him if this place only exists in legends. The fire spirit forms a figurine of a spirit with red eyes in its hands and asks the main character if they are legends in the eyes of ordinary people. He then reveals that what he sees may not be true, and what he hears may not be true. He asks the main character what he thinks eyes are for. He covers his mouth and says that he almost forgot that Yu is blind and he can't see. The main character asks the spirit how to enter the city of Fengdu. The spirit moves his hand to the side and tells the protagonist that he should guess for himself. Magic Union. Daylight illuminates the building area. Yan Zhao asks the main character from whom he heard about Fengdu. The protagonist replies that he learned from books. Yan Zhao scratches his beard. The main character puts his hand forward and says that according to what is written in the book, Fengdu is an afterlife that has been turned upside down compared to the one in which they live. Yan Zhao clenches his fist behind his back and replies that he wasn't there, so how should he know? He points his finger at the main character and tells him to listen to him. He reports that his foundation is still superficial, although he is not stronger than his peers, so he does not need to forget about control. He remembers Juju leaving Yan Zhao, Sehai and other disciples. He tells the main character that his grandfather was a member of the Magic Union, but because he liked to act alone, he left the union without permission. He adds that in the eyes of other people it was like a betrayal. He says with a serious expression that deviation from generally accepted norms is individuality in the eyes of the masters, but for the main character it is destruction and death. The protagonist has a serene expression on his face. Yan Jiao asks him if he wants to ask anything else. The main character lowers his gaze a little and then asks the teacher if his grandfather had contact with Fengdu before. Diane puts her palms forward. He pushes the main character with his palm. He tells him to get out. The main character, with concern on his face, replies that he is listening. At the exit, the protagonist is met by a blonde man who addresses him. The bandit combines his hands and asks the main character of the threads if he would like to give him his time. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face. He thought it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He adds that compared to other members of the Magic Union, who have everything written on their faces, he hides everything well and is much more dangerous than others. The main character asks the blonde to lead him. He moves his hand to the side and says that in that case they will go. The blonde approaches Sehai and tells him that he has brought the main character. The teacher throws fish food into the pond and tells the student that he can leave. He asks the main character if he mentioned Fengdu today. The main character is surprised after his words. Sehai's upper body is covered in shadow. He tells the main character that there is no need to suspect him. He adds that the entire Magic Union is under the control of his territory, so naturally he knows everything. He says with a thoughtful look that Fengdu is a very old word. He remembers young Juju and says this must have happened more than 20 years ago, when the main character was just born. He then reveals that at that time his grandfather was still in the Magic Union and was one of the suitable candidates for the position of the highest mentor. He adds that they had been practicing for several decades and therefore had a solid foundation of skill, but were still unable to comprehend the innermost secrets. He recalls how many members of the Magical Union saw streams of black and red energy that flew in the air above the building. Sehai reports that they accidentally heard about a place called Fengdu. He then reports that relying on numerical superiority in their own strength and thinking that at that time they were invincible, he and his grandfather, the current highest mentor, and other people arrived in Fengdu. He adds that there were 27 of them in total. He reports that as soon as they entered, they were surrounded by countless evil spirits. He adds that the battle was bloody. Juju cuts 2 evil spirits with his sword. Sehai struck another spirit with his sword. He tells the main character that 27 people entered there and only 13 came out, and 4 of them were seriously wounded. The wounds were incurable. He then informs the protagonist that within a year, several had died from the disease, 3 of them had broken bones and were disabled, and the rest barely survived. He unbuttons the buttons on his shirt and says that he and the protagonist's grandfather are very lucky. He shows the scar on his chest and says that you can say that he is one of the lucky ones who survived. He says that at that time he was seriously wounded and was almost dying, and the protagonist's grandfather carried him out of the battlefield with a bunch of dead people. He then reveals that he, Yan Xiao, and everyone else who survived have the same scars on themselves. He remembers how he and Juju, Yan Xiao, and another student stood near many defeated spirits. He says that if it were not for brother mentor Juju, then at this time they would have been lying in the grave for a long time, and not even bones would have remained of them, and they would have become food for evil spirits. He adds that the protagonist's grandfather was then the only successor to the highest mentor, the legal heir of the Union. Sehai remembers how there was a ball above Juju's hand, from which black and red energy emanated. He tells the main character that after the battle, everyone who survived quickly moved forward, and his grandfather also began to improve rapidly. He adds that in just 3 years he became invincible and even their master would not dare to say that he could defeat his grandfather. He then reveals that they accidentally heard about a place called Fengdu. He remembers again how the members of the Magic Union, including himself, stood in front of the building. The main character asks Sehai what he means by this. The chairman buttons up his shirt and tells the protagonist that he just wants to say that Fengdu is very dangerous and with his power, going there is like seeking death. He says with a serious expression that, moreover, after that battle, the protagonist's grandfather destroyed all 10,000 evil spirits and himself closed the only entrance to Fengdu. He adds that it is now very difficult to find this entrance. The main character bows to Sehai and says that he understood everything. The chairman moves his hand to the side and tells the main character that since he understood everything, he can go. The main character agrees. Sehai looks after the main character leaving. Black and red energy suddenly appears on the chairman's body. The spirit that has taken over Sehai's body asks him why he told him this. The chairman clutches his chest and says that he started digging into this, so there is no point in hiding it. He adds that he told him part of the truth and now he must back down. The spirit asks him what he will do if he does not back down. Sehai falls to his knees. There are fish swimming in the pond next to him. The chairman says that 1,000 spirits must be used for them, and if he persistently searches for Fengdu, then many dangers await him along this path. There is a sign above the entrance to the building that says this is an internet cafe. The main character is sitting at one of the computers. He enters his username and password. He thought of Fengdu with a serious expression. The main character returned 4 results for Fengdu. He thought that this request would not work, too little information. He hears a notification sound in his headphones. He sees that he has 1 new message and wonders who sent it to him. The user under the nickname Lord Fengdu asks him if he is also looking for Fengdu. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, turned to the words that the interlocutor was also looking for this place. The main character asks him if he knows anything about this place. Lord Fengdu asks the main character if he really doesn't see his name. He then sends him an offensive gesture emoji. The main character imagines a smiling black and red spirit who sits at the computer. He wondered with a skeptical expression if this was an evil spirit who called himself Lord Fengdu. He asks the interlocutor if he has been to this place. The interlocutor replies that no one can enter the city of Fengdu because it is not for the living. The protagonist is typing a message on the keyboard and thought that based on his nickname alone, he cannot be sure that this person knows anything about the city of Fengdu. He asks his interlocutor where he is now. Lord Fengdu replies that he is in He. The protagonist wonders if he is also in He. He clicks the left mouse button and thought that maybe he should arrange a meeting with this mysterious Lord of Fengdu. He adds that, however, he doesn't know everything about him yet and they don't know each other's identities, so if he suddenly makes an appointment, he will most likely refuse. Then he thought that no matter what, he would try first. The main character wrote to his interlocutor that he was also in He now and asked if they could meet. Lord Fengdu replies that it is possible, and then asks what time they will meet. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that he had agreed. He asks him to meet in an hour at the Shanghai Cafe. He is sitting at a table near a cafe with a cup of tea in his hand. He brought the cup to his mouth, and then thought that the number of searches for the word Fengdu on the internet did not exceed 5, and among them, Jiang was searched 2 times. He adds that this means that this Fengdu lord scans the site every day, looking for those who are searching for the keyword. A fat guy in black sneakers appears. He is wearing a white t-shirt and has a backpack on his back. He wipes the sweat from his body. He looks out of several windows. He looked out the window, near which there was a girl and her boyfriend. He takes out his phone and dials a number on it. There is a sign on the building that says this is Shanghai Cafe. The fat guy gets through to the protagonist and asks him where he is. The main character replies that he is opposite and walks in black clothes and with a cane. A fat guy with a wary look asks the main character if he is blind. He wipes away the sweat with a handkerchief and will correct that the main character, how he surfs the internet, if he is blind. The main character replies that he has his own way, so he doesn't have to worry about it. A fat guy drinks tea from a cup and sighs. He tells the main character that he is dying of thirst, and if he had known that it was so hot today, he would have agreed to meet tomorrow. The main character crosses his arms and asks the guy if he brought materials related to Fengdu. The fat guy puts the backpack on the table and reaches into it with his hand, and then tells the main character that he brought everything, but the main character is blind. He takes out an envelope and with a smile on his face tells the main character that it's the same as putting a beautiful woman in front of him and not even admiring her. He then asks the protagonist if he can read the contents. The envelope suddenly disappears from the guy's hand. The main character unpacks the envelope. The fat guy gets up from his seat and then waves his hand near the protagonist's face and tells him that he has a blindfold and then asks if it is really some kind of magic. The main character answers the guy that if he doesn't calm down, he will drive him out of here himself. The fat guy sits back down on the table and tells the protagonist that he won't argue with him. He then tells him that he made every effort to find this material and every page, every word is worth a fortune. He adds that if this is published and dissertations are seen, he will become the greatest professor in the history of archaeology. The main character looks carefully at the photograph. He sees the Fengdu wooden building on it and a stone wall in front of it. He shows the photograph. The informant asks him where he got this photograph from. The fat guy asks the main character if he really can see. He adjusts his glasses by touching their bridge, and then says that this photo was taken 15 years ago and the photographer who took it has still not been found. He adds that this appears to be the only copy left. He says that the city's name Fengdu is written in the Zhuang style and dates back to the Yinzhou dynasty, so he assumes that Fengdu was built at that time. He then states, as for whether this is real Fengdu, he cannot determine it with his current level of knowledge. The surprised protagonist asks him if this means in other words that he has not seen the city of Fengdu with his own eyes. The informant spreads his arms and tells the protagonist that he already mentioned in the chat that no one will be able to see Fengdu unless he is dead. He adds that he will not be able to get there, and of all the people in history, you can count on one hand the number of those who have personally seen this city. He imagines a stone wall of the city of Fengdu from which black and red streams of energy emanate. The informant reports that according to rumors, during the battle between Zhu and Zhu, both sides fought in complete darkness, and the battlefield was littered with the corpses of the dead and even the sky was red with blood. He adds that in this bloody fog, someone saw the sign of the city of Fengdu, so one can already imagine the degree of difficulty and visibility. He raises his index finger and talks incessantly. The main character thought that if the fat man's words were true, then in order to get to Fengdu, the lives and blood of many people would be required. He completely concentrated his thoughts and wondered how Grandpa, Sahai and the others got to Fengdu City back then. He notes that they couldn't have gotten there after the massacres. Then he thought that if this was not so, then it would be difficult not to believe in the many events here and the information provided by him. The fat man with a smile on his face continues to tell the main character information. The main character puts the documents back into the envelope and asks the informant if he can take these materials. With a satisfied expression on his face, he tells the protagonist that he can take them because he has a copy. The main character leaves and apologizes to the informant for disturbing him today. He asks him not to tell anyone that they saw each other and what they talked about. The fat man raises his palm up and agrees with the protagonist and then asks him to contact him when he is free. After that, he sighs and thought that it was so difficult to find a listener interested in Fengdu, but he is so impatient and he doesn't even have the patience to listen to the stories. With an angry expression on his face, he thought that he would not succeed this way. The fat man's phone vibrates because he is receiving a call from an unknown number. The informant took the phone and accepted the call. The main character tells him that it is him. The fat man wonders if this is you. There is a round sign hanging above the entrance to the cafe. The informant asks the main character if it is really him again and if he has any questions. After that, he asks him to come back and ask if there are any. Ye approaches the fat man. She greets the informant with a smile on her face and a phone to her ear. The fat man's cheeks turned red as he looked at her. The girl winked at him and asked him if he was the Lord of Fengdu. She touches the guy's chest, after which he replies that it's really him. Ye approaches him and tells him that her name is Yeju, but he can just call her Ya. She sits down on the chair next to him and tells him that she didn't quite understand what he was saying to you. She asks him if he can repeat it again. The fat man's cheeks turned red and he replied that he could tell without any problems, and even many times. Ye thought that the guys were really the same. The fat man puts his hands forward and tells her everything. Ye touches the knife that is attached to her leg. She thought that men were lustful, greedy and ignorant. She adds that only you is different from them. Only you. The fat man alerted his gaze. He hits himself in the face with his palm. With a worried look, he thought that everything was clear now. He looks at him with a surprised expression. The fat man lowered his gaze a little and thought that, of course, it was you who sent the woman to find out information and check on him. He wonders how he can be seduced by a beautiful woman. He clenches his hand into a fist and thinks that he is the Lord of Fengdu. He adds that the ruler should be an example for everyone and not let beauty blind his eyes. He made an upset expression on her face and thought that this fat man was able to break free from her spell. With a worried expression on her face, she wondered if he was also a master. The fat man reached into his backpack with his hand and told the girl that before he told him, he wanted her to look at it. He swings a knife at the fat man and thought that now was a good moment. She stuck the knife into the backpack. The fat man stands with a backpack in his hands and in a fighting stance. He takes pepper spray in his hand. With an angry expression on his face, he calls the girl a beauty and then asks her if she really thinks that he is some kind of weakling. He uses pepper spray and hits Ya. Immediately after this he runs away. He smiles and shouts to her that he has a sharp eye so he sees what kind of person she is. He asks her if she was thinking of seducing him and then adds that she underestimated him. The informant notices the main character. He stops and asks you if it is him. With a worried look on his face, he thought that he didn't know what to do because there was nothing left in the pepper spray. The protagonist turns around, after which half of his face is visible, where a scar and sharp teeth are visible. He says that it is him and at the same time not him. The fat man opens his eyes wide. The main character's eyes began to glow red. With a smile on his face, he asks the fat man if he scared him and if he didn't expect to see a ghost in broad daylight. Ye appears behind the informant. The fat man immediately turns around. Ye swings a knife at the fat man. The main character is standing at the entrance to the hospital room and thought that the documents say that the key to opening the city of Fengdu is a strange compass, but he never heard about it from Sihai and Yan Zhao. He looks at the notes from the envelope and wonders if they don't know about it either. He adds that year, among those who entered the city of Fengdu besides them was his grandfather. Many lowered her head and thought that, however, so many years have passed since then and grandfather never mentioned this incident. He adds that, however, he cannot rule out the reason why grandfather did not want to let him explore Fengdu. But there is one question that needs to be carefully considered. The main character's cassock flutters a little in the wind. He thought that he was almost sure that grandfather had not died and that the spirit that returned that day was not grandfather's, but 1,000 spirits could not find any trace of grandfather in this world. He imagines the image of his grandfather with a compass in his hand and thought that perhaps he was a grandfather, now in the city of Fengdu, and the key is in his hands. He adds that this seems to be the only version that connects all the dots, but how did Grandpa find Fengdu City again? He folds the envelope under his robe and thought that if the fat man's words are true, then only the red sky and the atmosphere of war can awaken the city of Fengdu, because it is a forbidden place for the living. A black-haired doctor approaches the protagonist and greets him, then asks him if he is a member of the Zhang family. The main character replies that it is him and then asks if he needs to do anything. The girl holds a wooden box in her hands and tells the protagonist that someone just left this at the sanitary station and said that he needs to give it to him. The main character takes the box and asks who asked to give it to him. The girl agrees. The protagonist looks closely at the box and thought that he does not know what is in this box, and if it is explosives or something similar, then all the people here will be drawn into it. He adds that you need to find a deserted place. He is in the hallway with several trash cans next to him. He opens the wooden box and sees a knife with a piece of cloth. He wonders if this isn't the leather fabric from the fat man's backpack. He then notices that the dagger belongs to Ya and then asks if she is still alive. He grits his teeth and imagines the image of Ya's eyes that glow red. He thought that he believed that after the last incident, Ya, if he did not die, would become crippled and never get out of bed, but now this dagger made fun of his arrogance. He adds that she really is a tenacious cockroach. The main character takes the phone in his hand and dials his informant. He thought that he needed to quickly find out what the fat man had. Ya from the fat man's phone greets the protagonist and asks him if he missed her. The angry protagonist asks where the fat man is. The girl replies that he is still alive and living very well. She asks the protagonist to listen to his magnificent screams. The fat man screams loudly, after which the main character takes his head away from the phone. The main character again raised his head to the phone and asked the girl what she needed. Ya answers the main character that she needs him and all his brides. The main character replies that she can take him, but her daughter-in-law cannot be touched. He adds that if she lays even one finger on the fat man, he will take her life. He asks her to trust him that he will do it. It tells the main character that they will see each other tomorrow afternoon together where they first met. Then she says that there should be 4 of them and they should all come. She adds that if someone is missing, she will cut off the fat man's limbs, and if none of them comes, then the main character will have to carry away the corpse. The main character clenched his teeth in anger. He hears beeps from the challenged call. The protagonist calls his name in a menacing voice. Evening, grandfather's house. He comes into the room and thought that he could not save them. He adds that he covered for these girls in every possible way and avoided meeting them as much as possible, but he still keeps an eye on everyone around him. He bows to the portrait of his grandfather hanging on the wall and thought it was good that Master Yan Xiao agreed to help look after the others so that they would be safe. The main character lowered his head even more and thought that now is not the time when women are merciful, and if he does not destroy Ya forever, he will not be able to sleep peacefully. Ya appears behind the main character. She straightens her hair and looks at the main character with a crazy look. The main character gets angry and asks the girl where the fat man is. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face asks the main character where the others are. She takes out a yellow talisman that emits black and red energy and tells the protagonist that it seems he ignored her threat. A tied-up fat man emerges from the yellow talisman. With his mouth tied, he asks the protagonist to save him. He stood with her foot on his head and yelled at him to shut up. She tells the protagonist standing in front of her that she said that if someone was missing, she would cut off their limbs. She stabs him and with a smile on her face says that since no one came, then she will do it. The main character moves quickly. He gets scared when he loses sight of the protagonist. The main character finds himself next to her, looking at her with his red glowing eyes. He punches her in the face. The girl falls to the ground. She lifts her torso. The main character shouts to her that he let her go again and again, and she answers him like this. He then informs her that heaven can forgive committing evil, but she cannot live while continuing to commit evil deeds. He gets very angry and shouts at her that she brought this on herself. The wounded girl holds her stomach and tells the protagonist that he will not dare kill her, because if he kills, he will get what he deserves. The protagonist standing in front of her asks what this means. His eyes look angry. He thought that she was really talking about evil spirits inside him that could kill him at any moment. Or is it about the fact that he will have to wear a blindfold every day and look like a crippled, blind, and unlucky person? He walks towards her and thought that either she meant that everyone who surrounds him or even comes into contact with him is in for trouble. He adds that if this is getting what one deserves, then he is not against making this merit even tougher. He approaches the girl and asks her if these words are her last. Ya smiles maliciously. The fat man shouts to the main character that there is danger behind him. The main character turns around and sees an evil spirit who has opened his mouth. He swings his cane. He strikes at the evil spirit. A yellow talisman fell out of it. The main character, with a serene expression on his face, says that this is how she acts. He grabs the girl by the neck. He lifts her above him. He squeezed her neck tightly. The main character abruptly let go of the girl. Dark red energy emanates from the protagonist's hand and from the girl. He holds his neck and asks the main character if he really can't believe it. The girl swings her leg. She throws a punch at the protagonist, but he blocks it with his cane. The main character hits the girl with his cane, but she dodges. Under the girl there is an evil spirit that lies on the floor. The main character thought that such a rapid attack was beyond his strength, and then wondered if she was working together with evil spirits. He thought he understood something. He sees an evil spirit and wonders why he didn't disappear. It grabs the evil spirit. She throws it at the main character. The body of the spirit is divided into two halves. He almost reached the main character. Yu puts her hand forward, after which a golden circle consisting of many other circles appears in front of her and uses the ability 10,000 swords. The swords hit the spirit and it immediately explodes. After this, Yu coughs up blood. The main character runs towards the girl and swings his cane at her, and then exclaims that she is actually going straight to the grave. The main character swings his cane at it and hits it. The girl pushes herself far back. She rests her hand on the floor. With her other hand she holds her stomach and says that she gathered all her strength, but could not even wrinkle the main character's clothes. The main character approaches her. Yu asks the main character if she really can't follow him. She looks down and laughs with a desperate expression on her face. She begins to laugh loudly maniacally. The main character watches her with a serious expression on his face. The girl raises her head up and, with her eyes closed, continues to laugh loudly. The protagonist and the girl are standing near a brick fence. Yu notices that she laughs when death is so close. With a serene expression on his face, he asks her if she can't fight anymore. Yu, with a smile on his face, replies that he cannot. The main character, with a thoughtful look, thought that he didn't know why, but in his heart he felt regret. He adds that it's not that he feels sorry for Yu, but given her years of experience, it wouldn't hurt to say that her death wouldn't be enough. Then he thought that he was only sorry that by such actions she had brought death upon herself. After that, he thought that when Yu lost her blessing, he too saw her lost and forgotten memories. The girl's facial expression looks like she has resigned herself. The main character thought that the person in front of him was standing with one foot in the grave, and all her organs were displaced and her bones were broken. He adds that if she had not supported herself with all her might, she would have been dead by now. The light illuminates half of the protagonist's face. He thought he didn't believe she was doing this to get revenge. He adds that it's funny that her life has become like a dagger for others. The girl rises to her feet. The main character thought that she had no feelings, no mind, and even no thoughts of her own. She is in a body position with a bent back and says that she is not destined to become the protagonist's girlfriend. Then she says that she will die soon. She puts her hands forward and tells the main character that she is at death's door, and then asks him if he can fulfill her last wish. The main character sighs after her words. Yu hugs the main character. She raises her head and asks the main character if he can kiss her. The main character pushes the girl's head away from him, after which she spits blood. With a desperate expression on her face, she calls the main character a cold guy. The girl closes her eyes. A yellow talisman emerges from her chest. The main character looked at the yellow talisman with an angry expression and says that this thing has appeared again, and then adds that it is like a larva, it is impossible to get rid of it. He touches the talisman, after which it crumbles. The guy asks the main character to save him. The protagonist cuts the ropes that bind the fat guy. The informant looks at his hands and says that he is saved. The main character, who is carrying Yu in his arms, asks the fat guy if he can move. The informant gets to his feet and with a smile on his face and answers the main character that he can. With a serene expression on his face, he asks the main character if there is anyone else here besides her. The main character is silent for some time after his words. The informant slams his fist into his palm and says that there is another guy who looks exactly like the main character. He adds that he has a large scar on one side of his face and also walks with a cane. The protagonist wonders if he really looks like him with a surprised expression on his face. He looks up at the sky and wonders if it could be that he has a twin. The moon in the sky turns red. Dark clouds hover near the moon. There are several one-story houses on the tiled floor. The hero sits at a table surrounded by many candles. One of the candles went out. There is a scar on half of the main character's face. He draws on the yellow talisman and breaks the extinguished candle, and then asks the main character how it feels when he kills his bride with his own hands. He looks at the photograph hanging on the wall. The photo shows the main character, whose face looks normal. The main character stands at the gravestone. No one ever came to take his body. Yu could only buy her a place in the cemetery, which was considered the last expression of honor for making an acquaintance. Near his folded dress lies her pair of shoes. As for his things, Yu could only leave them at the funeral home for now because they were women's things. He adds that if he took them with him, he would make people laugh and also attract attention. His hair flutters in the wind and purple particles fly near her. What happened? You cannot evaluate her life, and he himself thinks that he has no right to evaluate. He had a miserable life. She was not the master of her life and did things herself. She sorted everything out herself, and that was her end in the end. The fat man is still in the hospital. Apparently he only had a few bruises, but he looked like he was dying. The informant lying in bed puts his hands together as the doctor brings him medicine. Every day he only did two things, namely screamed in pain and drooled at the pretty nurse who brought him medicine. Before appearing at the hospital, you took care of his funeral. The main character enters the fat man's room. He tells the protagonist that he has finally arrived and it's good that he appeared today and not a day later. The main character asks him what this means. The leaving nurse turns around and tells the main character that if he had come one more day later, then all the fat man's wounds would have already healed. The informant reaches out to the departing protagonist and shouts at him not to leave. He puts his hands together again and tells the main character that he has a secret and then asks him if he wants to know it. The main character turns around and asks the fat man what secret he is talking about. The fat man says with a serious expression that there is someone in Fengdu City who looks exactly like the main character. The surprised main character asks him if he was really there. The fat man with a worried expression on his face replies that yes, he was able to get to Fengdu City once and this means that he did not live his life in vain. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, asks the informant if he didn't say before that no one could enter there. He asks him how he entered then, and then is about to ask him the location of Fengdu City. The fat man crossed his arms with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He spreads his arms to the sides and tells the protagonist not to ask him, because he doesn't know either, because he was grabbed on the street and the next second he already appeared in Fengdu. He adds that he doesn't remember exactly what happened. The main character lowers his head a little and thought that they were on the street and the next moment they entered Fengdu City. Not only he, but no one else will believe such a coincidence of circumstances. Then he thought that besides, as Jiang had already said during the investigation, the material structure she discovered was the opposite of the real structure. He recalls information from the phone. He thought it was more of a mirror image than the opposite. Drops of sweat run down the fat man's face. The protagonist thought that Fengdu City was so big that he certainly couldn't summon the city alone. He adds that the fat man's statement gave him a strange feeling. If the mountain does not come to him, then he goes to it. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, grabs his head with his hand and thought that maybe the city of Fengdu is not in the sky, but right in front of him. Only he is too ignorant to know about it. He adds that if this is the case, then why did grandfather have difficulty finding Fengdu City that year and not come and go like he and others? The fat man says what he actually saw. The protagonist's facial expression becomes normal and he asks the fat man what he means. Backbone raises his index finger and says that woman took out what looked like a paper talisman and applied it to Fengdu City to open the gate. The main character realized something. He takes something out from under his robe. He shows the fat man a package with a yellow talisman and asks him if it is him. The informant with an inspired expression on his face replies that yes, it is him and then stretches his hands towards the main character. The protagonist picks up a package with a yellow talisman. The fat man crossed his arms and with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells the protagonist that he will just watch. He adds that he's not going to take anything away and then calls the protagonist petty. The main character puts the package under his cassock and thought that anyone who touches this talisman will not have a good ending. Therefore, until he thoroughly examines it himself, he will not allow anyone to touch it. The fat man wrinkles his face and tells the main character that if he doesn't want to give him the talisman, then he doesn't care. He adds that at least he visited Fengdu City, and compared to an untouchable person like him, he is still satisfied. He moves his hand to the side and says that he also saw a bunch of such things in the city of Fengdu. The main character asks him what he saw there. The fat man with a smile on his face replies that the house of someone who looks like the main character is full of them and we can say at least that there are several dozen of them. The main character, with a wary look, asks if there really were several dozen. He rests his chin on his hand and thought that in order to enter or leave the city of Fengdu, it is enough to have an item from this city. He wonders if this means that Grandpa and the other people from the Magic Union had such a thing. Then he mentally asks where they got it from because they couldn't dig it out of the ground. The main character looks at the fat man again and notices that he said that he had several dozen of them in his house. Then he asks if he makes them himself. The informant asks the main character if he really thinks that he was invited there as a guest. He exclaims that he was a hostage and how can a hostage see some of their secrets? The main character turns around and says that he asked in vain and then makes fun of him leaving. The fat man clenches his hand into a fist and tells the main character that he admires him because he is blind and lame, but alone he does a lot of research about the city of Fengdu. He adds that he just wants to ask him if he would like to join his team to explore together. The main character smiles after his words. He put on his usual expression again and wondered what his name would be if he joined the team from the fat boy. He thought that he would really be called the lame and blind justice-seeking lord of the city of Fengdu with 5 brides, of whom 1 died and 2 were wounded. He adds that he should forget about it, because he likes to work alone. The fat man aligned the index fingers of his hands. You thought that the fat man would make a great assistant, given his intelligence and resourcefulness, even if he has problems in the form of the fact that he says what he thinks and he stinks. The main character, with a smile on his face, raises his hand up and tells the fat man that if he doesn't mind, then let him contact him when he is discharged from the hospital. Funeral home. 2 students in black robes surrounded the black-haired girl. One of them asks the girl if she can give them a number. Another student says that if you work together all day long, where there are many dead people, the body becomes weak. He adds that an abundance of negative energy is still harmful to women. He licks his lips and tells the girl that when she finishes work, he can properly fill her with positive male energy. A man in a white shirt approaches them and pushes the villain. He stands in front of the girl and greets the man in a black cassock and then informs him that he is the senior officer on duty. The girl runs away, and the man in a white shirt asks the student if they came here to perform the operation. The man in the cassock crosses his arms and asks the guy in front of him if he is the manager. The guy in the white shirt replies that it is. The scoundrel with an angry expression on his face tells the guy that enough empty words, and then says that they have come for the remains of Ya. A guy in a white shirt with a serious expression on his face asks the student to present documents proving the identity of the deceased's immediate family, as well as the family book and death certificate of the deceased. A man in black clothes with a serious expression on his face replies that he does not have them. The man in the white shirt replies that in this case he cannot hand over the remains. An angry student asks the guy in the white shirt if he really can't. He grabs him by the collar of his shirt. He threw him forward, after which he screams loudly out of fear. A guy in a white shirt hits the glass and breaks it. A villain approaches him and asks him if he knows who they are. He then reveals that they are from the Magic Union and have come to instruct him and talk sense. He adds that he asked for it himself. The duty officer gritted his teeth and told the scoundrel that even if he brought him to death today, without a certificate he would not give them anything. The villain grabs him by the hair. He brought his head closer to the sharp shard of glass and tells him that apparently he doesn't understand in a good way. The white shirt guy is salivating with fear. Someone enters the room, calls the scoundrel brother mentor and tells him that he found what they were looking for. The scoundrel turns back, after which his name is called again. A guy in white clothes runs up to them, holding a box in his hands. Attached to the box is a photo of you with her name written underneath. The scoundrel spits at the duty officer. The saliva hits his cheek. The man in the cassock releases the duty officer and says that he will let him go today. He adds that if he had collaborated with them, he would not have experienced such shame. He walks up to his colleagues and says with a smile on his face that they are done. The black-haired girl looks after the 3 leaving members of the Magical Union. She asks the duty officer if he is okay with a worried look on her face. The guy with a pained look on his face replies that he is fine. He smiles and tells the girl to immediately contact his family members and tell them what happened. He gets up from the floor and looking at the glass, he thought that it is not surprising that the Taoists are so arrogant and self-willed. He adds that the thickness of this glass is 3 centimeters and even a pistol bullet cannot pierce it, not to mention a person. With a worried look on his face, he thought this was amazing. A guy in a white coat says on his smartphone to his master that they got what they needed. Then he asks the interlocutor to see if there is a yellow talisman or other things inside that have negative energy. They and the villain are sitting in the back seats of the car. The man in the black robe licks his lips as he opens the box and says that it looks very beautiful and that's why it's a pity that she died early and didn't let them have fun with her. The guy in the white coat tells Sehai that there are no such things inside. The scoundrel smiles maliciously and says that she was a beauty after all because she smells so nice. The angry Sehai order them to search every detail. He throws the smartphone on the floor, after which its screen breaks. He looks at the broken phone and thought that his students are a bunch of useless and insignificant fools. He adds that they received his order this morning and went to the funeral home to get his things. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought that it was a matter of a moment, and considering that they were from the Magic Union, under any pretext they could take things, but they chose the only insulting way, to burst in there and cause a scandal. He adds that he now still needs to apologize to the funeral home. Sehai takes out another smartphone and thought that what's more, these fools brought him bad news. Then he thought that his things did not contain the thing he wanted. He adds that in this way they only suffered double losses. He called the main character and asks him if he can come here if he is in town. He adds that there is an important matter and if he has no other business, then he should come here and then he will tell everything. Magic Union. The main character approaches the wooden building and hears Sehai swearing. The main character opens the door and looks into the room. He sees Sehai pointing his finger at someone and swearing non-stop. The main character, with concern on his face, wonders what is going on there and who made him so angry. He adds that it is difficult to hear something, and it is better not to eavesdrop. The protagonist knocks on the door. Sehai tells him he can come in. The main character enters the room and asks Sehai if he is free now, and he replies that he is free. Yu, with a smile on his face, asks if these brothers' mentors have really displeased the master again. He then says that young people make mistakes and therefore should not be so angry with them. He asks the master for what reason he called him. Sehai, with a serious expression, tells him that he called him to ask him something. He asks the main character if he died at his hands. The main character is surprised after his words. He imagines Sehai 2 students next to him, and then thought that his death is not a secret for the magical union because she had already become half an evil spirit. He adds that if he had not killed her, then sooner or later the people from the magical union would have found out about everything and destroyed her. He wonders what this has to do with Sehai. He puts his hand forward and replies that not at all, she burned herself to death. Sehai, with a serious expression on his face, tells the main character that it doesn't matter because he doesn't want to judge him. He adds that he was just wondering if she had an item on her that was associated with an evil spirit. The main character, with a wary look, replies that he was already possessed, and then adds that, in truth, he is half possessed too. Sehai, with a wary look, tells the protagonist that this is not what he is asking. He then tells him that he knows what he means. He takes out the yellow mallets and says that this is the talisman that the main character gave him last time. He adds that, unfortunately, during the research they accidentally damaged it. He turns to his 2 students and says that's why he wants to know if you had a similar thing. He and the protagonist silently look at each other. The main character looks down and thought that without the fat man, he was already really naive to give him the talisman, but since he met him, he already understood the price of entry before leaving Fengdu City. Sehai clutches the talisman. The main character wonders how the chairman could accidentally damage the talisman if it looks like it is in good condition. He adds that the talisman only has negative energy on the surface of the sisters. Black and red energy comes from the main character and from his students. The main character thought that he was now sure of one issue regarding the magic union. He adds that they actually entered the city of Fengdu and only recently. The main character reaches his hand into his cassock to take out a vibrating phone. He raised the phone to his ear and the interlocutor told him that he was calling about your things. He adds that these things were just taken by some Taoists. The 2 black-robed disciples became worried. Everything around them starts to shake and now they are scared. Shouts to them to be careful. Black and red energy emanates from the main character. He clenched his teeth in anger. He pushes off the floor. He heads towards one of the students who asks him what he is doing. He grabs him by the head and pins him to the floor. Yan Jiao enters the room and asks why it is so noisy here. He opened his eyes wide and asked what happened here. He extends his hand to the main character and tells him to stop. The protagonist continues to hold the student. Black and red energy comes from the head of the student, who, with a frightened expression on his face, asks the master to save him. The student's body disappears and several streams of energy emanate from it. Sehai and Yan Xiao jumped on the main character. They put their palms to it. The 2 of them push the protagonist away. Yan Jiao rushes to his side and shouts that they won't destroy such an important place, so they need to go out and fight there. He pushed out the main character of the publication. He pinned the protagonist to the floor. He clenched his hand into a fist and asked the main character if he had gone crazy. The angry protagonist shouts that they are already dead, so this matter has nothing to do with the master. He adds that besides, he is just taking revenge and not killing brutally, so the master does not need to fight him to the death. Yan Jiao sighs heavily at the words of the main character. He stood on his feet in front of the main character and asked him whether it was necessary to take such measures for the sake of one girl. He adds that if his memory serves him correctly, then she tried to kill him. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, tells the master that she has nothing to do with it and he simply doesn't like him. Yan Jiao, with a stern look, asks the protagonist why kill right away, even if you don't like someone. He then asks if this is what his grandfather taught him. The main character became worried after his words. He leans on his cane. Yan Jiao tells him that he will not return to the Magic Union, and given his strength with character, his people will not bother him anymore, but he cannot say the same about mentor brother Sehai. He adds that the protagonist must leave immediately before they react. The main character is surprised and asks the master if he really won't grab him. Yan Jiao closes his eyes and asks the main character why he should do this, because brute force cannot solve anything. Yu puts his hands together, bows a little to the master, and then thanks him. Yan Jiao tells him to leave quickly. The protagonist heads towards the exit. Yan Jiao clenches his hand into a fist. He hits the floor a lot. 4 students approach Yan Jiao, who has many craters around him. One of the students asks the master if he is okay. She raises her hand and replies that it's nothing and he's just a little exhausted. The student commands some members of the squad to take care of the teacher while the rest must go after you along with him. Yan Jiao gets up from the floor and replies that this is not necessary. He turns his head to the student and says that he has already dealt him many fatal blows, so he will not last even a couple of days. He adds that they should leave him because he himself will soon die. He thought that this was the only way he could help. Outside the magical union there are mountains surrounded by thick fog. Sehai silently looks into the distance. He raises his head up and thought that such a big noise did not attract the highest mentor Mo here, which suggests that she does not want to create problems. He thought that after all, one of the prerequisites for entering Fengdu City was to leave him alive. He adds that this is why it will be better than keeping him in the prison of the magical union. He moves his hand to the side and tells the student next to him to go and collect the rest of his things and then send them back to the funeral home. The student accepts his order. Sehai turns his pupils to the side and thinks about the student's corpse. He looks at the stain left on the floor and thought that these were not even corpses. He adds that this scoundrel Yu used a cruel technique as he killed them without even leaving bones. He made an angry expression on his face and thought that the death of people was not important and it was just a pity that he could not get the Fengdu things from Yu. He turns his head to the side. He sees Yan Zhao coming towards him and asks him where Yu is, and he replies that the protagonist has escaped. Sehai asks Yan Zhao, who approached him, if he let him go on purpose. The master replies that there is no difference because he ran away anyway. He asks Sehai why he didn't stop him if he really wanted to leave him. After his words, the holy master closes his eyes and replies that it's okay. He then says that let you wander around outside for a few days and then he will return to the magic union soon. Yan Zhao agrees with Sehai with a serene expression. It's surprising that he's the only one who doesn't know whether he'll come back to talk about the past or their lives. The main character climbs the stairs. His shadow falls on the steps. He knocks on the wooden door. The fat man opens the door and wipes the lens of his glasses and then asks who came so late. He asks Yu if he is with a surprised expression. He sees the protagonist without a blindfold and says that this means that he is not blind. The main character looks away and says that there is nothing unusual here. He then apologizes to the fat man for coming to him so late. The fat man turns his head back and looked at the pile of garbage and then tells the main character that it's okay, it's just a little dirty. He adds that if the main character is not disdainful, he can come in. The protagonist enters the room and tells the fat man to do him a favor. The informant replies that the main character can talk because he will help him with everything that has to do with Fengdu. The main character hands the phone to the fat man and tells him that there are a couple of photos here. He asks him to find out about them. The fat man connects the wire to the telephone. Then sighs are played from the computer speakers. The fat man opens his eyes wide. A video of a fat dark-skinned man screaming is played on the monitor screen. The fat man wipes the sweat from his face and says it's getting hot. The main character behind him crosses his arms and tells him that there is no need to hide because he has already seen everything. He tells the fat man with a dignified look that he likes this. The informant adjusts his glasses and says that they should get down to business, and then asks the main character in these photographs what he was talking about. The main character opens photos of Sehai and Mo on the computer. He says that he needs these two, one of whom is the current head of the magical union, Sehai. He adds that the second is Mo's current highest mentor. The fat man extends his palm to the protagonist and asks him if he really knows such people, and then asks if he wants to find out everything about them. The main character agrees, and then says that he suspects that they are related to Fengdu, so they ask him to find out. The fat man props his chin with his thumb and replies that the magic union is always so secretive, so he is afraid that there is no material about them on the internet. He adjusts his glasses and tells the main character that, however, he has amazing skills and he has his own methods. Then he asks to give him time. The main character asks him if 3 hours is enough for him, and the fat man with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks him if he really thinks he is some kind of computer. The room is dimly lit. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, thought that 1 week was a little long, and then said that he could give 4 days. The fat man turns his head towards the main character. He turns his head back to the monitor and agrees with the main character. The main character leaves and thought that even if Yan Zhao let him go, but in order not to dishonor the name of the magic union, they would send people to capture him. He adds that he thinks that he has a few days left of freedom and if he stays here with the fat man, he will drag him into this too. The fat man asks the main character if the magic union is looking for him to kill him, after which he stops. The main character informs the fat man that he killed people in a magical union and, one might say, betrayed them and avoided them, but so far he has not been sought. The informant gets up and shouts asking the protagonist if he really killed people. He takes a fighting stance and asks the protagonist to allow him to explain that he was born under the red flag and raised among humanity. He then reveals that for 3 generations his ancestors were poor peasants and good citizens of the 5-star world. He adds that he is not such a homicidal maniac as the main character. The main character tries to explain himself, but the fat man takes a hanger in his hand and the protagonist shouts that this will not work because he is evil and temptation. He then tells him that he misled him to help him achieve bad goals, so he will no longer obey him. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, wonders whether this fat man really deserves his trust and cooperation. The informant looks anxious and wary at the same time. The main character thought that if you had not taken him to Fengdu when he had not seen his opponent, he would never have contacted him. The main character tells the fat man that they mocked his things, after which he is surprised. He clenches his hands into fists and says that he is not sure that what he is doing is wrong, but he does not think that he is doing anything wrong towards those people who do whatever they want because they are members Magic Union. Then he reports that when he first arrived there, they were only reprimanded, but not punished, and such behavior, in his opinion, is no different from aiding the enemy, and if he had just let them go, sooner or later they would have caused a lot of trouble. He adds that this is the reason why he killed them, and if the fat man still thinks that he is a murderer, then he can call the police and he will not resist. The fat man lowers his head and is silent. He turns sideways to the main character and asks him if what he said is true. Yu says with a serious expression that it's true. The fat man clenched his teeth. He sits down at the computer and tells the main character that in this case he will believe him, but this is just one time. He lowers his head a lot and thanks the fat man. The informant types a dash on the keyboard and tells the main character that there are drinks in the refrigerator and he can take any of them. Then he says that in this house his rooms are empty, so if he doesn't need to go anywhere, he can live with him for these 2 days, but all the things in the rooms are very valuable, so they should never be broken. The protagonist opens his mouth in surprise. He imagines the images of Yanjin, Ya Chang, Ling and Wenju. He thought that over the years, besides those few girls, the fat man was probably the only one who had not craved anything from him. He imagines the image of an informant, and then thought that he is only madly interested in Fengdu City, and although he looks like an indecent person, he is so pure that he has rarely seen such people in his 20 years of life. Then he thought that at the moment he really had nowhere to go, because both his house and the houses of his brides would probably be searched by the Magical Union. He adds that if he appears there is a high probability that he will create new troubles. The protagonist rests his chin and thought that, however, this is a little annoying, but for now he can only stop at the fat man. He approaches him and asks him if he was previously familiar with the Magical Union. The fat man adjusts his glasses and asks who doesn't know about the Magical Union. He says that at one time he almost joined the Magic Union, but these scoundrels do not understand people and said that he was in poor physical shape and therefore they refused him. Yu, with a puzzled look on his face, thought that poor form was a crazy reason. He cuts a tomato with a knife. He fries vegetables and meat in a frying pan. There are 2 meat dishes and a salad on the table. A fat man with an appetite on his face holds a fork in his hand. He eats meat and asks the main character if he will become a future housewife when he gets married in the future. With meat in his mouth, he tells the protagonist that the girl who will marry him is lucky. He adds that it's a pity that he's a guy. He takes his hand up and says that he is not worthy of such an honor. The fat man with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells the protagonist that he is telling the truth and, moreover, he should not get personal. Then he tells the main character that he disappointed him with this comment, but he wanted to tell him a secret. Yu asks the fat man if he will tell him a secret. The fat man turns away and tells the main character that he is not in the mood. The main character takes the fat man's plate and says that then he won't eat. The informant reaches out to the plate and tells the main character not to joke like that, and then says that he will tell him everything. The fat man raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. He adjusts his glasses and says that these past few days he has been researching materials about the city. This is the main character's opinion of what is there. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, asks his interlocutor what is there. The fat man spreads his arms and answers that it's nothing. He waves his index finger and says that the less information they can find about them, the more that means something is wrong. He reports that usually only those who work in classified or specialized positions can be erased. He imagines a Magical Union building located on a mountain. He asks what kind of place this is, the Magic Union, and then he answers his own question and says that this is the face of all magic circles. Kangfeng, Bai Saint Ma in the northeast, Miaojiang in the southwest, Guangjianshu in the south. He asks how now to find out who is the master and head of the intelligent Taoist organization. He says with a serious expression that this is why he decided to look into the matter. He adds that he used the age and status of these 2 people as a counter-argument against the events that have taken place in the Magical Union in recent years. He imagines the images of Mo and Sehai and then asks the main character to guess what the result is. He informs him that behind all the failed operations and losses of the Magical Union over the past 20 years, there are traces of the activities of these 2 people. He says that 15 years ago a 100-year-old sea dragon appeared, but the Magic Union sent only 10 newcomers and 1 student from the younger generation to deal with it. He adds that as a result they were all buried in the dragon's mouth. The green dragon opens its mouth and looks menacingly at the members of the Magical Union standing in front of it. The Fat Man says that only thanks to the intervention of an unknown master from the people, this crisis was resolved. He then says that 12 years ago, when hundreds of monsters attacked at night, they sent only a few of their students to solve the problem, which led to large losses. Many monsters with red eyes attacked the black-robed students. The Fat Man says that later the unknown master appeared again and eliminated this danger. He imagines Sehai and Mo standing among the many killed evil spirits. He asks how there can be so many unaccounted and nameless masters among people. He then reveals that this is why he suspects Sehai and Mo are working together. He imagines Mo looking at Sehai standing next to her and saying that in order to get rid of dissidents, they specifically sent them to their deaths and then solved the problem themselves to gain both fame and wealth. He raises his finger up and asks the main character how he likes this information and isn't it true that he is very smart. The main character rests his chin and thought that he always felt that something was wrong here. Then he thought that whether it was a sea dragon or 100 monsters, even for a magical alliance this was not an easy matter, but they only sent a few inexperienced people to these operations. He wonders that even if Sehai has bad intentions, how come others couldn't figure it out sooner? He then suggests that it is even possible that the entire Magic Union, except those sent to certain death, is in cahoots. He imagines the stone walls of Fengdu and mentally asks that if this is so, then why Yanzio always reminds him not to get close to Sehai. He adds that those who entered and left the city of Fengdu in those days, were they really the same people? The protagonist is overcome by a cold shiver. A black and red eye looks at the main character. He wonders what is going on, and then thinks that something tells him that someone is following him. The Fat Man looks at the main character with bewilderment on his face. The protagonist feels as if he is naked and being watched. Black and red streams of energy hover near him. He thought that he had nowhere to hide. A cloudy sky rises above a tall wooden building. Black spots are visible on the walls. Mo clenched her teeth in anger and growled. Her eyes glow red. From behind the double doors, Sehai tells the woman that Yu has already begun to suspect something. He bows deeply and says that he is lucky that he is vigilant. In front of him lies a yellow talisman. Mo tells the old man that he has already touched their essence. Sehai's face shows concern. The old man gets up from the floor and says that Yu is an important person for their entry into Fengdu City. The woman with a gloomy smile asks the old man that he really still cannot forget his gratitude to his brother mentor Juju for saving his life. Then she says that who would have thought that there was still a drop of kindness in the chairman. Sehai closes his eyes and puts his hands together and then tells the woman that he understands everything. Mo says that's where they'll end. The old man leaned his body forward a little. A woman's voice filters through the gap between the doors. She tells the chairman to leave him alone for now and not touch him. She then commands him to tell Wenju that it is now her turn. She adds that they don't need to destroy Yu, but they need to contain him so he can't think about them. She commands Sehai to recall all his men so as not to scare him away. The chairman obediently listens to her order. The main character was washing the dishes and thought that the two of them had been in this situation for 3 days already and he felt like some kind of daughter-in-law, because every day he serves the fat dirty guy. The shadow of his hair covers his eyes. He wonders why the thoughts are not so strange. He hears a knock on the door and then shouts that he is coming. The door and asks the person standing behind the door who he needs. He then notices Wenju standing in front of him. He got worried and thought that he hadn't told anyone that he was living here now. The girl approaches him and the main character wonders how she found him. Wenju asks the main character with a curious look what's wrong with him. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, asks the girl how she knows that he is here. She hands the main character a piece of paper and asks him if he didn't stick it on the door. Yu reads the contents of the piece of paper and thought that the fat man's address was clearly written here, and at the bottom there was also written in small print and in his handwriting. The note says that the main character has moved and if anyone needs him, they need to contact the address written above. Yu clenches his hands into fists and tells the girl to come in, and then asks her to be quiet because they are guests here. Wenju walks forward and the main character thought that it was obvious that this was a setup on the part of the Magic Union and she had known for a long time that he was here. He then wonders why they didn't come and drag Wenju into this. The brown-haired girl looks joyful. Yu thought that if he and the fat man were left alone, then even if the Magic Union found them, he could take him with him and easily escape. He thought with a serene expression that however, with Wenju, everything was different. After several attempts and testing, he realized that she did not have any special skills. He adds that if they fight, she will interfere. The fat man is lying on the sofa, and the main character goes to the kitchen and says that he will go to the kitchen to cook, and Wenju says that she can feel at home. The girl with a sly expression on her face laughs and looks at the sleeping informant. The fat man wakes up and stretches. A joyful girl approaches him. The fat man looked at the girl with a sleepy look. He yawns and says that it's too early to get up and then wonders how you could turn into a girl. After a moment, he opens his eyes wide. With a shocked expression on his face, he shouts that there is a girl here. The main character sits on a chair next to them. The fat man waves his arms and the main character asks him why he was so alarmed. Yu smiles and apologizes to the informant and then reveals that this girl is his friend. He adds that he doesn't know how she knew that he was here, but she came here. The fat man with red cheeks rests his chin and tells Yu that he needs to talk to him about this. He adds that if the two of them can't stand it, then they better go out and rent a room. The main character stuffed a bun into the fat man's mouth. When Ju bowed her head and the main character says that you shouldn't expect good things from a bad person. The girl greets the fat man and greets him, and then reveals that she is Yu's fiancé. The informant holds the girl's palm and greets her with a creepy smile and introduces himself as Pang. When Ju calls the fat man by name with a smile on his face, Pang with a fake smile thought that Yu is strong and handsome, and he also has such a beautiful bride. He adds that he envies him. The fat man leaves with plates in his hand and says that today he will wash the dishes. The protagonist asks Wen Ju, who is sitting at the table next to him, why she came. The girl with reddened cheeks replies that there has been no news from the main character for so long, so she was worried. Then she adds that she is also his fiancé, so she keeps an eye on him so that he does not cheat. The main character opened his mouth in surprise and thought that it was true that he had been avoiding them for a while, but he was forced to do so because Jiang was seriously injured. After he is deaf, he feels guilty for not being able to be there for them. He adds that he is afraid that the more they are around, the more a sad end awaits them. With a worried expression on his face, he says that things haven't been going well for him lately, so perhaps he won't be able to keep her company. When Ju gets up from his chair and tells the main character that it's okay, his presence nearby is enough for her. She hugs the main character from behind and says that she is not so selfish as to be with him only for her own benefit. And the evening sky rises above the city. The fat man leaves the room with the computer and stretches. He says that he spent the whole day searching for information again. Surprise can be seen on the fat man's face. He sees the protagonist and the girl sitting on the couch and wonders why she is still here. The main character, with concern on his face, asks Wen Ju if he should see her off because it's already late. The girl made a displeased expression on her face. She hugs the main character's hand and asks him if he really wants her to leave so badly. The protagonist got nervous and replies that no, but this is Pang's house, and since she is the only girl here, it's better for her not to stay here. Wen Ju with a happy expression tells the main character that he believes in Pang's good qualities. The main character, with a skeptical expression on his face, replies that things are not good here. He wonders since when Wen Ju became so clingy. His expression became serious and he asked Wen Ju if something happened to her. A tear flows from the girl's eye and she replies that no. She hugs the main character and cries. She shouts to him that she was fired and the payment period for renting the apartment had also expired and therefore the owner of the apartment kicked her out. The fat man with concern on his face tells the girl that there is hot water in the bathroom and tells her that she can wash herself there. He asks if he should bring her another blanket. The fat man props up his chin and with a fake smile asks the main character if he is being persecuted too much. He then says that she is so close to him and that is why they can blackmail him. He adds that he is not a petty person and he doesn't mind if there is one more person here. He informs both guests that they will buy the food themselves and he will test the ready-made dishes. The main character thanks the fat man. Wen Ju, with tear-stained and closed eyes, hugs the main character. Pang says he is happy to help others. The next morning, a blue sky with clouds rises above the city. The main character is lying on the sofa. He turned a little and asked when he managed to become like this. Wen Ju enters the room. She greets the main character with a smile on her face and is about to apologize, but he interrupts her. With a joyful expression on his face, he tells her that it's okay, everyone has difficulties. The girl's expression changed to serious and she asks Yu if she is useless because she is so old and she was evicted because she could not pay the rent. The protagonist asks with an attractive look and asks her what she is talking about. He adds that after they have breakfast, he will show her around and if she doesn't mind, she can stay with him for a while. Wen Ju asks the main character with a surprised look what about him. The main character, with an alarmed look, points a finger at himself and says that he has a couple of things to do with Pang, so he will temporarily not be able to take care of her. Wen Ju looks down and is upset. A fat man entered the room, crossed his arms and asked the main character how he found such a beautiful bride and why he wanted to send her away so much. Pang, with red cheeks, tells the girl to ignore the main character. He then tells her that she can stay with him, and if Yu objects, he will beat him with a club. Wen Ju thanks the fat man. Pang, with a displeased expression on his face, tells the protagonist to look at him first and then at himself. The main character with a smile on his face thought that since the fat man didn't mind, then he shouldn't worry. He adds that as long as Wenju is here, nothing bad will happen to her, so let her live. Pang asks you to come to him with a serious expression. They enter a room with a computer. The main character asks Pang if he found out anything. The fat man tells the protagonist to look at the monitor. Yu sits down at the computer, and the fat man says that he found it on an unofficial site. He then says that there is information about the head of the Magic Union, Sehai, but the information is only up to the moment when they first entered the city of Fengdu. He reports that according to this information, Sehai is not that talented by nature. He adds that as a person he is naive and belongs to the rare number of cheerful people in the Magic Union. You opened a document with information about Sehai. The fat man says that at the age of 23 he was still a Taoist of the first degree of family rank, but at the age of 25 he moved to the rank of monk and priest and became a Taoist hermit. He adds that such talent is truly amazing and this is something like enlightenment and a rapid climb up the career ladder. Pang folds his arms and says that he remained a Taoist priest until he was 45, which means he has made no progress in all these decades. He adds that in other words, he did not succeed at all, and given his early progress, at this rate he could reach the highest position. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek and he says that it was only when he entered Fengdu City that he was barely promoted to the next rank, Yui, but after leaving Fengdu City, he was able to move up 2 more ranks in 2 years. The protagonist was alarmed by his words. The fat man says that in this way he became one of the candidates for the post of head of the Magic Union of this era. Then he says it is impossible to make such progress unless you drink holy water.